Monica opened her eyes in front of a huge columned building. At first, everything around her seemed dazzlingly white. Then she noticed the temple in front of her and remembered seeing something similar on TV. It was then that Monica realized she had died twice, and this time she had come to a strange place. She looked at her hands, found that she had entered a child's body, and realized that her last death was completely different. A man with long gray hair and a beard approached Monica and began to explain the situation to her. He told her that she was a return candidate and that to go back, she had to accept her true form. Then, the man noticed that Monica had 4 stars and deduced that her death was tragic. Monica began to remember that she had once lived in another world under another name, and her hometown was Earth. She had been an excellent gamer and streamer with a large following, and although she had never shown her face on camera, people loved her voice. Her life had been going well, and she had a good income, until one day, she had a sudden heart attack after a live stream. Now, whenever Monica thinks about it, she can't figure out how it could have happened. But now she had come to a new world called the Xena Empire, where she was the second princess. Her mother had died in a war many years ago, and her father raised her, although he was often ill. Monica also had a sweet and beautiful older sister named Linda, and at first she was happy to have a fresh start. Monica's sister was much prettier than her and doted on her younger sister, but unfortunately, she died of an illness at the young age of 3. Shortly after, a rebellion broke out, and her sickly father also passed away. Her uncle Theodore usurped the throne. This uncle was a very bad guy, and once he even locked Monica in a cold room. He also arranged for her a tutor who often beat and scolded her, and only the nanny helped her. Time passed, and when the princess grew to be 16, her uncle Theodore died of an illness. Monica had no relatives left, and she had to become the empress, ruling over a group of weaklings until she died. Then when she woke up again, she found herself as a little girl in this strange place. A bearded man carried Monica to 4 other children who were sitting on a carpet, and on a throne before them sat a veiled woman. That woman was a goddess, and she called the 4 children return candidates and promised them special gifts. The most innocent child would get the best family, the second would get a lesser one, the third would get a bad family, and the last one would have no chance to go back. Monica immediately burst into tears. She didn't want to live in another family again, feeling that it would be very difficult. The little girl remembered that she had suffered in her second life because she was born into a bad family. Everyone was evil and cruel, and in the end, she herself was sentenced to death. The other children also began to cry, and the goddess came up with a solution to the problem of returning. The woman decided that if they didn't want to be born into bad families, they would all stay here. Now only Monica would go back, sacrificing herself for her friends. The girl remembered the old man's words that the black stars were her previous lives, and she suddenly realized that the others were all dying for the first time. None of these children had stars except for her, so Monica didn't lose hope. She still had another life to live. The thought of sacrifice made her hesitate for a moment, but she agreed and began to say her goodbyes. Since Monica accepted the sacrifice, the goddess decided to give her another gift and handed her 3 small pouches. She could only choose 2. She took the one that smelled good and the one that was prettier. The first pouch suddenly opened, and a crown appeared on Monica's head, proving that she would enter a very good family. The second pouch would have to wait. The goddess said it was time to send this little baby on her way. The child's laughter always made her smile, especially this girl from another world. The goddess was very fond of Monica. Her reincarnation record was excellent, and she had even thought of making her her own heir. She held the little one in her arms and rocked her until she fell asleep to the voice of a beautiful woman. The next moment, Monica found herself as a princess in a palace, being doted on by a caretaker. The little girl threw up, and the nanny, Rose, was terrified, but Monica noticed something that scared her. Monica had returned to the same family from her second life. Now she believed the goddess had deceived her. The princess couldn't believe she had to go through that terrible life again. Now she had to relive it all, eventually becoming a puppet empress with a tragic end. The girl broke down, realizing that there was nothing good in this family, while the nanny kept asking her what on earth was bothering her. After a while, Monica went to the mirror and found that her face was not the same as in her previous life. Then she suddenly realized that she had become her sister, with pink hair and bright green eyes. Until now, Monica hadn't noticed that her eye color was different from her sister's, but it didn't matter to her. After all, this princess was the cutest and sweetest child in the whole world. Becoming her sister meant she would no longer be a puppet, but when a nanny called her name, Monica realized the name was the same. In her first life, she was still that shy younger sister. She had the same personality, shy and quiet, and no one knew she was a streamer. The nanny, Rose, noticed the princess checking every mirror and found it amusing. Monica tried to respond to the nanny, but her lips just wouldn't obey. She could barely speak, but the princess still managed to let the nanny know she was asking about her sister and where she was. This took Rose by surprise. Monica hadn't had a sister for 2 years. Linda had passed away from illness. The princess found it interesting that her sister's name was also the same, but she still didn't understand why she looked like Linda, while the nanny worried that she had said too much. The girl remembered the goddess's words about her soul being from another world. Monica felt that if her soul stayed in this body, the body could hold on, but if not, this time it would be a complete death. Linda becoming the younger sister again, but dying once more, broke the princess's heart. The nanny noticed the girl looked depressed and tried to cheer her up with a small piece of cotton candy. After tasting the sweetness, Monica perked up and then suddenly realized she was now in a child's mind. Rose couldn't get enough of the little girl and called her my baby at every opportunity. The princess couldn't believe it all. Only the nanny kept her in a good mood, while everyone else ignored her. Everyone had adored her sister, but in this life, Monica hoped people wouldn't despise her. The girl felt she needed to be brave like her sister, and at that thought, she winked at herself. Rose saw it and immediately cried out, calling the other maids over to check. They thought the nanny was panicking because something bad had happened, but Monica later realized that the wink made everyone instantly break into a smile. The princess wondered if she could live like her sister, who always seemed to smile from the heart. Now she was a cute and likable child that everyone adored, especially the nanny. Suddenly, in the corner of the room, the princess noticed a light with the words, "User Monica has met the requirements." The girl started to tell the nanny about the light, pointing in that direction, but the nanny saw nothing. Then Monica noticed that the color of the light was the same as the pouch the goddess had given her. Then, the princess read in the light that a cross-dimensional streamer chat room had been opened. Then a shared channel opened, and the maids Amy, Becky, and Fate all joined in. Amy wrote about how cute the princess was and how she wished the princess was her sister. This chat room felt just like the one from Monica's first life as a streamer. And because of these compliments, she gained 30 favorability points. Everything was the same as in her first life, with 3 people in the chat room, but now she was no longer earning money for it. Then the princess wanted some more cotton candy, but Rose refused, not wanting to spoil her appetite for dinner. But the little cutie still convinced the nanny with her big, sweet eyes and got another piece. Afterwards, Monica read that the goddess was impressed with how quickly she was adapting and that her skills had now improved. Opening the concept interface, the princess read that the goddess had blessed her, but she still needed to charm as many people as possible. Monica felt she should start acting more and more like a child. From now on, suddenly, another maid burst into the room, announcing they had an emergency. Just then, a carriage pulled up to the entrance outside, and a young man stepped out, making the girl realize they had a guest. The maids realized it was the princess's guest, but they still didn't know who he was or why he was visiting the little girl. Meanwhile, a man was walking towards their room, and soon everyone recognized him as Brad Willow. The princess didn't understand why he had appeared, but she noticed his cute face, but his eyes were cold, with bright red hair and broad shoulders. Brad Willow was the Empire's top general and ruled the Northern Territories. Monica's late mother was his stepsister, so he was her uncle. If he hadn't been killed by a poison dragon in her second life, there wouldn't have been a rebellion in the lands he controlled. All sorts of strange and terrifying monsters had appeared. Only a duke with dragon's blood could rule those lands. The duke, who had killed one of the strongest dragons, didn't make it back alive due to his severe injuries. They barely knew each other in their past life, but Monica still felt sad about her relative's death. This time, Brad had come to take the princess to the temple, on his way to a subjugation, although he wasn't enthusiastic about it. Monica realized her uncle was planning to go take down one of the strongest dragons, the Rex dragon. Last time, the Duke was severely injured and suffered for a long time, dying in the battle with the next dragon. But the princess remembered that this was all part of the Emperor's plan, even though he pretended not to know what the Duke Duke was doing. Just then, the girl really wanted a bite of cotton candy, but she knew she couldn't get distracted. Now, the temple they planned to take her to was where the royal family received their blessings every year. If even one family member was absent, the royal bloodline, which originated from a golden divine beast, would not be blessed. The entire family would be cursed and live a miserable life. This time, it was the princess's turn to go to the temple. Brad suddenly decided not to take Monica there, but his friend argued that it would damage family relations. Besides, the emperor was searching for rifts in the north, and the duke had to take his niece. Monica thought that if it were the uncle she knew, these words would definitely not change his mind. In his second life, Brad was the type who never helped her, even ignoring her letters asking for help. Then the nanny, Rose, decided to say something to the duke, and Monica panicked, worried she would get hurt. If that happened, the princess would gouge out his eyes. But Brad remained calm, even when the nanny interjected. This was how he differed from the emperor, who would kill for such an act. The nanny didn't say anything harsh, just suggested having dinner with the princess since he was her guest. But Brad had no time, and his friend told him to stay a little longer before leaving, because if they left now, the emperor would just send them back again. The country was divided into 3 major powers, the first being the royal family. The second was the dukes who represented each season. The third kingdom was ruled by the powerful wizard's tower. Among them, Duke Willow led the North, Winter, and the Beasts, while also being the general of the empire. This land supplied coal, magical metals, and goods made from animal fur. They traded as a powerful independent state, but had a poor relationship with the royal family. The current family had killed the previous emperor and seized the throne, led by Monica's mother, Samantha. Samantha was a highly skilled warrior, but married the girl's father, who handed over the rule to his stepbrother. The princess's mother died in a war her uncle sent her to, so their family's relationship had always been poor. Control of that land was passed down through generations, and without the support of the son, war could break out at any time. At dinner, Rose fed Monica with a spoon, but also tried to teach her to eat by herself. While eating, the princess noticed her uncle's sharp gaze and decided to try to talk to him. He was her only living relative, even though in her past life, he hated Monica and ignored her. The girl decided to show him how she ate and complained that the nanny rarely gave her sweets. Looking at the princess, Brad concluded that she had not inherited the royal bloodline. The emperor's children were born with light-colored hair for generations, but neither she nor her sister had blonde hair. In her past life, everyone loved Linda, while the princess longed for even one person to love her. Monica had a nanny who doted on the little girl very much. The little cutie decided to ask her uncle if he loved her even a little bit, but Brad had no feelings for the child. Nevertheless, Monica thought this was better than her previous life. She approached her uncle and asked him to hug her, but he had no idea why he should. Brad felt the princess was as direct and reckless as her sister. His friend, a knight named Greg, decided not to let the little one be sad and picked her up. Monica noticed that everyone except her uncle was in the chat room, which meant he had no interest in her at all. Suddenly, the princess burst into tears, and Greg handed her to Brad, and the little one immediately calmed down. The girl desperately wanted to be with her uncle. She wanted to win his affection in this life. Besides, if he didn't take her to the temple, Monica would have to go with the knights. The princess remembered that in her second life, she tried to avoid them because they seemed like bad people to her. That's why she tried to please her uncle, specifically asking to go with him, but he still saw no reason to take the girl. Monica also remembered that in her second life, the Duke would be mortally wounded while trying to defeat the dragon, but the country was already starting to decay and needed someone who could pull it together. As Brad was about to leave, the princess said there was a lot of cotton candy outside, although it made no sense to her. Then the little one asked to meet the dragon Rex, which immediately confused her uncle. After all, no one knew that the dragon was tamed, not even the emperor. There was only one thought in Brad's mind. He guessed that the princess had inherited the hidden bloodline of the Willow family and had now become a prophet. Monica noticed her uncle had joined the conversation. Then she wondered what exactly a prophet meant. In her past life, she had never heard of such a thing and thought it was some high-ranking official. Brad thought of another dragon, a fire dragon named Spike, but no one was supposed to know about him either. Willow held the princess tighter, and she even felt a little scared, so the nanny immediately took her back. But Brad noticed the girl was very light, while his own little son was much heavier. The Duke had only held him when he was already 8 years old, so he felt much heavier then. Just then, Monica dropped her candy and started to cry, but Brad caught it in time and gave it back to her. The Duke began to ask the princess where she had heard about Spike, as it was a huge secret in the past. The conquest of the fire dragon Spike was related to other countries. Monica had heard about the mission's success, but the Emperor had also used cruel methods then. The girl simply admitted that she had heard her uncle had already caught the dragon, but she couldn't remember who told her. Now Monica hoped that Brad would personally take her to the temple since she had told him everything. The Duke called his subordinate, Hillary, and asked how often the princess contacted the Emperor. She only knew it was once a month. Then she guessed that the Emperor already knew all of Brad's plans. Hillary thought there was a leak, that someone had betrayed them, but Willow didn't understand why the Emperor would bring it up in front of Monica. The Duke thought it was deliberate and couldn't stop wondering who the traitor was. Brad promised himself that the traitor would not live long. Meanwhile, Hillary planned to contact headquarters as soon as she had a chance. Willow prepared to take the princess to the temple, telling Greg to get everything ready and the nanny to handle the luggage. He also decided to take Rose with them, but Monica thought it was a bad idea and immediately started crying and fussing again. Brad quickly stuffed some candy into the girl's hand to calm her down, and it worked. The Duke also decided to personally escort the princess on the route to the temple and rush to the carriage. Glancing at little Monica, Brad swore to also pay attention to her diet. She seemed too thin to him. After 5 days without seeing her uncle, the entire group, fully armed, began their journey. But even with so many people around, the princess still felt bored and lonely, despite the food they offered. Monica was determined to break through her uncle's coldness. It seemed that every one of his subordinates thought she was amazing. The chat room was overflowing, and everyone was praising the little princess. Then she discovered a small window she didn't have during her live streams, which allowed her to read people's thoughts. Suddenly, Helen strode over in a long cloak with a large hood, loudly ordering everyone to disperse as she headed straight for the princess. Meanwhile, the Emperor was scolding a subordinate for messing up his last mission. This time he was ordered to only bring the princess back to the castle, or it would be his head. Helen clutched a staff while holding a plate of cake in her other hand. She offered a slice of delicious strawberry cake brought from the nearby city of York. People began to whisper that the journey to that city was long, a whole day's walk. They realized Helen had used magic to get the slice of cake, but she didn't consider it a crime. The princess thought to herself that her mother had never given her a mana blessing, while the crowd reminded Helen to be respectful to the child. Monica checked her mind-reading window, which activated when someone looked directly at her, and realized Helen had mysophobia. Now the princess was wondering why she called herself a streamer. She wasn't exactly a social butterfly. The cake tasted wonderful, and she gave a grateful look to the person who had treated her. She tried to hug Monica, which caused the child to drop her strawberry fork, revealing a very sad expression. Uncle Brad rushed over, caught the fork in midair, and returned it to the little princess. The Duke felt that after 5 days, everyone had had enough and needed a break. Despite Monica's constant pleas for her subjects to play with her, and despite Monica's protests, Brad took her away to give the others a breather. The Duke found his subjects' behavior a bit strange. He had never noticed them like this before. He placed Monica on a soft chair and handed her a plate of cake to finish there. As soon as the plate was empty, the princess asked her uncle to hold her, but he just sat down next to her. Monica kept asking, and the subject began to wonder how he could remain so iron-hearted. The Duke ordered a new carriage to be prepared and a feast for everyone, while the mages dealt with motion sickness. In her second life, when she traveled with the knights, they barely gave her any food. Now she felt the Duke was much better than that royal family and hoped he would stay by her side forever. Monica noticed her uncle was in the chat room. He had just logged in for a moment and then left, and she felt he had lost interest. The princess got another piece of candy from Brad, who suddenly decided to count how much food she had eaten. Monica found it strange that her uncle suddenly brought up the food in the tent, and even stranger that he wanted to count it. Monica decided to listen to the Duke. He asked her if she had seen a certain book in the Emperor's palace. Greg came over, took out a crystal, and with a pop, a book with a gorgeous cover appeared in his hands. Monica realized it was a signature book, like a biographical dictionary, where the royal family recorded the names of outstanding individuals. The book also listed which people's talents came from helping the royal family protect the sun. The first emperor was born under the light of a divine beast and received Minerva's blessing, after which his hair turned golden. Since then, most children were born with blonde hair and had innate talents, but Monica was not one of them. She learned that talents could be discovered through the eyes, like the kind her father possessed, and it was the emperor's duty to fill that book. The princess's uncle had almost none of that talent, but she remembered everything from her second life. When Brad repeated his question, Monica admitted she had seen the book before. She remembered every detail because she was the one who had written those names down. But later, the countless talented people listed in that book were all murdered. Monica began to think about what to do next and whether her uncle would take her to the estate. If he did, the princess could finally have those candies. So she decided to make the Duke do it. Monica pointed at the book and said that the one she had seen was a darker color and much larger. Brad offered her more cake if she told him everything she had read in that book. The Duke didn't have high hopes, but he needed any information he could get. The secret about the conquest of Spike was starting to leak. So Brad began to show the princess people, and she had to say if she recognized anyone. Monica just wanted to live with people who loved her, so she quickly agreed to her uncle's request. He promised her a cake for every question she answered, and she asked for 100. Brad agreed, and if she answered more than 100 questions, she would get coupons to exchange for more cakes later. The Duke showed Princess Monica the portrait of the first person, and she immediately recognized him as one of her subordinates from her past life, the one who had tormented Monica and played her for a fool. The girl admitted she recognized him, but then panicked, worried that her uncle wouldn't believe her, since in her past life, no one had ever believed her. Brad patted the girl's head, handed her a cupcake, and told her to continue. "Good job, my child," he said, rewarding her first answer with the sweet treat. He brought Greg closer and asked her what she thought of him, although Brad was really just conducting a test. Monica could feel that her uncle saw her as a gold mine, and the whole situation made her feel very uncomfortable, even a little sick. Meanwhile, Brad, seeing nothing that could change the situation, began to weigh his options for dealing with the princess. Greg reminded him that he had been planning this step all along if he brought her to the manor, and vouched for the truth of the prophecy. The Duke wanted to keep questioning her, but the questions were finished. He still threw one last question at Monica. Brad tossed her another cupcake. Seriously, how many did they have? And told her she could answer however she wanted. Earlier, she had seen her uncle give her the fiercest look as he walked away to talk with Greg. Seeing Monica's fear, Brad quickly reassured her, saying his expression was only like that because the conversation was top secret. Then, Uncle Brad asked her to identify another person, and she immediately recognized him as the biggest scoundrel in the kingdom, a master of conspiracy who had caused the deaths of countless innocent people. Monica stammered that the guy was very competent at his job, but was a complete human wrecking ball. The princess even suggested firing him as soon as possible, but Brad had no intention of listening any further. She was the child of the Duke's sister, but he didn't have high hopes for her, thinking she was just talking nonsense. He started yelling at the princess, demanding to know who the traitor was, and the girl burst into tears. She didn't know who it was, only that he was terrifying and dangerous. She remembered her uncle from her past life being the same way. Greg intervened, reminding the Duke that he was the first one to ask the question, and the princess was the first to mention Spike. In any case, it was hard to tell if there really was a traitor, although the Duke was not entirely convinced. He believed it was the same ability, that a seer was a rare power in the Willow bloodline. This power allows you to see the future, but it requires a matching partner, a guardian knight. Brad thought of his student, who was training hard, waiting for his master's return. The last guardian knight was about 200 years ago. These knights are born unusually strong, and if they can't find a seer, they lose control of their power and go mad or die. Greg thought there was a misunderstanding. If the princess was truly a seer, the Duke's actions would only corner her. But this was not yet confirmed, and Brad still had his doubts when one of his subordinates approached him. He believed the princess was completely innocent, that she was just a child. The Duke thought they were all crazy. Monica was crying, and the subjects all wanted to sympathize with her. Many thought the matter had nothing to do with the girl, and that the blame lay with the Duke himself, who would regret it in the future. Monica Monica was even a little surprised that everyone suddenly started supporting her, and she even gained a bunch of extra points because of it. So many points would allow her to receive a gift from the gods. She just needed to try a little harder. The nanny picked up Monica. Even in her past life, she had always been on Monica's side, and now she was holding the little girl tightly. Helen went to Brad, also believing there was a misunderstanding. She suggested using magic to find out the truth, even though she knew it might drain all her power. But Helen didn't see it as a problem. If she fainted, others could pick her up and carry her away. Monica's eyes were swollen from crying, and Rose tried to cheer her up with pastries and snacks. In the end, Helen used up all her strength and lost consciousness. The princess was heartbroken, and now everyone sympathized with her. She blamed her uncaring uncle, just like in her past life. Later, Brad approached the girl, and she panicked, unsure of what he was going to do. Monica even wondered if his strange behavior was due to a battle wound from fighting a dragon, but she didn't want him to die either way. But the princess could no longer suppress her fear and screamed that she was afraid of the Duke. Greg told Brad to stop looking at the child with such a harsh gaze, or she would become even more afraid of him. Although the Duke didn't know what he had done wrong, he needed to reflect on how he treated the princess. Brad looked at Monica again, realizing his own children were nothing like her, but decided to trust her for now. Perhaps he should be kinder to her, he thought. He handed the princess a small box containing the sweetest figs he could find, hoping it would work. To get the figs and other popular snacks, he used Helen's magic whenever he had the chance. Monica noticed the box looked delicious, but she didn't rush to open it. Brad thought she was worried the food was poisoned, but within seconds, the little one was already reaching for the box. When she opened it, she found her favorite fig cakes inside. Monica couldn't resist the delicious food, so her uncle suggested packing enough to fill a whole carriage. The fig cakes were his way of apologizing to the princess, who immediately held out her pinky for a promise. It was the weakest promise the Duke had ever made in his life, and it even made him chuckle. Then Monica asked Brad to hold her, and he found her a bit amusing how quickly her attitude changed. But the little girl accepted the Duke as her uncle again because he was nice to her, and only she could stop him from dying. Meanwhile, Brad noticed the girl was starting to get chubby from eating too many sweets and decided to abandon his plan to buy out the entire bakery in the next town. But Monica insisted he should still do it as a sign of peace. She considered anyone who fed her a friend. The journey to the temple would take 15 days, and by the 8th day, the princess was clearly bored. The servants tried everything to entertain her, with rattles and handmade toys, but Helen kept most people away from the child, convinced that many toys could be dangerous and hurt her. In the time the subject spent with Monica, she managed to remember their names, and they gave her many gifts, which she loved because in her second life, she didn't even have a basic rattle. Any gifts sent to the house had been given to her older sister, Lena, and now Monica felt wonderful. Meanwhile, someone lost their mind, screaming about wanting to marry her and have a child that looked like a little rabbit. The guy was punching a tree, and the princess had no idea why he was doing it. Someone even swore that if Monica turned into a mosquito, he would offer all his blood. Others refused to go to their posts because the princess was absent, while another dreamed of having a granddaughter like Monica. Meanwhile, Helen was thinking about how she fought with the postal wizard to transmit her feelings to the girl. The mages in the chat were unusually active, which the princess found a bit creepy. Then they announced the daily training time, and a group of people said goodbye to Monica. They didn't skip training. The squad was going to take down the dragon spike, and only at these times could Monica be with her nanny. The princess glanced at the chat room, which looked more like a comment section full of random thoughts. Monica wondered if she could chat with them. She wanted to give something back too. Just then, her level soared, and her title jumped from Lurker to Baron, and she also received a reward. Previously, when Monica live-streamed, she only got silver and gold buttons, but now she had achieved the status of Baron. The girl didn't understand what it meant, only that her blood sugar was low and started begging for more candy. But the nanny was strict and only allowed the little one to have one piece of candy before dinner. As they were talking, a monster lurked in the bushes, completely unseen. But then Monica heard a rustling sound. The beast was ready to pounce letting out a loud roar. Rose pulled the girl closer, and the monster's roar echoed all the way to the training grounds. A second later, the beast leaped out, and the nanny was terrified by the werewolf snarling at them. People rushed back, ready to attack with arrows and anything they could grab. The battle was brutal and lasted for a while, but then the Duke closed in on the monster. He plunged his sword into the werewolf's body again and again, making sure it had no chance of survival. Meanwhile, the nanny and the princess were quickly taken to a carriage to protect them from the monster. After living 2 lives and seeing how terrifying human hearts could be, Monica was no longer afraid of monsters. They had used the princess like a puppet, taking far more lives than any beast. Just as Monica was thinking this, a werewolf crept up to their carriage window and reached out its claw. Rose held the princess tighter, ready to sacrifice her own life to keep the girl safe. But the monster's black claw was already reaching for Monica's head, while its other claw tore open the roof of the carriage. The girl thought she was dead, but the next moment she was in her uncle's arms. The nanny had also survived, and Brad covered the girl's eyes as he carried her past the monster's bloody corpse. The princess kept trying to move his hand to peek, but her uncle wouldn't let her. Later, Monica told the Duke she was scared, but he comforted her, saying the werewolves were dead and there was nothing to worry about. But Brad thought the princess was just a coward if she was afraid of a dead werewolf. The girl couldn't understand how someone wouldn't be afraid of that, and this was what made her different from the Duke's sons. After a moment, the princess asked to be put down, despite her earlier fear. Monica remembered how Brad had gotten angry with her 3 days ago and thought he was trying to scare her again. He still told the girl not to look at the bodies and said they had to deal with 5 werewolves. Then Greg came over and mentioned the Sun Empress, who had dealt with a werewolf at age 7 and caught 2 at age 5. Monica realized he was talking about her mother. According to legend, an ancestor of the Willow family was the first to slay a dragon, and since then, their blood has been mixed with dragon blood. This is why people started saying that those from the Willow family were born to be generals or prosecutors. Brad thought the princess also had dragon blood flowing in her veins, completely unaware that she could read his mind. Later, after the monster's body was cleared away, the Duke let the princess go, and Rose rushed to her. She was so happy it was all over, especially that Monica was safe. To celebrate, the nanny let the girl eat whatever she wanted and gave her a handful of candy. People were starting to feel tired, although these werewolves were nothing compared to a dragon. Monica decided to share a piece of candy with Greg, who immediately felt a childlike joy well up inside him. The princess also treated the mages to some candy, saying it was to thank them for saving her. The girl saved the prettiest candy for Helen because she had used magic that resembled a real spell. Then Monica walked straight up to Brad, handed him her favorite candy, and thanked him for saving her life. The Duke tried to explain to the princess that gratitude was in the nature of the Willow bloodline, while she thought he wanted to take her with him. The idea completely captivated Monica. She really wanted to spend more time with these people, so she blurted out her wish, leaving her uncle a bit taken aback. Behind him, the princess spotted another werewolf, bigger than the others. It was the werewolf king, but the Duke wasn't afraid at all and took care of it in an instant. When he returned to Monica, he decided to let her see what was in the wolf's mouth. Greg handed her a small bundle, and when he tore a corner of the cloth, the princess saw a small creature. It was a fennec fox, and it immediately demanded in its own way to be let go. Monica loved the little creature, but no one knew how this fox got here. The girl asked what kind of animal it was and if it could talk, and her uncle said it only yipped. The princess then realized that only she could hear the fox's words, and she wasn't sure if she should admit it. Meanwhile, Greg suggested noting in the report that they found an item wrapped in red cloth near the guard dogs. Upon opening it, the item was found to be alive, and, after examination, they speculated it was a divine animal. Meanwhile, Monica and the knights watched as the infected monster corpses were cleared away. This rescued, God-worshipping creature was able to purify the land tainted by the monsters. Although to Greg, this little fox didn't look like a divine animal at all, and the other knights agreed with him. Moreover, it was strange for an item that had disappeared from the Empire to appear here, as divine animals only live in very pure places. Greg suggested they report it to the imperial family. But another knight stopped him because it would be bad if the emperor found out, so it was better to write that the divine animal was stolen. They began to argue about what to do, because what they saw was indeed a sacred object. Brad ordered the werewolf corpses to be burned with magic first, and then to take the fox with them. Suddenly, the fox broke free, and 5 knights tried to catch it, but only Greg managed to grab it. Although it was still young, it was already strong enough that they needed to watch it more closely. Then Greg remembered that according to legend, a divine beast only obeys its master, but not many people knew this, so he started asking around if anyone knew how to tame this fox. Monica had seen enough and decided to leave, until the fox suddenly pleaded with her to stop. The fox realized the princess could understand it and kept calling out, trying to get her to turn back. Then Monica had an idea. What if she asked her uncle to let her hold the fox? But her uncle refused. However, the fox was willing to let Monica touch its tail if she held it. She begged the Duke to let her touch the fox, just once, but he was as stubborn as a mule. Monica's heart sank. Greg noticed the fox was no longer arguing, and the princess was crying. Brad thought for a moment and agreed to place the fox next to the girl and let her touch it. The princess immediately lunged for the fox, and everyone prepared for it to bite her. The knights began to whisper, could it be that only the master could touch the divine beast? One knight thought, why not try, and reached out his hand. Then the fox suddenly jumped into Monica's arms. The fox snuggled against the girl. It knew it had been right all along, that she possessed divine energy. Everyone was stunned when the princess held the fox nonchalantly, and it didn't even struggle. The fennec fox told Monica that the gods had chosen her, and the girl began to wonder what that meant. She figured it probably happened the moment she returned to this world. The fox kept nuzzling her and even gave her a few licks. Monica remembered the second bag, opened it, and, with a pop, received a divine gift. The fox was still excited. The princess had met a messenger of the gods, which was a great honor in its eyes. Then the girl realized this little beast could actually hear her thoughts, which was honestly a bit shocking. The fox formally introduced itself. Its name was Angela, the incarnation of a divine messenger. It was sent to watch over sin, but would return to the heavens after some time. Angela also told the princess that it had been waiting for this meeting and that it could really help her. Meanwhile, the people around them couldn't understand how a little girl had tamed a divine beast. They even wondered if just a touch could make one its master, but they knew it wasn't that simple. Still, they couldn't help but stare at the little beast relaxing on the princess's lap. They started to slowly approach for a closer look until the fox got scared. Angela immediately pleaded with Monica to make them back off. It didn't like humans very much. Monica did as it asked, and even shed a tear when Bradvillieu approached. He told everyone to keep quiet about what happened, or he would gouge out their eyes. The Duke threatened that if anyone dared to report this, he would cut off their ears and gouge out their eyes before they even reached the palace. Meanwhile, the fox asked the princess who that man was and learned he was her uncle. Angela had never seen anyone so powerful and could truly feel their raw strength and might. If he defeated the fire dragon, he would become the greatest man in the empire. The fox also told the princess that after she touched it, she became its master. Monica was thrilled, though as a child, she was more excited about having this soft, warm little creature. 2 days later, the group continued on, with the fox spending most of its time perched on Monica's lap. Monica's legs were going numb, so Brad decided to take the little thing off her. Angela asked what was wrong, and its master explained that Monica's legs had fallen asleep from it pressing on them all night. Monica asked her uncle to hold her, so he pushed the fox aside and picked up his niece. Suddenly, there was a loud crash, and the carriage they were in tipped over. No one was hurt, though. A knight immediately offered to move the princess and the Duke to another carriage, as this one was totaled. Rose, while being transferred to the new carriage, told the child to speak up if she felt uncomfortable. Monica wanted to ride with her nanny, but the Duke hadn't given permission yet. Usually, the Duke's wife, direct heir, or immediate vassals would ride in the same carriage. But Brad wasn't as cold as the girl thought and let the nanny come along too. He still kept his niece close, as they only had a short way to go. After a while, a huge palace came into view, looking like something out of a fairy tale. It had only taken them 5 days to get there, and with the city in sight, the Duke gave Monica a handful of candy in celebration. The princess hadn't even noticed they had arrived so quickly, as she had spent most of the time eating and sleeping. She thought she would have to say goodbye to these people she had grown fond of and accidentally tugged on the fox's tail. Angela realized the girl really liked him and wanted to stay by his side. The Duke pulled his niece into his arms, reminding her that he would keep his promise once they reached the city. Once there, Brad planned to stuff the princess with figs until she burst, while the fox quietly taught Monica to use her uncle's connections. If Monica wanted, she could go for a walk. They were only staying in the city for a day. The fox hinted that they should take Brad with them, and the princess immediately jumped up and begged him to accompany her. But the Duke had a lot to deal with. Still, the girl looked at him with her big, pleading eyes, and he couldn't refuse, just not for too long. From then on, everyone had their own thoughts. Brad about their final meeting, the princess about how to win him over. Half a day later, their carriage rolled through the city streets, and Monica noticed the cold expression on her uncle's face. The girl didn't know how to warm him up like a marshmallow and pull him to her side. Monica wanted him to take her to the northern part of the country, but the more she thought about it, the more complicated it became. Still, the princess was sure that if she could just be with him in the chat window like she used to during her streams, she would succeed. In real life, talking was much harder. When no one was looking at her, Monica could speak clearly and confidently, but as soon as she made eye contact, she would freeze up and start to stammer. Monica thought that's why she could now rely on the chat window to get along with the people of this world. She also remembered her second life, when she wasn't the eloquent empress. On the contrary, she had been the worst ruler, and her life was so terrible and painful that she didn't even want to think about it. Looking back, Monica realized there wasn't a single decent person around her. The blacksmith, the architect, everyone was like that. But one young official stood out in the princess's memory. He was different. Shortly before the rebellion broke out, she was arrested, and not a single person treated her kindly. Even the castle servants looked down on her then, which really hurt. Sitting on death row, she overheard someone telling the guards that they were being too harsh on the empress. He thought the accusations against her were ridiculous. She was too young to have done such things on her own. At that moment, Monica could only see his back, which looked like that of a knight. The sorrow of not being able to see his face or even thank him tormented her deeply. 10 days later, she was taken to the execution ground, where everyone around her shouted for her death. At the last moment, Monica somehow remembered what the official had said. The young empress's biggest regret was never having seen his face. This person was the last and only one to support Monica before her death, but now everything was different, and the princess decided to live differently, although she still wanted to see the official. The fox asked Monica what was on her mind, and she admitted that she wanted to stay with her uncle. Angela liked this idea, as it believed both its mistress and itself deserved to live a life of luxury. But the girl didn't have much time to convince her uncle, and she didn't know how to do it. Just then, Monica saw a knight waving at her in front of a shop full of children's toys. The princess had heard of this shop before, but was now seeing it for the first time with her own eyes. She never had any toys as a child, so the girl was very excited by the dazzling array of goods. When Monica told her uncle she wanted to visit the shop, he once again noticed the difference between her and his own son. The girl could clearly see his thoughts in the chat box, but she couldn't use this to her advantage. The princess couldn't believe that after all this time, her uncle had never felt any friendly feelings towards her. Just then, the night Mike picked her up and offered to take her for a walk to see the sights immediately. Then 2 more knights appeared, also wanting to escort the princess, and they decided to settle the dispute with rock, paper, scissors. Mike won the first round, but the other 2 started arguing that he had cheated and demanded a rematch. The knights asked the girl to wait a moment while they resolved their differences and would come back for her. Meanwhile, Monica's nanny approached, holding the desert fox. The girl was very excited to see her pet, but the fox didn't understand why Monica called it a toy. Then, Angela demanded that the princess feed it. It said it was starving to death. Just then, Brad appeared, insisting that they needed to eat something before their walk. The arguing knights also agreed with the Duke. As it turned out, they were hungry too. After all this talk, the princess realized she was hungry and asked her nanny for food. Brad found it strange that his niece was still hungry after eating so many snacks, but he still suggested going to a restaurant, and soon after, they were seated in a place with attentive service. Sitting at the table, the princess thought that all the knights and mages they had met were very easygoing. They didn't care about class boundaries, got along well, and ate whatever was on the menu, which is a stark contrast to the acrimonious people in the imperial palace. Just as the food was served and she was about to dig in, the princess felt a wave of drowsiness. The fox noticed its master was about to fall, so Monica asked for some candy, thinking it might help. But her eyes were about to close and her body began to fall, taking the fox down with her. Rose reminded the princess that it wasn't time to sleep and tried to wipe her face with a wet cloth. The girl's exhaustion finally took over, and the Duke saw her fall asleep, exhausted and covered in sweat. These words made the nanny nervous, and she even double-checked with Brad before realizing the princess was sick. Then Rose noticed the girl also had a fever, although this was normal for a child. The Duke thought his niece was tired from the long journey, and they had also encountered some werewolves along the way. He yelled at Mike, who was eating half a bucket of chicken, to go get a doctor. The knight became anxious, seeing the nanny panicking over the princess's fever. The Duke himself had 3 children, but he had never really cared for them. He was even cold to his long-deceased wife. Brad started yelling at his subordinate, who was standing frozen like a deer in headlights. Mike shot out like an arrow from a bow to find a doctor, thinking this was the first time he had ever seen the Duke truly care about someone. He sped past the table where the other knights were resting, shouting his mission as he ran. 10 minutes later, he returned with a doctor, the best in the entire region. Just 10 minutes earlier, this doctor had been sitting alone in his office, telling a knight that he never makes house calls. But Mike was very persistent and threw a bag of gold coins on the doctor's desk, which was more than enough. The gold convinced the doctor, and he agreed to go with the knight, not wanting to let so much money slip away. When he arrived on the scene, the doctor knew he was there for the money, but the Duke was also there, the monster he had always thought him to be. Duke Brad was charming, but the doctor had seen many rude men, and none could compare to the Duke. The child's uncle roared at the doctor to treat his niece immediately. He saw the girl's limp body and began to work, starting by taking her pulse. The others crowded around the old man like a dark cloud, making it difficult for him to concentrate. A knight warned him, "Watch your words." His diagnosis was pure overexhaustion, nothing more. Rose supported his claim, as she knew the princess inside and out. But Monica's supporters lost their cool when they saw her breathing only once every 3 seconds. The doctor didn't understand why they had dragged him here if they didn't believe his diagnosis. He didn't know what to make of her breathing. Brad interjected, "Why is the princess unconscious and covered in sweat? If she's not sick." Everyone chimed in. All children sleep soundly, but the Duke's own son had never been like this. He was sure the girl was sick. Brad made up his mind to find a real expert. He asked where the nearest big city was. Mike explained that George was nearby, but it was a long way. The Duke didn't seem to care and ordered them to set off immediately. The knight was stunned that his lord would suddenly change plans for the princess. He also thought Brad didn't realize how bad her condition was. Helen suggested pulling a doctor through a portal, and the Duke agreed. The magic girl rushed out the door to carry out the task, dragging the knight behind her. Helen took a step back and slammed her staff on the ground, and blue energy began to swirl around her. A portal opened instantly, releasing a strong gust of wind that blew a spoon off the table. The Duke caught the spoon in midair, preventing it from hitting the princess and making her condition worse. Brad leaned over the sick child and decided they would stay in the city for one more day. He told the knights to find a decent place to stay, one that was also befitting of the princess's status. Soon after, they checked into a local inn, and the room looked quite nice. Mike reported that this was the best place they could find, but Brad was too worried about the girl to care. She was sweating profusely, and the doctor said that healing magic wouldn't help. He explained that Monica was too young, and the magic could have an adverse effect on her. Brad ordered the room to be heated, and a second team of mages was working at full capacity. But it would take time, as the north wind was making things difficult. Rose sat in the corner, still crying that the princess was just asleep, not understanding why no one believed her. The fox Angela was also by its mistress's side, but knew the girl was not just sleeping. The knights began to whisper among themselves that both the nanny and the doctor said Monica was fine, so that should be the case. But Mike insisted on the Duke's orders, worried that the princess might really be sick. Meanwhile, Monica began to shiver from the fever, curling up into a ball for warmth. She had a dream where her mom and dad were right beside her, and Monica didn't want to return to reality. The girl was scared and started muttering in her sleep, so Brad quickly picked her up. Helen brought the most prestigious doctor, who was now crouching beside the girl. After a quick examination, Dr. Susie confirmed that the princess was just asleep. The doctor believed it was due to extreme fatigue, and the same thing could happen to adults. Because the princess was so young, the long journey had been hard on her. That's why she was exhausted. But in her previous life, Monica had a different experience, one that was hard to even imagine. But now, the Duke was convinced by the doctor's words and let her go. The knights cheered. The princess was healthy. They wanted to thank Helen for her efforts, but saw her faint again, so they caught her and carried her to the sofa. At night, when everyone was asleep, the Duke suddenly called a meeting and announced a change in his itinerary. First, because Monica was exhausted, he gave the knights a day off, which made them cheer. But Mike had an urgent report for the Duke about his student, Eddie, and Brad guessed the boy might be in trouble again. Eddie was the Duke's only student, and now there were rumors that the outer wall of the castle had been destroyed again during training. The damage this time was much more severe than the last, and it definitely wasn't caused by a storm. As he left, Brad ordered that the boy's abilities needed to be controlled through regular training. Then he told Mike to suspend all training until the Duke returned. Brad's eldest son, Matthew, was not at the castle, so now only the Duke himself could handle such power. Afterwards, the knights were free to leave and rest, for which they thanked the princess again. One guy was particularly happy. He had worked for the Duke for 10 years without a single day off. Another girl admitted she was sure the Duke and the princess were related by blood. Without a doubt, they also mentioned Monica's mother, who would have become a legend if she were still alive. In addition, they talked about the princess's beauty, comparing her to the Duke, and she was clearly superior. Then they began to imagine how stunning Monica would become when she grew up, the darling of the entire continent. Meanwhile, Brad approached the nanny and said she could go rest too. He would stay with the princess for a while. But Rose argued that she knew the Duke had been working just as hard all day and needed rest more. But the Duke was insistent, so the nanny asked him to take good care of the little princess. Rose noticed the change in Brad's eyes as he looked at the girl. She prayed it wasn't just her imagination and that maybe this was a good sign. The nanny left, and the Duke looked at the child, finding himself thinking again, is she really a prophet? He couldn't figure out how a small child could reveal the secret of slaying a dragon unless she was a prophet. The more he pondered, the more time passed. Brad wondered if Monica would hear him out. If she really was a prophet, the Duke would have to take her in for her own sake and for his student, Eddie. Somehow, the current emperor had seized the throne, killed everyone, yet let this child live. But no matter how he looked at it, taking her in was a risky move. Brad suspected that Eddie might pay the price for it, just like Sam did. But if Monica wasn't a prophet, then it would all be for nothing and would risk a showdown with the imperial family. The North was not yet ready to go to war with the emperor, but somehow this girl had become important to the Duke. The next morning, the child woke up, stretched like a cat, and then noticed the ceiling looked different. Monica was dizzy. Had she been reborn again or something? She started looking around the room, trying to figure things out. Then, the child heard the nanny's voice asking if she had slept well, asking if she was well rested. Rose explained that the princess had suddenly fallen asleep the night before, and the Duke had prepared room for her. The nanny also overheard that they were to set off after a simple breakfast, as they needed to reach the temple before it was too late. Monica then realized she had been sleeping in the carriage, and they had even stopped to let her sleep properly. The fox Angela had stayed by the princess's side without moving, as a sign of loyalty. As soon as they arrived, the little beast started begging for food, practically starving, but Monica didn't understand why the fox was so angry. She just felt it wasn't good to fall asleep at the dinner table and was now hungry because of it. The princess began to wonder why the others hadn't fed the little animal, as if they had completely forgotten about its existence. But that wasn't the case. It had simply refused the food they offered. It turned out that it wouldn't eat from the hands of commoners, and Angela didn't trust any of them, fearing someone might poison it. Despite this, the princess was sure that, unlike the fox, her retinue would never do anything to harm her. But the little animal hadn't forgotten that they had tried to set a trap to catch it, wanting to snatch it away to sell, or worse. Monica felt it was futile to argue with her little animal. It was time to feed it and herself properly. When the princess and her nanny walked into the dining room, the knights and supporters were already waiting there. Everyone pushed pastries and candies in front of her, all freshly baked, especially for the little princess. Monica accepted all the food, thinking that the nanny could finally relax and no longer have to sneak her snacks. The girl thanked everyone for their hospitality, and at that moment, she was practically an angel in their eyes. Then Brad joined them and noticed that everyone had been acting strangely since the morning. Monica's eyes lit up when she saw her uncle, but this time he just looked past the little girl. The Duke turned to Mike and ordered him to prepare breakfast, as he would be dining with the princess. The others felt a little sad, but were secretly happy that they could have breakfast together. Before leaving, Brad ordered everyone to store their gifts in the carriage's cargo hold. Some knights thought this arrangement was too extravagant, but if it were the Duke, he would do the same, so there was nothing to say. Soon, a table laden with sumptuous dishes was set, and Brad, Monica, and her little fox feasted on a variety of delicacies. The Duke also suggested that the princess go for a walk in town after breakfast and visit the toy shop. Hearing this, the girl ate even faster, leaving her nanny speechless. Soon, Brad was holding the princess in his arms, and she wondered why there were so many attendants for a simple walk. They also stopped by a flower shop. The girl loved the fragrance there. Then they went to the toy store, where the staff played with the girl while accompanying her on her walk. Monica noticed something and began to beg her nanny to buy it for her. The girl had found a knight's helmet. It was so beautiful that it gave the princess a strange sense of familiarity. Rose was confused as to why her little mistress wanted that thing, but the princess had her own reasons. In her second life, shortly before she was arrested, a soldier had thrown a helmet directly onto her head. Monica didn't understand the point of it at the time, as she wasn't going to be stoned to death anyway. But that helmet also reminded her of the one in the Emperor's office, so the princess wanted to buy it. A fox jumped up to Monica, examining it curiously, and asked her to lift it up. Ange looked at the helmet, scratching its head, unable to figure out why a little girl would need such a thing, even though it didn't look ordinary. The princess said the same thing to Rose again, insisting that she wanted to buy this helmet to wear on her head. Sir Jack heard all this and turned to Hillary, asking if she wanted a helmet too. But Hillary didn't think it was wise to imitate the princess and told Jack to stop fooling around. Mike expressed his unease to the Duke. This helmet belonged to the former Duchess. Brad knew the situation. He had checked the bloodline, and there were no lies. That's why Monica had chosen this particular helmet out of all the others. The helmet, engraved with a silver dragon, was Samantha's signature item. The Duke walked over to the little one, and she made the same request to him. Whether he would agree depended entirely on her answer. Brad asked her why she chose that helmet, but the princess couldn't reveal it. The secret about her past life. She made up on the spot that the helmet just appealed to her, so she wanted it. Afterwards, the Duke recalled his youth when he trained with his sister, and she always wore that helmet. Both were working hard on their swordsmanship, but Samantha was still faster than her brother, disarming him again. Brad leaned against a tree and told his sister to take a break. The training had been going on for hours, but she just teased him, saying he was too weak to beat her in a real fight. Then she noticed Brad's helmet again and asked him why he brought it. He considered it precious, a gift from his father, but his sister suspected it was useless since he had no skill. But Brad thought Samantha was just jealous and offered to share, since she only had a plain helmet anyway. But she liked her protective helmet. It had always appealed to her. Samantha was sure that her dear little brother would feel it too one day. Brad's thoughts were interrupted by his niece's voice, again asking to buy the helmet. Then they went to a pastry shop, and the girl thought the place was simply wonderful. The owner was very friendly, and Monica wanted a pastry with strawberries, chocolate, and grapes. Rose wasn't sure if her little mistress could eat that much and suggested choosing only two. But Brad interjected, telling Monica to choose whatever she wanted. He had promised her, and now he was ready to buy the whole shop. The Duke's men paid for everything and told the owner which pastries to pack specifically. The princess was overjoyed to get all the treats, and the owner was also happy with the big sale. Seeing the large pile of cash, he guessed the Duke must be the heir to some large company. While Monica was happy that her uncle kept his promise, the fox reminded her to focus on winning the Duke's favor. This was their last stop before heading to the temple, and the princess needed to charm her uncle as soon as possible. The girl picked up a piece of pastry, walked leisurely over to Brad, and offered to share it with him. The fox doubted whether feeding him pastry would win the Duke's favor. But Monica didn't give up. She brought a spoonful of the dessert to his mouth. Brad wrinkled his face as if forced to eat something disgusting, then threw the plate to the ground. The knights were stunned by his action, and the princess was heartbroken that her uncle had thrown the cake away like trash. She just wanted to treat him to something nice and leave a good impression. To the others, it seemed the Duke had thrown the plate on purpose. This showed he was rejecting her kindness, and his action was not an accident. Sir Jack lunged for the broken pieces, determined to eat them, but the others didn't understand why he was shouting that it was a share and he would eat it before someone else took his fork. Meanwhile, the Duke handed the teary-eyed princess to her nanny. She understood he might not like cake, but he could have just refused directly. Monica tried her best not to cry, so her uncle wouldn't think she was pitiful. Mike thought the Duke's behavior was a betrayal, but on the other hand, he believed the guy had just lost his grip. Brad went to the owner and asked him to bake another super expensive fig cake, but the bakery only made one a day, and the man in the hat could do nothing about it. Rose told the princess to go back to her room, and she would make the fig cake herself. Meanwhile, in the knight's room, everyone noticed Helen was missing, even though there was a lot to check before departure. Meanwhile, the girl already had a plan and was walking on the tiled pavement. She appeared at the bakery and threw a bag of gold at the owner. To get what she wanted, she needed a fig cake, but he was out of figs. For Helen, this was not a problem. A second later, a decent pile of figs appeared on the counter, and the chef had no choice but to take the order. Then, the magic girl yelled at him to hurry up, as there were now more than enough ingredients. Meanwhile, Brad was in another corner of the shop, glad he hadn't run into Helen. The Duke slipped outside quietly, determined to enjoy the crisp night sky he loved. He remembered the sad look on his niece's face as she clung to her nanny, and he wanted to compensate her in some way. Instead of getting the cake, Brad decided to get the helmet he had left at the shop for the girl. Then he suddenly thought, why did he need this, knowing it wasn't because he cared about the princess? As the Duke looked at the helmet himself, old memories and his sister flooded his mind. Then Brad realized the princess looked like Samantha. That's why he had been acting so strangely, showing all those meaningless emotions. Later, Monica sat on her nanny's lap, who explained that they were leaving soon and the little one could sleep a bit more. A cool breeze blew in from the window, carrying the sound of distant horses. Memories suddenly flooded the princess's mind. For a moment, she felt like she was back in her previous life, when the nanny thought Monica would be fine without her. Rose and the princess were separated by guards in armor, and the girl knew the nanny had tried to escape from her, because at that time, the only thing on everyone's mind was how to escape before sunrise. The nanny had also fled at first, but they caught her and sentenced her to death. Monica suddenly burst into tears, and Rose didn't understand what had happened this time. The princess was worried her nanny would try to run away again, but the nanny swore she would never do that. They decided to leave earlier than planned, so they moved as quietly as possible so as not to wake the girl. Monica realized she was safe for now, and before falling asleep again, she pleaded with her nanny not to leave her. But the nanny couldn't do that. She swore she would always stay by the child's side. Rose carried the princess toward the carriage, and the moment she saw the cake, the girl was wide awake. The girl couldn't believe her eyes. It was a whole fig cake, just the kind she liked. Meanwhile, Helen was beaming. The princess was smiling again, and she didn't even mind having exhausted herself searching for the figs. Monica wanted to meet the magic girl too, and she asked the knight and the nanny to bring her in. Then, the princess noticed her uncle walking by without even a glance at her. The girl thought Brad was still angry about yesterday, but hey, wasn't she the one who should be angry? But Monica mustered her courage and took the first step toward reconciliation. Then, the night Mike appeared with a message from the Duke. From now on, she had to travel alone. The princess had no idea about her uncle's disappearance, and the knight explained the situation to her. There was a change of plans. The Duke and his men had left ahead to deal with the dragon without taking her. It hurt her that her uncle didn't say goodbye before leaving her behind. Maybe he was just tired of taking care of her and had ditched her. The thought of the rejected cake was now just a minor annoyance. Regardless, Monica wanted to make up with her uncle and go north with him, but now she might miss her chance. Still, the princess had top-tier knights by her side, ready to protect her with their lives. But Monica still thought her uncle was just pretending to be nice to maintain the royal family's image. The princess's thoughts were in a jumble, and she couldn't stop imagining the worst-case scenario, though she prayed she was wrong. But every plan she came up with backfired, and she didn't know why. She just wanted to save the Duke, which was why she blurted out that the Emperor knew about the dragon's submission and that things could get ugly. She even answered all the questions about the roster, but it was no use. Monica felt she should just leave him be. He didn't save her last time, and now this royal family would definitely not be on her side. But the problem was, after the blessing at the temple, she had to return to that family. The girl's fear was real, so the fox promised it would have her back if things went south. No need to panic. Monica was glad her little divine beast said it would stay with her. She was tired of everyone abandoning her. Meanwhile, the Duke had ridden far away, and Greg noticed he was very worried about the princess. Brad glanced at the knight. "You seem like the type to get caught up in emotions," he asked. Greg snorted dismissively. "Not at all," he said, even though all he wanted was to stay with the princess a little longer. Meanwhile, the Duke reached into his pocket and took out the candy Monica had slipped him earlier. Greg's thoughts were pulled back. The reason the Duke was acting so serious was because he had to leave his niece behind. Then, the knight remembered the Duke's choked-up voice the first time he truly cared for someone. The other knights had the same thought. They had only come along because they drew the long straws. But Brad knew he had to keep his emotions in check. The dragon spike was no pushover. Meanwhile, the princess's carriage continued on, and Monica planned to share her last few pieces of candy with her nanny. She thought that if she stayed with the royal family, sugary treats would be forbidden, so she handed the candy to Rose. The princess had already witnessed her future knights constantly harassing her. 3 days passed, and they were almost at the temple. Mike was impressed that she could now handle the long journey like a pro, but then she suddenly burst into tears, and the knight understood it was because of the parting. Helen was also upset, but she promised the child she would return once the dragon was subdued. She also swore to bring a giant fig cake on her way back. But the princess just couldn't shake the thought that her uncle had abandoned her just like last time. In her eyes, he was a terrible person. Still, Monica held no grudges. The time they spent together had made her happy. She would remember it all forever, especially the pinky promise they made. After a brief stop, they were about to get back on the road when Jack and Helen spotted something. A carriage was heading toward them, and the knights immediately prepared to defend. A sharp-eyed man rode behind the carriage, which bore the flag of the royal crest. The knights demanded to know who he was and ordered everyone to prepare for a fight to the death. Albert, the commander of the royal knights, rode toward them. Mike introduced himself as the one sent by Duke Willow to protect the princess, but Albert was under orders to take Monica himself. His mission was to place her under his protection. In her past life, this commander had tormented the princess more than anyone. She didn't understand why he was showing up now. There was another commander in charge of overseeing the dragon's subjugation and leading the war. Albert handled the dirty work, leading the Emperor's hounds, those who operated under the cover of the royal family. Now, this notorious hound had come to drag the princess back to the palace. Meanwhile, Mike tried to reason with Albert, as he also planned to take Monica to the palace. But under Duke Willow's orders, the knight had to take the princess to the temple first and demanded they step aside. Mike, who had the nickname the Smiling Devil, gave the commander a veiled threat that he would never let Monica go. Albert argued that the Duke's order was no more important than the Emperor's and did not back down. The girl worried she would be tormented by them again for trying to get close to her uncle, but she refused to fall into their hands. Albert kept warning that this could provoke a conflict with the royal family. Albert gave the knights one last chance to back down, or he would call it a rebellion. Then Mike suddenly told Albert to take the carriage, suggesting it was a misunderstanding. He also mentioned that the carriage was enchanted with magic to keep the princess comfortable. He hoped the carriage could stay with her for the girl's comfort, and Albert agreed to the knight's suggestion. Mike had a bad feeling, but there was nothing he could do but pray for the Duke to show up. The knight noticed the princess looked like she was about to cry, which made his heart ache too. Then Helen and Jack started to object, saying they couldn't just hand the girl over and that the commander seemed very suspicious to them. They even offered to follow him, but Mike told them to stop. The knight reminded the team of the Duke's order: do not cause trouble with the royal family. Their mission was to take down the dragon. Then he thought he would go and meet up with Brad and started thinking about how to report what had happened. Meanwhile, Monica read in the chat that the knights promised to come back for the princess right after taking down the dragon. Helen was the biggest troublemaker, dead set on finding the girl no matter what, and she was ready to tear the knights to shreds. Monica began to review their memories one by one, like Jack and Greg, who were both softies, then Hillary, who always praised the girl's appearance, and the mage Roger, who was like a grandfather to the princess. There was also Helen and the others, as every one of them had promised Monica they would meet again, though it might not happen now. The number of people in the chat window kept decreasing until only 2 remained. One of them was Mike, who begged the princess to forgive him for failing to protect her and was ready to accept any punishment. In the end, only one person was left, and Monica started to cry as the nanny tried to comfort her. A short while later, the carriage stopped because the princess's crying wouldn't cease, and Albert decided to find out what was happening. The commander thought that if the girl couldn't even handle a normal carriage ride, she didn't deserve the title of princess. Rose started to object, as Monica was still a very young child, not even 4 years old yet. But Albert told her to shut up, or she would be in trouble and lose her tongue. Then, the commander grabbed the girl by the collar and yanked her out of the carriage, telling her to ride a horse from now on. Caught in his grip, Monica struggled to breathe, while the fox was about to use its magic to protect its master. In an instant, memories of her past life flooded the princess's mind, memories of when she was tormented as well. She was truly scared, praying for someone to help her and her nanny. Save them. Suddenly, Albert saw a fist appear before him, and the next thing he knew, he was on the ground with the others. Uncle Brad had come to the princess's rescue again. He freed the little girl and then swept her into his arms. When Monica opened her eyes and saw her uncle, she was almost surprised. He just apologized for being late. A troop of knights stood by his side, and the girl couldn't believe that so many people were willing to come and help her in this life. Commander Albert asked what the Duke was doing there, and the Duke just responded with fury. In Brad's eyes, Albert and his men had 2 lives to spare for daring to treat the princess this way. The commander didn't back down, viewing any interference in the emperor's affairs as a declaration of war. The Duke didn't object, but he wanted to teach them some manners first. The knights agreed. Each of them immediately picked an opponent, ready to teach them a lesson as if scolding naughty puppies. Albert knew that Willow's knights and mages were the best in the business, and if they lost here, it wouldn't just be them who would suffer. The commander told Brad he would report this to the emperor, but the Duke wasn't scared. The commander prepared to retreat this time, but he assured the princess they would meet again soon. He told Brad to take good care of their princess, which really annoyed the Duke. Albert had better not call the girl theirs, unless he wanted to lose his tongue. The commander's group retreated, and the knights were actually annoyed. They really wanted to take those guys down. At that moment, Monica asked if her uncle was leaving again, but he didn't know why he would. The princess confessed that she cried a lot when the Duke left her. Then Brad handed the girl a candy and added, "I didn't leave you, I just want to get some snacks." The knights could barely hold back their laughter. The princess was overjoyed with the fig candy. Monica realized her uncle wasn't planning to leave, but the sting of that farewell still bothered her. She didn't understand why they had come back, but she was ecstatic like a child. The princess woke up, opened her eyes to the sky, and then she realized her uncle was back. And it wasn't a dream. The fox was thrilled. Its master had finally blinked, and it thought she must have fainted. The princess found out that while she was out for 3 hours, the others had arrived at the temple. The knights noticed Monica curled up like a question mark and thought she was cold, but that was impossible. The climate control in the temple area was always stable. They figured it was Albert and his men who had made her nervous and began to plot their sweet revenge. Helen was already planning to use magic to track the bastards and bombard them with meteors. Call it divine punishment. It was time to go to the temple, but only a few could enter. They wrapped the princess in Helen's blanket, which the fox now saw as just a messy ball of yarn. Monica asked her uncle what this place was, and he said it was the temple. But in her past life, she had been here countless times. She came to this place so often that it now truly disgusted her. The Duke, holding the girl, approached the temple servants, who began to greet them like old friends. She also greatly praised Brad for bringing the princess here. Meanwhile, the Duke noticed the priests were nowhere to be seen. He was supposed to meet them upon their arrival, the priests, the big shots in charge here. The temple servant said the priest had received an urgent summons and had to leave. The princess couldn't understand how this was possible, especially since she needed his blessing. As if reading the girl's mind, the Duke asked the attendants the same question in a voice with a clear, sharp edge. An attendant suggested that other local priests could perform the ceremony and would do just as good a job. But Brad still didn't understand how the priests could leave the temple when a member of the royal family arrived. The attendant tried to clarify that the Duke had misheard her. No one was laughing at them. Then, High Priest Harris came forward to take the place of the missing priest. Monica remembered him as a reliable figure respected by his peers. He was also the first priest to be killed when the others turned to Theodore's side. Harris apologized for the priest's absence, saying it was an urgent matter, but this did not appease the Duke. The priest then requested to speak with Brad alone, signaling the knights to step aside. Harris explained that for the first time in 1,000 years, the priest had heard the voice of God calling for its servant. Monica blinked. She had never heard of this in her past life, though she was a child then and might have forgotten. But seeing the Duke's face, she could tell he understood and was no longer alarmed. The priest announced they would begin the blessing ceremony and instructed the others to prepare. Before the ceremony began, Brad handed the girl to an attendant, who took her to a side chamber with a fountain. Monica felt out of place, but she was happy that despite everything, her uncle had come all this way to see her. Meanwhile, Harris scooped some water from the fountain, dotted it on the princess's forehead, and then told her to open her eyes. The moment she did, a golden light shone above her head, and the entire temple was instantly illuminated. In her second life, Monica had seen the same light. It meant she had received the blessing. Afterward, the princess was returned to the Duke, and in his arms, she immediately felt much more at ease. Next time, Harris suggested that Brad should accompany Monica to the temple for the ceremony again, but the Duke said they could just bring the northern priests here next time and hold the ceremony there. The princess couldn't believe her uncle would say something like that, but they had already left the temple. Outside, Monica saw a statue. It was the very goddess who had reincarnated her. The fox couldn't comprehend that its master had met the goddess of fate in person. It thought it was amazing, but Monica didn't remember anything good about that meeting. The goddess had promised her a wonderful family, but that hadn't exactly come true. Nevertheless, the Duke's words lingered in her mind. She wondered if she was really going to live with the royal family now. That time Monica had called him my lord, which had caught him off guard, but she wasn't going to rely on someone who would just leave her again. The Duke made it clear that he was her uncle, they were family, and she should live with her family. Brad was ready to take the princess to his duchy, and Monica couldn't believe it was true. It wasn't a dream. Just then Mike came over. He had urgent business with the Duke, and Brad led him aside. The knight first asked if Willow really intended to bring the princess into his family, because if so, there was a real risk of an all-out war. But the Duke didn't back down. If it came to that, he would pay the price. As they talked, Monica nibbled on a cookie, surrounded by her nanny and the knights, but she wanted to join their conversation. She asked to eavesdrop, and the fox whispered, "This is your chance to scare your uncle." Then Angela's paw pressed on the princess's leg, and a golden light shone around her. The fox had made Monica invisible for 15 seconds, enough for her to hear everything. Getting closer, she heard the words, "all-out war," and that the Duke was prepared to bear the full cost alone. Brad added that the princess was a prophet and that he thought Eddie was her choice. This made Monica realize that she was just a pawn in the Duke's game for the throne. But the moment she stumbled, the invisibility wore off, and the game was up. Mike was shocked by the princess's sudden appearance, but the Duke just picked her up. Brad was curious why she was crying again, and Monica held up a crumb-covered cookie. Mike was ready to eat whatever she had left, while Monica beamed, knowing she would still be part of the team. But seeing the look on her uncle's face, Monica no longer wanted to know what he was thinking. A moment later, the Duke received a magical message that made him furious. Mike asked what was wrong and learned that Spike's submission had been postponed and that they would restore his rights. The knights became wary, because if the dragon's social status was restored, the family would be in serious trouble. The royal family had launched another manhunt to capture and subdue him, but it was proving to be tricky. Brad ordered the knights to return, and later the princess asked if her uncle would be heading north. When he nodded, the girl was happy, despite her disappointment in her uncle today. But she would continue to wait for the day he would love her with all his heart. For now, she had to focus on the journey. As the squad of knights marched, they hummed about how lovely it was that the princess was riding with them. The knights believed that even a cannibal would flee at the sight of Monica's smile. This girl could steal hearts with just a cute wink and a beautiful gaze. The knights sang for so long that the Duke got tired of listening, but Mike explained they were just in high spirits. However, amidst all this noise, the princess slept soundly, so soundly that Brad was a little envious of her. But this time, the girl had a nightmare, seeing sad scenes from her past life again. Opening her eyes, Monica saw a hand reaching for her, just like in her nightmare. But in reality, Uncle Brad was just adjusting a strand of hair on her face so it wouldn't block her eyes. At that moment, the girl still flinched instinctively, thinking he might hit her again like in her past life. The man on the throne was already waiting impatiently for the princess's appearance. More time passed, and the Duke's carriage approached Willow's territory. Once they crossed the border, the magic of the north would begin. Monica thought they meant snow and cold, which she found magical. As the temperature dropped, Monica sneezed, and Helen immediately conjured a blanket for her. The girl immediately felt much warmer, as if there was underfloor heating in the carriage. She relaxed a bit, but Uncle Brad hadn't said a word since the princess flinched at his touch. She hoped the memories of the royal family would gradually fade, but she still had to be careful. If the Duke thought Monica was afraid of him, he would dismiss her as useless. To seem less suspicious, the princess decided to act more like a child. She also planned to slowly feed him information. To maintain her usefulness, Monica intended to keep this up until they lived together in the north. At the next stop, the princess wanted to stretch her legs, but wrapped in that blanket, she looked like a turtle to Uncle Brad. It was freezing outside, and she couldn't believe how quickly the temperature had dropped. Monica was surprised her nanny wasn't bothered by the cold. It turned out Grandma Rose was from the north. They dressed the princess in a fur coat and wrapped her in a scarf, making her look like a turtle now. The girl also noticed she couldn't move her lips, so the nanny pulled the scarf down a little. Brad told his niece she had to endure it if she didn't want to get sick and cause trouble for everyone. Only the fox laughed openly, saying it had never seen its master look so ridiculous. Later, they were on the road again, first planning to stop at a small town on the edge of the Willow territory. After a while, the princess saw a high wall with a crest and a huge gate. The people of the town cheered for the Duke's return, while the little princess looked around curiously. There was snow everywhere outside. Winter was reluctant to leave, making this the place where spring stayed for the shortest time. But even though the Empire called it the North, the place looked very lively. Everyone here was tall, just like Monica's mom, so she figured that's why she resembled her dad. Soon, the carriage approached the Duke's estate, and they were all ready to welcome Brad Willow. But when they saw the princess, the people were taken aback, thinking she was just a useless burden. They felt that even as the daughter of the former Duke, she was of no benefit to the North. Nevertheless, the Duke and his niece were prepared to stay here for a few days. After that, they had to head to the main residence in the capital. In the carriage, the fox noticed people whispering about its master, but the girl hadn't heard a word. So Angela tapped Monica's ear with its paw, and suddenly, she could hear every word for a minute. People were whispering, not believing it was the princess. They thought she had died in the coup. Not only was she not imprisoned, but she also returned to the north, which was an ominous sign. The fox was furious and ready to burn them all, but Monica stopped her. So Angela told the girl that as long as you ask, the fox can always get something delicious. Angela got so much food that she could even easily feed her master. Soon after, they entered the castle and were greeted by the steward, Christian Terran. The girl was still trembling in her uncle's arms, which even made her feel a little embarrassed. Brad immediately took charge of the situation. First, they needed a good meal after the long journey. Soon, they were seated at a lavish table, and the fox asked its master for the biggest piece of meat. Meanwhile, the chat window started getting spammed with messages about new members joining. Monica grew impatient and tried to disable it, but a confirmation pop-up appeared immediately. After the princess approved, the notifications were turned off for 30 minutes, and she decided to enjoy her fine meal. Monica found a piece of raspberry cake topped with huge berries from a special northern variety. The Duke noticed that the princess was very fond of raspberries and ordered all available berries to be brought to her. Christian tried to argue that the berries were meant for Brad, but the Duke simply repeated his order. These were special berries that even an ordinary noble could not taste, no matter how long they waited, up to 3 years. The steward was surprised that the Duke gave up the raspberries so easily, considering she was no ordinary girl. Monica was the sole surviving, unfortunate member of the imperial family. Soon, the berries were placed before the princess, and she couldn't be more grateful to her uncle. Brad noticed how quickly the plate was emptying and asked her why she didn't say earlier that she was starving. She even blushed a little and promised to eat a little less, just so her uncle wouldn't dislike her. But Brad wasn't talking about that at all. He just wanted the girl to eat more slowly, or she might get a stomachache. After the meal, they took Monica to her room, which looked extremely luxurious and had an incredibly soft bed. The girl couldn't believe how soft the mattress was. It was like sleeping on a cloud. She recalled all the happy moments from her journey and wished time could pause for a second. The princess truly wished that there were only good people in this world. With these thoughts, she fell asleep. Meanwhile, Greg called a meeting, but the Duke didn't know why he needed one. So, the crowd began to ask Brad why he brought the princess back, as they were clearly concerned about it. They were also worried that the Duke had gone so far as to destroy nature and leave his home to conquer Spike, only to return empty-handed. Brad remembered hearing his subjects whisper behind his back, but now, those words were not the only thing that angered him. He was also angry that the Emperor might have already known about their plan to conquer Spike. This meant there was definitely a traitor among his men, and possibly more than one. Mike stepped forward and said they could take Spike at any time, and the others in the hall began to argue with him. But the knight added that the princess's presence was just as important because it affected their relationship with the imperial family. The Duke added that his niece might also be a prophet, which shocked everyone else. No one in the north would forget the greatness of the prophets, but Brad also said it was just a guess. Then someone suggested sending the princess back to the empty castle and keeping a close watch on the situation, as it could be dangerous. But the Duke slammed his fist on the table and shouted that Monica was family, the heir of the North's hero and pride, Samantha Willow. Brad also demanded they give him one reason why he shouldn't protect the heir of the Willow family. Besides, the Duke was afraid to send his niece to the imperial family, but even in the current relative peace, he would not regret his decision. No one dared to challenge this brave warrior and the best swordsman of the North, especially those who remembered the Duke from a few years ago, when he was a tyrant and a mad dog. Then Brad threatened that if anyone dared to say a bad word about the princess, he would take it as a personal insult. Meanwhile, Monica opened her eyes in bed, having no idea where she was. Refrigerator-sized figs and cakes were flying around her, and then all the pastries flew off in a certain direction. The girl chased after them and saw the cake fall into the hands of a child. Even as she flew closer, Monica couldn't see who the child was. His face remained blurry. Then the child swallowed the entire cake in one bite, as if gulping it down whole. The princess was terrified. The boy noticed Monica and started running towards her, and just then, the little girl woke up from a terrible nightmare. She tried to figure out what the dream meant, but had no clue. The room was calm, but very dark, as if a ghost could pop out at any moment. Then the girl noticed a glowing, human-shaped patch on the wall next to the clock. The princess thought it was a real ghost and was terrified. She screamed and dove under the blankets. The next morning, the nanny was the first to check on her, asking how the girl slept. But Rose suddenly noticed the girl's face was all swollen and started asking what had happened. Sobbing, Monica blurted out that she had seen a real ghost come for her last night. Just then, Brad and Mike walked in, but they knew at once it was just a nightmare. But the princess didn't believe it at all. What she had experienced was more than just a dream, not even a nightmare. The child even woke up Angela to prove that there was really a ghost in the bedroom. After all, the fox was a messenger of the gods. She should have been able to sense the ghost's strange energy. But even with its insane power, the little beast saw nothing and confirmed it was just a dream. The nanny suddenly approached the child, startling her, and Rose swore to catch all the ghosts here. Then Brad came in and asked what ghosts they were talking about, and Monica told him the whole story. The Duke looked confused, then joked that if the princess was afraid of ghosts, she probably wouldn't have touched the raspberry cake. When she saw the dessert, the girl immediately changed her stance and told everyone it was just a dream. Watching Monica eat greedily, Brad suddenly noticed another resemblance she had to his sister. Later, Mike suggested that the princess was having nightmares because she had no peers around her. But the Duke didn't understand what the knight meant and asked him to elaborate. Anyway, because of the bad weather, Brad could only stay in his residence. So Mike decided to assign another child of the same age to the princess, so she wouldn't be so bored. The Duke thought of his sons, but none of them were around, and Eddie was studying abroad. So the knight offered to invite a child of the subject, who also needed a friend of the same age. Mike chose a child from the Clark family, and Brad approved the choice. Knowing their reputation, the next afternoon, the knight came to the princess's room where she was drawing. He greeted the child as usual, and Rose asked why he had appeared. Then the knight called in a boy named Trevor to pay his respects to the princess. The boy explained to Monica that her uncle was worried she would be lonely, so he had invited him to be her friend. Mike added that all of the Duke's children were out of town, so he had chosen the smartest and most polite boy. Rose was very excited by the news, but the girl thought it would be more fun to be with the princes. After the introduction, the knight left them to get to know each other better and perhaps become friends. The princess began to study her new friend closely, finding his face strangely familiar. The nanny decided to get some cookies and drinks to celebrate the new companion, but then the girl remembered that in her past life, she had only known him as an older man, and she screamed for the nanny to stay. In her past life, the Clark family had betrayed the North, and their family had also helped murder Monica's uncle. Once Trevor took control of all the power in the North, he trafficked people and raped women. Even the imperial family, mocked by a low-ranking noble, could do nothing. Now, Trevor stood before the princess, ready to teach her everything she needed as she was still a child. But Monica just remained silent, her mind racing with terrible memories from her past life. 30 minutes later, the knight Mike was sitting in the study, tapping his fingers on the table, waiting for the late Duke. Then a maid rushed in, pale-faced, and announced that they were in big trouble. Mike immediately thought something had happened to the princess and dashed towards her chambers. As he rushed over, he found several maids peeking into the princess's room, too scared to go in. A child's cry came from inside, and Mike's heart sank. Something had happened to Monica. But when he looked through the crack in the door, he saw Monica arguing with Trevor, who was being attacked by birds. Then, Monica suddenly bit Trevor's arm, her bite like a viper's. Earlier, Trevor had cornered the girl, taunting her as the curse of the castle, an ominous sign in the empty halls. He even claimed the Duke had taken pity on her, brought her here, and then abandoned her, and now Trevor would play the role of caretaker. Monica remembered the Trevor from her past life as a chatterbox, but she still couldn't believe this child could be so unbearable. Meanwhile, Angela confronted the princess, demanding to know why she was just staying silent and doing nothing. Then Monica exploded. She was no longer that weak girl. She had a backbone now. When Trevor reached out to touch her forehead, she pushed his hand away and hissed, "Don't touch me with your filthy hands." But Trevor just smirked and said, "It seems the princess isn't as sweet as I thought." Monica wasn't going to let it go. She was going to make that kid rethink his entire attitude. She was just a child, yet she charged at Trevor with a clenched fist and landed a solid punch on his nose. Trevor still refused to admit his mistake, arguing that Monica was angry at him because he treated her like a pretty little doll. Before he could finish his rant, the princess lunged again, and the fox decided to double the chaos. Angela helped Monica summon all the animals in the area, and the girl immediately ordered them to swarm Trevor. The princess felt a little relieved, realizing she should have done this from the start. The fox tugged at her and whispered that they should keep going to really teach that bastard a lesson. Monica agreed. Trevor had no right to put his hands where they didn't belong, and she bit his finger to prove it. As the servant's screams echoed through the hall, Mike burst onto the scene, and the princess immediately took a step back. Trevor just kept laughing, saying the rumors about Monica were true, and rashly declared he would make her his personal toy. The princess didn't know what to do. She couldn't let her uncle find out she had bitten the son of an important subject. The girl panicked, thinking the Duke would cast her out of the family again. Her worst fears were coming true. In her past life, Trevor's connections had always let him get away with his filthiest deeds. But not this time. She had had enough. As the boy complained about being bitten and pecked by birds, Monica shouted that Trevor had tried to hit her. Rose immediately checked on the girl, while Monica spun the story even further. Mike stood before the boy and began to question him if what the princess said was true. The boy suddenly fell silent. Just then, Trevor's father appeared, and seeing the bloody wound on his son's hand, he flew into a rage. Mike reported that he had already sent for a doctor, but he tried to argue that the princess was not at fault. But the boy's father, Robert Clark, didn't believe his son, who had already earned several medals, would strike first. He also thought the knight was just making excuses for the princess, which made him very angry. However, Mike had direct orders from the Duke to protect the princess with all his might. Monica was surprised that the knight would stand up for her in such a mess. Robert still didn't know that the Duke had taken the unfortunate girl under his wing. He asked when he could see him in person. Brad was supposed to be in his office now, but he went to his niece's place first. The Duke noticed something was wrong. Robert was the first to interject, claiming the princess had bitten his son. The boy's father was terrified, afraid his son would lose a hand. Trevor pretended to be in great pain. Brad turned to the children and asked how much of what Robert said was true. Monica decided to confess. She admitted she had completely messed up, but the Duke didn't look at her. He turned to Trevor and repeated his question about what had really happened. Robert tried to interject again, but Brad pointed to the red mark on the princess's forehead. The boy's father started to recall everything their family had done for the North, but the Duke felt he was talking too much. For Brad, the most important thing now was that his niece had been injured in this chaos. The Duke challenged anyone who dared to question this to step forward, but everyone stayed put. A servant came in and announced that the doctor had arrived, and the doctor immediately went to check the boy's hand. Brad coldly stopped him and ordered the doctor to treat the princess first. First, he kicked everyone else out, even the nurse, and Robert barely caught his son, who was about to fall. After the examination, Brad picked up the princess and asked her how she felt. She pointed to the bandage on her forehead, admitted it hurt, and then noticed her uncle's expression. He thought that the scoundrel who caused so much trouble should have been killed on the spot. The princess was startled and quickly said it didn't hurt at all, which calmed Brad down. He patted her on the head and told her not to tolerate anyone touching her ever again, and to always tell him. When Uncle Brad called her family again, Monica nearly melted and hugged him tightly. The knights were laughing at the look on Lord Clark's face now, finding it amusing to make fun of him. They kept praising the princess's composure and how she handled the situation with poise. But when the knights noticed the birds there, they were confused and thought Monica had magic too. Everyone started asking if Helen sensed any magic, but she actually sensed something divine. Later, at the next meeting, Mike asked the Duke when he planned to return to their main objective. The knight was referring to the tradition of the princess's gifting ceremony. Therefore, the Duke agreed to hold this traditional event, as Monica had just arrived in the north. Then he thought for a moment and decided to hold a grand party instead, as the princess was tired from her journey. Besides, Brad wanted to exclude any noble families who held a grudge against the princess. As for the party, the Duke set it for the next weekend and told everyone to get ready. A week later, Rose explained to the princess that everyone was coming to greet her today. The girl knew nothing about the festivals of the North and was eager to learn more. She was worried they would hang her upside down or do something even worse. Then the nanny brought out a beautiful dress for the little princess to try on. Monica immediately looked gorgeous, and while admiring herself, she saw her uncle and Mike. She rushed over and twirled in front of them. Seeing her in the new dress, Brad took one look and then called for the seamstress, Sarah, asking her to make a beautiful hair bow as well. The girl charged the full price for the fabric the Duke picked, but promised to get the job done. Sarah found it a bit strange, as this man had never cared about fashion before. There were many colors of fabric in the magazine, and the Duke growled an order for 2 pairs of each color. By Friday, the seamstress wasn't sure if she could finish on time, but she assured Brad she would. The new bow was soon on the princess's head, and the Duke ordered the head of the wardrobe to be summoned. He scribbled something on a piece of paper and told Mike to give the entire list to the stylist. The knight was even a little surprised. The list had a ton of things: corsets, tiaras, you name it. On the day of the festival, the palace was packed with guests, mainly the Duke's elite knights and mages. They all gathered at tables in the courtyard, and soon, Brad Willow came out, holding the princess. The guests froze in shock, and Monica thought it was a silent party. Everything was dead silent, but then the crowd erupted in cheers, hailing her with the most wonderful wishes anyone could think of. She checked the chat window and saw her streamer level had just been promoted to Baroness. As a reward, on top of all the other gifts, she received a bit of unexpected good luck. The last time Monica got good luck, she got the fox Angela, so she was curious about what she would get this time. The crowd grew even more excited, and everyone was shouting for the girl to wave to them. Meanwhile, Mike noticed that Monica knew nothing about the party and started questioning Rose about why she hadn't said a word. The nanny began to apologize, saying she was so focused on the princess's outfit that she completely forgot about it. The princess overheard their conversation and became curious about this festival they all loved so much. So the knight briefly explained the festival to the girl, starting from ancient times when the North was a remote and empty place. Therefore, a visit from any outsider was a big event, so they always prepared gifts for their guests. And the group whose gift was most liked by the guest got to spend a special evening with them. This tradition eventually became known as the Gifting Festival and has continued to this day. The festival was more for the Northerners themselves, as it was very difficult to reach them, so they were happy about any visitor. Today, the princess noticed that even those who had recently been full of anger towards her suddenly melted after the first toast. Monica asked if she could choose the guest and was given approval. So many gifts were brought that the girl was overwhelmed at first, but everyone wanted to give her their best. The princess walked to the first team, which consisted only of knights who thought Monica was the best. The second team was all mages, whose motto was that magic rules the world. The third team was a makeshift group of all the servants, known as the Forsaken. As the girl looked over everyone, Mike announced that the festival had officially begun. Then the princess saw the last team's gift, a huge pile of bows on the table. At the very top was the most beautiful bow, with a black diamond in the center, known to be the most expensive there. Everyone knew that only the Duke could present such a gift. Only he was rich enough. Monica was completely stunned, and not just because of that. In her past life, she had never even attended a celebration held for her. She always showed up at events in tattered clothes, and all anyone did was laugh at her. They even promised to let her keep only the crown as her funeral attire. All she had ever dreamed of was to appear at a ball in a beautiful dress like a normal noble. Even thinking it was too much to ask, she had hoped for at least one fine bow. Then at the party, the princess discovered her name embroidered on the bow and realized her uncle had made it especially for her. Soon it was time for the princess to choose a gift, and the winner would have dinner with her. The fox told the girl to choose the bows. They suited her best, and there were so many of them. But Monica knew everyone would recognize the bows as being from the Duke, and the others would feel sad. The princess squinted her eyes and pointed randomly, landing on the mage's team. They were ecstatic, while the rest just sighed in frustration that their gifts weren't good enough. Then Mike shouted for everyone to get ready for the Duke's final speech. Brad sat on his throne, looking quite stern, and everyone was afraid to do anything to anger him. But he just said that everyone could leave. No one had anything to add about ending the festival so quickly. For their own safety, people didn't even try to argue. They felt it was better to just leave. The next morning, as soon as Monica woke up, her room was crowded with guests. Mike immediately interjected that everyone was eager to see her, even though Helen kept saying their time hadn't even started yet. But Mike didn't want to make Monica wait forever, and she looked a bit tired. Meanwhile, the losers peeked shyly from the doorway, just wanting to catch a glimpse of the person they adored. Monica noticed Jack's pitiful expression, and she felt bad that his team hadn't won. The knight insisted it wasn't her fault, but Monica still didn't want to disappoint them. She suggested they all play together. Just then, Duke Willow suddenly burst in, furious. The rules were absolute, with no exceptions. He ordered the Mages Guild to accompany the princess and sent everyone else to the conference hall. In addition, he demanded that Roger, the head of the Mages Guild, attend a meeting. The old man couldn't believe he was going to miss the chance to bond with a lovely princess. His team gave him the cold shoulder at the door, teasing him, but they weren't being genuinely mean. Monica noticed her uncle wouldn't even meet her gaze. She felt that the Duke was simply hurt because she had refused his gift. The mages prepared to leave for the meeting preparations, but Mike told them to be mindful of the time, as the princess was still a child. Monica noticed them disappear, and the knight explained that they had used teleportation magic, which only lasts for 10 minutes. So they had 10 minutes to get ready and freshen up properly, with no excuses, lest things get awkward. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, the commander reported that Duke Willow had snatched the princess, which the Emperor found strange, but the commander also mentioned that Brad had threatened His Majesty's knights. The Emperor only saw Monica as a toy, nothing more than an ornament in the old palace. But when Duke Willow took the princess, the Emperor considered it an act of provocation. Everyone believed that Willow had taken Monica just to shake the authority of the imperial family. After all, he had been pushing for an investigation into the death of his sister, the former Empress Samantha. For years, the imperial family had ignored him, claiming the investigation was long over. The Emperor ordered the first troops to be sent to the northern border to show the imperial family's strength. Although the commander was convinced that the north itself was on the verge of collapse, He had already heard screams coming from the northern temple, and they could make a move at any moment. And so, a long overdue rabbit hunt began, which the emperor found amusing. In the duke's castle, the mages were fully prepared for their meeting with the princess and had arrived at her room. They hadn't even finished teasing the little rascal with their magic tricks when their commander pulled rank. But then Jack sneezed, and Monica lost her grip. As she fell toward the floor, Roger caught her in midair and scolded his men for playing with magic. The elder mentioned that his report to the Duke about the squadron situation was delayed, but there was more. Brad had also canceled future welcome celebrations for guests. There would be no more parties. Helen thought the Duke was doing it out of resentment because his gift had been refused, but the mages decided to pretend they hadn't heard anything. Despite this, Monica felt terrible. She thought she had done the right thing, but her uncle still took it personally. The holidays were canceled because of her. Brad had always had this temper, especially in her previous lives. In any case, the princess decided to follow him. She had only come this far because of him. Just then, the fox approached Monica and asked if the Duke would like it if the princess did something for him. Angela led the girl to a meadow full of flowers, the sweet scent of bluebells filling the air. But Monica felt these flowers wouldn't impress her uncle. He would probably just ask what they were for. The fox kept talking about the flower and how it had once received a divine blessing from the gods. Besides, a flower with divine power could fetch a high price. Monica began to plead with Helen to take her to the park, and the woman didn't want to refuse the princess. It was already late, and there was a group of mages there to protect her, if needed. Helen also mentioned that the soil in the park was left over from when it was a training ground. The girl didn't quite believe that such a plant could grow there. They ran into the knights, and Helen immediately bumped right into them. But Monica suggested they go together. Soon, it was discovered that fireflies were lighting up as if to welcome the princess. Everyone thought it was a good omen. But this place didn't just have the Duke's knights. They also met the commander of the border guard's night squad. Then everyone noticed Monica was walking toward something, and for a moment, it looked as if Samantha was walking with her. The girl loved the fireflies and began to play with them, chasing the little bugs in the field. People just watched her in amazement, seeing how much she resembled her mother, Lady Willow. Even when she appeared at the outpost, the fireflies began to greet her. The commander didn't hesitate to prepare to die, but the knights disagreed. He was still so young. They started talking about the princess again, imagining what a charming woman she would grow up to be. While everyone thought the girl was just playing, Monica was actually searching for a rare flower. The princess asked Angela, who chimed in that the flower only grew underground. But Monica didn't understand how a flower could grow underground. It was against the laws of nature. That was precisely why it was so rare. Pretending to play with the fireflies, she continued her search. After a while, the princess found some small mounds of dirt, and when she dug one up, she found that very flower. Just then, Jack caught up with her and reminded her it was time to go. Night had already fallen before they left. Monica wondered why there were so many pits scattered around. The princess started to tremble and begged Jack to hold her tight. Back in the room, the knights kept talking about how the Duke was crazy about his niece. With his sons, he was always as stiff as hell, never like this in front of Monica. His sons were all like Brad, cold and heartless, never cracking a smile. Monica wondered what they looked like. She had never seen them before. Then the knights started whispering about Eddie. He was getting stronger and recently couldn't even control himself. Even the toughest knights knew they were no match for him if the kid wasn't kept in check. They thought it was because of the boy's age and prayed that Eddie would see the prophet before it was too late. Rose entered the bedroom, noticed Monica was exhausted, and gently picked her up. The nanny placed her in a soft crib, and Monica was already fast asleep, snoring. Rose noticed the girl was holding an unusual flower in her hand, but when she tried to take it, Monica held on tight. The princess fell asleep holding the flower, and, as usual, the fox was curled up on the bed beside her. At midnight, the flower suddenly burst into flames. The light so bright it startled Monica awake, and her hand caught fire too. She flung the plant to the floor, and suddenly a fierce wind howled out of it, swirling only around the princess. Monica didn't know what was happening. She just assumed some mage had decided to abuse their magic here. But Angela revealed the truth. It was all coming from the flower she had plucked from the meadow today. Monica nearly freaked out, thinking it was going to explode, but the fox said no, this is a blessing from the goddess. Monica also immediately blamed the high priest representative for disturbing her aura, but Angela countered that the flower had been carrying that ancient blessing for a long time, holding it deep within. Now, they were clashing, and then these chaotic things started to happen. Then Angela drew Monica's gaze to the sky, and there she was, the goddess who had thrown her here. The goddess smiled and waved at the child, saying she hadn't expected to meet again so soon. Monica immediately started accusing her of lying. The goddess had promised to give her a good family. The goddess just giggled, saying that being interesting was the whole point, even if Monica found it comical to live a miserable existence. But the goddess changed the subject, saying that as long as Monica could remain interesting, she would personally stop anyone who tried to kill Monica. Monica wondered what that really meant, realizing that the moment the princess annoyed the goddess would let her die. She began to ask the goddess why she had tried to summon her time and again, yet she never appeared. The goddess was shocked, as she had never heard the girl's calls before, but she understood that this was why the girl had picked the flower. She began to tell the princess the story behind the flower's blessing, and the girl's own story. Then she added that from now on, whenever Monica called for her, she would appear. All the girl had to do was pick the flower, an act that was equivalent to a summons. But Monica remained skeptical, worried that the goddess would deceive her again. The flower was actually very special. At first, the goddess had even wanted to wrap it up as a gift for Monica. She wasn't sure how to do it properly, but regardless, the flower was proof of the goddess's favor. Monica remembered the small pouches she received when she was reincarnated and realized those were also proof. The goddess confirmed Monica's thoughts, bid her farewell, and thanked her for filling her days with joy. But before leaving, she made it clear that she expected Monica to continue achieving great things and to have as much fun as possible. After all, in the goddess's eyes, Monica had potential that person never had. The princess didn't understand who the goddess was talking about, but the goddess didn't reveal it, simply wishing the child a good night. She also decided to grant Monica the life she wanted, but warned her beforehand that there's no such thing as a free lunch. Everything has a price. After that, the goddess disappeared, and Monica collapsed onto the bed in exhaustion, which even startled the fox. The princess was worrying about what her uncle would think when he saw the mess in her room, just as the knights started banging on her door. They had heard the commotion and, noticing the doorknob was bent inward, were very worried about the child. Then they saw Monica lying on her back, unconscious, and knew she was in big trouble. Jack rushed in, pushing everyone aside, then found Monica and immediately radioed the Duke. Before the knight could even finish his thought, Brad Willow appeared beside him and started questioning him about what had happened. The Duke took one look at his niece and began firing off questions. How long has she been like this? No one knew. My God, they had only just arrived themselves. The fox perched on the bed, stopping anyone from getting near Monica. Brad knelt by the bed and said to the fox, "Hey, buddy, I just need to get a clear look at the princess. I would never hurt her." The fox immediately backed away, and the Duke picked up the little one, holding her tightly in his arms. Meanwhile, the girl saw the furious look on her uncle's face. He was trembling all over, his heart beating like a war drum. She thought the Duke was furious because the room was destroyed. Meanwhile, Jack confirmed there were no signs of a forced entry, and the other mages and knights said the same. But they knew it was the work of someone with raw power. Helen hadn't detected any magic, and they deduced it must have been the princess herself, despite their doubts. Then Greg noticed a bluebell in the little girl's hand. He recognized it instantly and immediately told the Duke. This left Brad very confused. How could such a flower end up in the princess's hand? He ordered them to contact the tower master of the magic tower. The Duke immediately decided to take Monica to his room. Even in a semi-conscious state, the child could see how clean and tidy the room was. Later, Brad was told that no one had seen the tower master since he took over, and they couldn't find him anywhere. The Duke wondered if he should go to the magic tower himself. He didn't really need to, though. The mages were planning to come to the tower themselves, bringing the messenger the Duke had sent. Meanwhile, the tower master had to answer a summons from the imperial family, for which he dropped everything. Monica remembered that in her second life, she had written a letter to the archmage before the envoys invaded. At the time, due to pressure from the vassals, the mage had to ignore her message. After that, the castle was taken. But despite that, the princess thought it was better this way. Because if the tower master had responded and suppressed the rebellion, his vassals would have turned her into a puppet again, and those vassals would have prolonged the hell and terror the princess was experiencing at the time. Soon, Helen appeared at the Duke's residence with a doctor. She had sent for him as soon as she heard Monica was ill. Dr. Nigel examined the girl and tried to take the flower from her hand, but her palm just wouldn't open. The mages mocked him for being unable to open the palm of a weak little girl. Then Brad stepped forward and decided to try himself, knowing the doctor's efforts were futile. The moment he touched his niece's hand, her fingers immediately loosened, and the flower fell into the Duke's hand. The mages noticed that Monica felt safe around Brad, which was why she let go. Her eyes opened slightly, and she saw her uncle looking somewhat flustered and worried. She tried to figure out what was bothering him, but the princess was too weak to speak. Monica was sure she had given him one of the best gifts and didn't want him to be sad. The Duke stayed by his niece's bedside until she fell asleep again. After a while, Monica felt fully recovered, and her fox immediately trotted over to her. Angela admitted she had never seen anyone recover so quickly after meeting a goddess. The fox asked its master for some food. It hadn't eaten in days and was starving. Monica was shocked it could go so long without eating and learned that she had been asleep for 4 days. The girl couldn't believe so much time had passed. To her, it felt like just one night. The fox explained that people usually sleep for months after meeting a goddess, and Monica was lucky to have woken up so quickly. Then Monica realized she hadn't eaten in 4 days either, which was a big problem for her too. Hearing his niece's voice, the Duke rushed into her room to make sure he wasn't hearing things. Rose was overjoyed that the princess was awake and immediately told her how worried her uncle had been. For all the time Monica was asleep, the Duke hadn't eaten or slept either. The girl noticed his jawline had actually gotten sharper. He had lost a lot of weight. When Brad picked up his niece, he immediately suggested they go get something to eat together. She agreed, but Brad told her to first thank everyone who had been waiting for her to wake up. That's when she noticed that the mages and knights who had been guarding her had also come in. The princess decided she must thank them, and knowing the future, she was confident she could do it. But for now, she didn't know where to start. First things first, though, were those bastards in the temple. Meanwhile, in the great hall of the temple's north wing, High Priest Kyle Gordon was meeting with his attendant. They already knew the story of the princess and the bluebell, but decided to report it to the high priest anyway. The story of the glowing flower in Monica's hand was not only a secret in the temple's north wing, but it spread throughout the northern cities. The high priest knew that only someone with divine power could make it glow, but the princess not only made it glow, she had also immediately used its destructive power. Duke Willow had kept it a secret, so only he and the witnesses knew the details. The attendant couldn't understand how that wicked princess could possess divine power. Kyle Gordon lost his composure because the priest who reported it wasn't blind. He could tell a bluebell from any other flower. When he tucked the flower into his breast pocket, many members of the Duke's inner circle had seen it with their own eyes. He did it because it was a gift from the princess herself, and he couldn't just throw it away. The head priest reminded the attendants of the duties they were supposed to fulfill under the imperial family's orders. Everyone knew it was impossible for someone from the Willow family to have divine power. They had dragon's blood in their veins. And the fact that she had divine power was proof that she was from the imperial family. That family was not so-called descendants of the gods, although sometimes someone was born with that power. For the temple, this was an opportunity to use the princess as a pawn to manipulate the emperor. The head priest even had a plan to get close to the girl. Furthermore, the imperial family was required to report to the temple anything concerning divine power among its members. But they hadn't. Kyle had heard about it through rumors. He then decided to make the princess's gift public. But to do that, the head priest needed the Duke's approval, which he was unlikely to get. As the attendant hesitated, Kyle showed him a stone that also radiated divine power. The stone had been given to the temple as a gift from Count Clark, who deserved a handsome reward. Meanwhile, since Monica had been bettered in for so long, they decided to leave the city in a few days. The Duke was also informed that the Northern Temple wanted to inspect the items related to the princess. They wanted to see if the items possessed divine power, and Kyle himself wanted to give Monica his blessing. But Mike was concerned about this sudden inspection, even though he knew the rumors about the flower would reach the temple. He just didn't expect it to happen so quickly, so he remained on high alert. Marquis Adam thought there was nothing to worry about, and Mike felt he was overthinking it due to being too busy lately. Then the knight reminded the Duke to summon all the noble families to properly welcome the high priest. Brad agreed and ordered the knight to prepare everything. But Mike found it strange that the Duke agreed so quickly. The knight even guessed that Willow was going to gather all the nobles again to show off his niece. A few days later, the princess had already received mountains of gifts from nobles, knights, and even commoners. The girl even felt a little shy that the commoners had spent so much money on her. The fox explained that Monica was the child chosen by the goddess, and people were exchanging gifts for her blessing. Just then, Rose came in and called the princess to the dining table, where Uncle Brad was already waiting. When she arrived, the atmosphere was heavy, and she immediately wondered if she had done something wrong again. But her uncle told her the high priest was coming and then asked if she was ready to see him. The girl remembered Kyle as the filthy bastard who sold his God-given powers for money. He was very close to Trevor and his father and committed cruel murders without a conscience. After the Duke's death, the North was torn apart and eventually completely destroyed. But those events were still far in the future. The Duke noticed the princess was nervous and suggested canceling the meeting with Kyle. Brad could do that, even though he had already approved the high priest's visit. Monica decided there was no harm in meeting him, at least for now. As a child, she had expected the priest to bring a pile of gifts and toys. The Duke then ordered Mike to buy out an entire toy store and put everything in gift boxes. Monica didn't understand why so many were needed, as one cute rabbit would have been enough. On the day of the priest's arrival, the people were also allowed to have an audience with the princess. The line was very long, and everyone waited eagerly to meet Monica, who didn't mind at all. Soon, Mike told everyone in line to bow their heads. The boxes were waiting for them. By order of the Duke, they had to put on what was inside, or they would be thrown out. He gave them 5 minutes. Inside the boxes were hooded pullovers with earmuffs and special restraints to prevent them from harming the princess. The high priest and his entourage had to wear them too. This applied to everyone. Kyle and his team had been here for 15 minutes, and they were a bit shocked. They had to wait in line like everyone else and received no VIP treatment. Kyle wondered why so many people had come. It felt like some kind of festival. Then the Duke approached, and the attendant immediately began to complain about being forced to wear those outfits. But their temple was on Willow's territory, and the priest could not ignore his orders or even try to argue. Kyle quickly apologized for his men and swore they would comply with every request. Meanwhile, Mike kept emphasizing the rules. No one was allowed to speak directly to the princess. If they had something to say to Monica, it had to go through Duke Willow first. The line grew restless, but anyone unhappy with these rules was free to leave the building. This caution was justified. The princess was the most important person in this place. Monica couldn't wait for people to come and see her. Then the doors opened, and the girl saw that every visitor was dressed in a sheep costume. People didn't understand what this was all about, but Helen just didn't want germs getting into the princess's room. The girl didn't get it either and found it creepy to see only eyes showing from the costumes. Kyle tried to explain that it was all for the lovely and charming Princess Monica. They were all willing to endure it just to see this angelic child. Even those who hated Monica were bewildered by the sight. The princess quickly got used to the costumes and even enjoyed greeting her guests. Monica was a stunning girl, as her parents were the most beautiful people in the empire. Kyle was about to reach out and touch the cute little thing, but the Duke grabbed his hand. Brad reminded the priest that if he wanted to keep his hand, he shouldn't cross the line. The Duke then pointed to a line on the floor and told Kyle not to cross it to get near the princess. To the high priest, the princess was like an animal in a cage at a zoo that couldn't be touched. She saw herself as a rabbit in a cage, but decided to abide by her uncle's rules for the time being, while Kyle switched to his plan, pulling out the stone and pretending to just be examining it. The princess suddenly felt a headache, but for the sake of her guests, she forced herself to hide it. The priest noticed that no power was emanating from Monica and began to wonder what that meant. Meanwhile, the girl began to feel that her strange feelings were all because of Father Kyle. But she finally broke down, screaming that her head was about to explode. The nanny and Mike immediately rushed to her side. Rose took charge and immediately called for a doctor, while the Duke concluded that his niece was exhausted and ordered the meeting to end. The priest warned Mike that he would not forget this treatment, but the knight was just following the Duke's orders. Only the nanny, the duke, and a knight remained in the room. Everyone else was ordered to get out. The meeting was over, but a group of people were very unhappy and began to throw a tantrum. They had traveled a long way to get here. Then Mike came out and dismissed them with the same words. The visit was over, the young lady was exhausted, and there was no reason to disturb her any further. Meanwhile, Father Kyle was leaving with Marquis Adam, both lost in their own thoughts, replaying everything that had just happened. Marquis Adam turned to Kyle and began to question him about how the meeting with the princess went. But a few more tests were needed to get any substantial results. Adam asked what Kyle needed to do, and Kyle needed to meet with the Duke, whose contact suggested pushing harder this time. Gord had to wait a moment while the doctor examined the princess. The Duke had no intention of leaving her side. The High Priest was standing near Brad Willow. He was furious and laid it all out, saying that in his 30 years in the business, this was the first time he had encountered such a powerful divine force. Kyle was eager to take the princess away as soon as possible, but the Duke had no idea what this robed priest was babbling about. The priest finally explained that the divine power needed to remain in the temple to maintain peace. The Duke was clearly not buying it. To make a point, he threw a sword at Kyle, which stuck in the wall next to him with a clang. Brad said bluntly that his niece was not going anywhere. But Marquis Adam had other plans. This is a rule that not even the Emperor can break, he added, breaking the tense atmosphere. The Marquis seemed to be saying that the Duke knew nothing about class distinctions, but this did not affect him in the slightest, and he stuck to his guns. Mike sensed Brad's aura and guessed that he had already identified the traitor and was ready to settle the score. Seeing the Duke's glare, the priest and the Marquis quickly apologized for the unprovoked commotion. Kyle knew they couldn't afford to anger the Northern Lord now, so he made a proposal. As a priest, he had to do his duty. He asked for permission to see the place where the princess had performed her miracle, and also, since their journey had been arduous, he requested a day of rest. Then the priest pulled the sword from the wall and handed it to Brad, not daring to say another word. Kyle could feel the eerie aura emanating from the Duke, and knew it was best not to make things worse. Meanwhile, Brad stood up and strode towards Marquis Adam, who immediately began to beg for his life, knowing full well what was coming next. But the sword whistled through the air, and as Adam's body collapsed to the ground, the High Priest's robes were splattered with blood. Then the Duke turned to Kyle and said that he had been hunting that traitor for a long time, the one who had been fooling him all along. He rested the blood-stained sword on the priest's shoulder and coldly ordered him to stay put. Then he called one of his knights and ordered lodging to be arranged for Kyle and his men. All a terrified Kyle could do was thank the Duke. Alone with Mike, Willow roared an order to throw those guys into a corner of the dungeon and kick them out the next day. That night, the Duke planned to personally watch them, trying to figure out what they were hiding. A little later, the priest's carriage was heading to the overnight stop, and Mike was sent to escort him. Kyle guessed they just wanted to keep them away from the main castle, which was why they were being sent by carriage. As soon as he entered the building, the priest decided to let his guard down. The attendants immediately greeted him, curious as to why Kyle had not taken the princess and had retreated so quickly, even though they had witnessed the bloody scene with their own eyes. Despite this, the priest had not forgotten Willow's eyes that night, as wild as a mad dog's. At that moment, the Duke ended Marquis Adam's life. Without hesitation, and since Brad was formerly known as the Mad Duke, he would have beheaded anyone suspected of being involved in the old Duke's death. That was why the Emperor had specifically sent them, and Kyle handed over a list of people he wanted to see. That night, the attendant stole a glance at the list and saw names from the largest assassins guild in the north. She was even frightened by her own thoughts, guessing what the priest had in mind. But he had his own plan. When he was in Monica's room, the stone did not react, and he realized that the princess already possessed the gift. That night, after a long and difficult day, the princess was fast asleep, then suddenly found herself in a strange place again. But now Monica knew it was a dream. Pastries spun before her, just like before, but this time in much greater numbers. Then she saw the boy from her last dream and asked if he was a ghost. The boy said nothing, just kept walking towards Monica and then grabbed her hand, which scared her half to death. Then the princess noticed a shadow cast by him and realized he was not a ghost at all. But the girl still didn't understand who he was or what he wanted, and the guy told her to get out. Monica couldn't figure out what was happening, and he was already yelling at her to get out, to open her eyes. The princess felt herself start to fall, screamed, and the next moment she was lying in her bed. The fox was already pulling back her covers, and when the girl realized she was awake, she noticed a lot of smoke in the room. Angela told her to hurry, because if she inhaled that smoke, she would fall asleep immediately, and suggested escaping through the window. Then the fox told the princess to climb on her back and used her magic to get out of the room faster. A moment later, they were flying out the window and saw many people lying on the ground outside. As they approached the Duke's castle, Monica asked why the knights and mages hadn't come out, as if something was stopping them. The fox suspected that if everyone was asleep and unresponsive, it might be really dangerous outside. Then she suggested finding at least one knight or mage, and just then, a knight approached them. Harry was really happy that the princess was okay, but still urged her to hurry. Monica began to explain that there was a strange smell in her room and outside that had made everyone pass out. Just then, the girl thought of her nanny, but the man in knight's armor assured her that Rose had left long ago. The princess couldn't believe that her nanny would abandon her and run away on her own. This guy was clearly lying. But Harry already had the girl locked in his arms and was heading in the opposite direction, putting distance between them and the castle. The fox sensed something was wrong, that the princess was about to be snatched away, so she pounced on the fake knight. The next second, Harry was on his back on the ground, and Angela, holding the princess, bolted away in the blink of an eye. The fox remembered the smell, the same one she had smelled from the weirdo who kept sneaking into the princess's room. The girl immediately thought of the priests, but Angela thought their best bet was to disappear into the woods. The princess's thoughts were locked on Kyle, that power-hungry bastard who had made a deal with the emperor to avoid attracting attention. She had to hold on until she found her uncle. She would not go through that arduous journey north again. Suddenly, the fox sensed movement. Someone was approaching. As they turned, they saw a mage with a staff. Angela sniffed the air. There was no stench of deceit here. This girl's soul was pure. Meanwhile, the mage was already drawing symbols in the air. In the next blink, a portal opened. She beckoned for the princess and the fox to follow and led them into a room filled with figs. Monica picked up a drink, but remained vigilant until the fox confirmed there was no problem and could see no trickery. The mage pulled down her hood, and the princess's eyes widened. It was not a girl, but a man. Monica blinked in surprise, but nodded her thanks for the food and shelter. Then she began to question the man, wanting to know who he was and how he had appeared just in time. But he quickly fell silent. The princess felt a chill and picked up a cup of tea to warm herself. But as soon as she took a sip, the man disappeared. She even wondered if he was a ghost, but Angela said his soul was just exceptionally pure. People like him were few and far between, but thanks to him, the owner of this little beast could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The fox begged for some cuddles, and Monica wanted to go back, so her little creature promised to help her. The princess and the fox dozed off together, while the knights searched every corner, anxiously calling her name. The Duke also joined the search, roaring orders and listening carefully to Helen's tips. That magic girl had indeed caught the princess's scent with tracking magic, and it was leading this way. Monica suddenly heard her uncle's voice and rushed to the window, thinking she was just hearing things. She went outside and could still hear her uncle calling, but he hadn't found her yet. Monica called back loudly, hoping to be found soon. Just then, the teenage mage's spell broke, and the Duke saw his little girl again. He was so happy to see her, and for the first time, Monica heard his deep, weary voice, which was surprisingly gentle at that moment. The princess burst into tears, the first time she had truly cried since her rebirth. She threw herself into his arms, and all he could do was apologize for everything. As he hugged his niece, the Duke suddenly realized what a terrible uncle he had been all along. But he had to go back, so Brad ordered the journey to continue and personally carry the princess back to her room. The Duke decided to personally tend to the minor injuries Monica had sustained in the forest. The girl wanted to say something to her uncle, but he told her to stay still during the treatment. The princess took this as an order not to speak, but Brad clarified that she just needed to be careful with her mouth. Then the princess confessed that she had a headache when the priest entered her room that night. But her uncle assured his niece that she would never see that man again and promised to call for a nurse before leaving. However, the girl was no longer afraid. She remembered the moment under the tree when Brad had first called her name. The Duke thought there was nothing strange about using first names among family. Then Brad leaned in and promised the princess that from now on, he would always call her by her name. Later in the council chamber, the knights and mages discussed that a bloody war could break out at any moment. They also worried that the princess might have to go through something terrible. The mage Roger hoped things wouldn't get to that point, as the thought of blood made him sick, and he wanted to do something about it. But they all knew that the threat to the princess had not only driven the Duke mad, but had also shaken everyone who lived in peace. Then Brad announced that Kyle Gordon had been stripped of his power and excommunicated for his crimes. This also applied to anyone who had helped him. Mike asked about the people they had already captured. He suggested using these villains for their own purposes before carrying out the order. Mike also clarified that he was just worried about Monica, as they would surely trigger traps after the Imperial Palace. If that happened, the duchy would declare all-out war, giving the Emperor and the Grand Temple an opportunity to attack the north. But Brad didn't understand what this had to do with the princess, thinking Mike was just afraid of war. The knight assured him that he was genuinely worried about the princess, especially since the Duke had changed after meeting her. Brad decided to change the subject and went to the underground prison to interrogate the prisoners himself. Then he handed Mike a box of cotton swabs with the princess's blood on them. The Duke requested that it be magically checked to find out how much blood had been spilled. As he was leaving, Brad ordered a top-tier raspberry cake for Monica, as he would be busy with a long interrogation. Mike didn't recognize the Duke who, just a few years ago, had carried monster heads. Back then, he had thrown that head in the face of a nobleman who had insulted the previous Duke, but now the knight felt completely different. Nevertheless, he decided to carry out his orders first, thinking that the Duke himself had gone mad. This sickness was manifested in the man's foolishness, his love for his niece, and his complete obsession with her. A little later, Mike arrived at the dining room, where the princess was finishing her cake. The girl couldn't help but immediately show off the huge raspberry cake her uncle had given her. Then she started asking about the bad guys, and the knight comforted her by saying that the Duke would punish them all. Then Mike apologized for not being able to protect her, but Monica began to defend him, saying that everyone had passed out because of the smoke. That smoke didn't require much magic, so the wards hadn't detected it. Now the Duke was cleaning up the mess he had started. A plan that required so much effort and resources could only be a tool of the imperial family. The princess realized that this was also the Emperor's doing, and they wouldn't stop at just one trick. Meanwhile, the Duke entered another cell and faced the guy who had tried to kidnap the princess. All of the escaped villain's accomplices were dead, and Brad even regretted killing them so quickly. The Duke ordered the prisoner to just nod. Magic would prevent him from lying. The mage had already fired an energy ball for this purpose, but the prisoner died instantly. He was the last one who could talk. But Brad hadn't come here to uncover the mastermind. Monica had suffered more fear and pain than they had, and now the Duke just wanted revenge. He could also get information from Father Kyle. Kyle put on an innocent expression when he saw Brad and tried to ask why he and his innocent men were being detained. Kyle also thought that the Duke couldn't dismiss him, that authority rested with the High Priestess. Brad told the priest what had happened the previous night and was sure he was involved. Then the Duke added that all of Kyle's men were no longer in their cells. They were dead. Then Brad threw a stack of documents in the high priest's face, and the priest immediately recognized the list of all the bribers. Kyle saw this as a chance to retire and quickly made the Duke a solid offer. The priest had a list of everyone who opposed the imperial family and was prepared to hand it over, but that didn't convince Brad Willow. He beat the priest with all his might, but he left him alive. The reason was for his niece, and now Kyle would be indebted to him for the rest of his life. The Duke ordered the knights to write down everything that had happened the night before, send it to the main temple, and request a new leader to be assigned to the northern temple. Mike thought the Duke had left Kyle alive so that the temple princess wouldn't be blamed, but Brad had actually done it for the temple itself, as the princess would live there in the future. Besides, the Emperor was waiting for him to fail, and the Duke didn't want to be a puppet for that tyrant. In any case, Willow's main goal was to protect the child from any threat. The Duke put the girl's safety above his anger, even though he knew he would have to wait to bring her back to the main castle. Mike was surprised by his lord's far-reaching plans, though he was curious about what would happen when Monica returned. In addition, there were some old castle issues to resolve, one of which involved the young masters. A few days later, the princess and her nanny were on the terrace and saw a crowd gathered, watching where Monica was going. The girl hoped she could go to the main castle, so she could tell her uncle another thing about the fire dragon. But the princess had to act natural and not arouse her uncle's suspicion. On the street, Monica and her fox noticed that no one was making a sound, as if they were all afraid the girl might hear. So she asked her nanny, who said that the Duke would kick out anyone who made the slightest noise. The fox guessed that Brad was acting out of jealousy, not concern, because he thought Monica might take a liking to someone else. But the princess quickly corrected the fox. Her uncle was not that kind of person, and jealousy did not suit him. The crowd was almost whispering, pleading with the girl to come back soon, saying they would miss her very much. So Monica called Helen and had her distribute all her snacks to the people. And so, everyone got a delicious piece of cake, even if they couldn't believe it was real. It was the princess's kindness. She had given them the cake, and they had better be grateful. Everyone began to praise the princess, holding up their small cakes as if they were precious works of art. The dessert was the only thing the girl could give, and she told them to take 2 or even 3 pieces each. Back in the carriage, the Duke asked Monica if she had a piece left for him. The girl blushed. She had given everything away so quickly, but she had one last piece, which she decided to give to her uncle. It was the cake that Helen had baked and packed in the bag that Roger the Mage had given her. But the Duke asked what Monica would do if she got hungry after giving it all away to others. Although the princess was happy to share, her uncle didn't think it was noble and told her to be more careful. Then he touched the flower, which was now priceless to him, and promised to reward the little girl. Whatever the cost, Brad knew that if she were alone, she could be in danger, so he began to consider finding her a companion of her own age. A few days later, they were approaching Willow Castle, passing through a forest that Mike called magical. The wizard's tower was at its center, and the archmage who lived there could contact the Duke at any time with his power. That was why the Duke was always surrounded by the forest, and his path was always connected to it. Monica thought Mike was talking about the boy who had helped her on that terrible night. As they chatted, the carriage stopped in front of the castle, which now looked deserted. The princess remembered that this place had been crowded with people recently, but now she only saw a group of people gathered outside the main gate. The Duke noticed the girl was trembling, realized she was scared, and then explained that everyone just wanted to see her. The rumor of the divine blessing had spread throughout the north, and Brad then asked his niece to let go of his hair. The girl blushed. She had instinctively grabbed him, but her uncle promised to hold her during that time. In the castle, the butler and servants greeted them, and the Duke explained that all these people would serve the princess in the future. Brad also decided to introduce his niece to more people, and soon she saw a group of teenage boys. The eldest was the Duke's first son, Matthew Willow, who politely greeted his father's return. The second son, Din, also welcomed his father with the same sincere enthusiasm. The youngest, Russell, looked a bit flustered but still paid his respects to his father. Then the Duke introduced his sons to the princess, who noticed that the first 2 sons looked almost identical to their uncle. The third son was strikingly beautiful, and they all had the same jet black hair. The girl guessed they had inherited that hair from their mother, just before her uncle told Monica to say hello. The Duke introduced her as the daughter of his sister, Samantha Willow, and yes, she was an imperial princess. The brothers had never seen the princess before, but welcomed her with appropriate respect. However, compared to his brothers, the youngest one's gaze felt wrong, and the princess even thought it looked a bit mean. But she didn't want to seem scared, so she returned the greeting, ignoring Russell's empty stare. His childish way of speaking was still cute, but the expressionless tone was a bit creepy. The fox also noticed that the Duke's children had strange expressions and guessed they were just starting. Overall, the girl felt she had received a decent welcome at the northern fortress. Meanwhile, the chat room was buzzing. The number of viewers had just reached 10,000. To celebrate, the princess could upgrade one of her skills. She could either raise her streamer level or enhance her divine abilities, but the girl still couldn't choose which was better. Monica was given extra time to think. Choosing the wrong path was a serious risk. Her decision would shape her future and the fate of her channel, although the princess still didn't understand what that really meant. Then Monica suddenly noticed the silence had returned, as if no one there cared about her existence. But the girl had long since stopped expecting kindness. She just accepted everything, but she was wrong. She hadn't seen it yet. But a maid was almost holding back a scream of admiration. The Duke's rule was clear: make too much noise and you're out. But to hold back in front of a child like this was impossible. Rumor had it that the princess fell from the sky, and now the maids had proof right before their eyes. At lunch, the Duke explained that everything here was made oversized to match the standards of the North. But Brad promised that everything would be completely rebuilt soon. Just then, Russell walked in. Monica couldn't understand why the entire castle needed to be redone, but the Duke thought the reason wasn't hard to grasp. More family members meant bigger adjustments were needed. It was basic logic. Brad privately wondered why his niece hadn't grown at all. She was already 5, for heaven's sake. How was she ever going to grow up? Monica read her uncle's thoughts in the chat box, which made her suddenly remember that in her previous life, he had promised to spend the future with her when she turned 15. Even at 15, she had looked small and thin. Hunger doesn't let a person grow properly. The other boys joined them at the table, but the youngest one's face remained expressionless. Then Princess Monica noticed that the older brother had the same look. She figured if their uncle was so cold, his children would naturally follow his example. Monica thought they looked absolutely stunning when they smiled, and honestly, she was very curious about what the Duchess was like. She even thought that if she had been reincarnated a little earlier, she might have been able to prevent her death. However, Monica had no real information about the Duchess, only some dry facts from reports in her previous life. It turned out that Monica discovered Duke Willow had married the Duchess for all the wrong reasons. But despite that, they weren't complete strangers. The problem was that her health had always been poor, so she passed away shortly after giving birth to the third boy, on the very day Monica herself appeared. Monica kept thinking that if their mother were still alive, the boys wouldn't be so reserved. The princess's uncle was a good person, but sometimes he was so cold and distant that it shocked even Monica. After dinner, the nanny took Monica away. Mike, who was nearby, noticed that the Duke hadn't been like this in front of his sons before. Meanwhile, Monica wished she had been born earlier and with her memories intact, so she could have truly saved her parents. Suddenly, a chat window popped up, asking Monica if she wanted to save her own mother. Brad, who was holding her at that moment, didn't notice why his niece suddenly twitched. Monica was completely bewildered by the system's question, but immediately reached for the window. Before she could touch it, the window closed. She just told her uncle she wanted to walk by herself. Monica hoped that since the window had appeared once, she would surely see it again. Lost in thought, she accidentally bumped into Matthew, who was walking beside her, and almost fell. The princess saw his face and realized the boy was very angry, but she didn't know why. But she didn't want to worry her uncle with her suspicions, so she reached out to hold his hand again. However, the Duke had other matters to attend to and decided to leave the little one with Matthew, whom he was supposed to meet in his office later. In Matthew's eyes, Monica was like a little sparrow. He didn't even know how to talk to her. Seeing how tiny she was, the boy even felt that she might break if he so much as touched her. Then, Matthew led the princess to a new room, which seemed to be the largest she had ever seen. The bed itself was amazing and incredibly soft, and Monica and the fox immediately jumped onto it. But now it was time, as previously requested, to choose which level the princess wanted to upgrade. Upgrading the streamer level would unlock a room that could accommodate more viewers. But the girl couldn't see how that would help her here, so she decided it was best to upgrade her divine power level. Then Monica noticed that Angela also had a chance to upgrade, which she liked because if they enhanced the fox's divine power, she would be prepared for any future dangers. But what she liked most was upgrading her streamer level, which allowed her to read people's minds. Just as Monica was about to make her choice, the window was suddenly pushed open, a gust of wind howled in, and a glowing shadow with the silhouette of a child appeared. The princess thought it was a ghost, but couldn't figure out how it could appear in broad daylight. At the same time, a giant hand began to crawl toward the girl, which terrified her completely. Monica was scared out of her wits and buried her head under the pillow, hoping it would all end like a nightmare. And that's exactly what happened. When the princess peeked out, the room was back to normal and deathly silent. The princess told herself it was just her imagination as she sat on the bed, lost in thought. The vision reminded Monica of the children who had helped her, one of whom was the boy from her dreams. But she was more curious about the boy in the woods. To find out more, the The princess needed to ask her uncle. She could have also asked the sorcerers, but her thoughts were interrupted when she noticed Din was nearby. The princess was startled by this sudden development, especially since his face was still stern. Din thought she was a coward, even though she wasn't. She thought that if he had faced what she had seen, he would have been scared too. Monica realized it wasn't a ghost at all. It was Din. But now she was curious why he was here and why he had climbed in through the window. Din considered himself brave and talented, so climbing through the window was a piece of cake. Then the boy noticed a fox, thinking it was a pet, while the fox was getting ready to bite his nose. But then Din explained that he just wanted to see the princess, though he still didn't understand why she was so nervous. Then the kid suddenly stood up in the middle of the room and started to sprint, and the girl was even afraid of what he was about to do. It turned out he wasn't planning anything supernatural. Din just wanted to jump on the fluffy bed. The impact of his feet landing on the mattress sent Monica and the fox flying into the air as if they were floating. They both landed gracefully on the soft surface of the bed, their faces buried in the pillows. The princess loved what had just happened so much that she even asked the boy to do it again. But Din's plan was just to tease the girl, and after it failed, he decided to leave. Monica begged him not to go, but he wasn't going to budge and headed for the exit again. Din didn't want to be the princess's cute little sidekick, though he didn't even notice where he was. Just then, the nanny came in and was a bit confused to see the sad princess on the bed and the boot prints all around. The next morning, after breakfast, Monica was walking with her nanny, the fox, and a few maids in a forest clearing. The maids could no longer hide their admiration for the princess's cute face and healthy appearance. After walking a bit further, they ran into Mike, who was loading a cart with other knights. Seeing the girl, the knight immediately offered to hold her for a while, and she didn't refuse. Mike took the princess to a dragon statue and explained that the Duke's mission was to protect and manage these lands. Their family had gained immense power, and everyone received a first-class education. To deal with monsters, the knight was a great storyteller. This reminded Monica of her father from her second life, who used to read her fairy tales. While reading the stories, her father also dreamed that they would meet her mother and finally embrace as a family. Meanwhile, Mike was showing the princess the forest and the mountains in the distance, then told her never to go in there alone. Monica thought there were ghosts, but the knight explained that the forest was full of terrifying monsters. That's why the Willow estate was right next to the forest to protect the town. Mike's main goal was for the ducal family to handle the monsters themselves. The little princess now needed tight security. Later, as it got colder, they returned to the castle and ran into Russell in the hallway. He was running to class to avoid getting in trouble, but he froze when he saw the princess. Then he tripped and fell flat on his face, sending all his books flying. The servants were already running over to help, but he waved them away. Monica knew he looked pathetic, not because he was hurt, but because he was embarrassed. She took the first step and offered him her hand, but Russell just blinked at her in confusion. She shrugged and said, "Hey, I fall on my butt all the time too." Then she offered her hand again. The girl really wanted to help and even offered to check his scraped knee. To her surprise and delight, Russell didn't complain and rolled up his pant leg. Monica then placed a bandage on his knee. After that treatment, the princess was sure his knee was all better and gave a happy smile. Meanwhile, the boy wondered if hurt if she was always falling like that. But Monica felt fine. She had mastered the art of landing gracefully. Then she glanced at Russell and saw something, and the boy suddenly became curious. What did she see? The princess grinned and teased him, saying that right now, Russell looked exactly like a little angel. The compliment went straight to the boy's heart. It was the first time anyone had ever called him cute. Monica was completely captivated by his little face, thinking it was the most beautiful face she had ever seen besides her own. Russell thanked the princess and mumbled an apology for the death glare he had given her when they first met. Then he asked the girl if she wanted to see his collection of magic books. He had been studying them, and no one else cared, but Monica was immediately intrigued. The boy promised to come by later to show her the books, but for now, he had to get to class. After he left, Monica couldn't understand why no one cared about his research, but she was curious. Why did he speak so awkwardly? Maybe he wasn't even older than her. Mike, who had been watching from the side, finally showed his joy because the young master had smiled. Russell looked like his late mother, inheriting her beauty, but was also known for never smiling. On top of that, he was overly sensitive and didn't let anyone touch him. It also surprised Mike that Monica was able to touch the boy. Russell isolated himself and avoided others' touch, yet he easily offered his hand to the princess. Usually, the young master spent his time in the library, immersed in his magical research. In any case, Mike was really happy that the kid had smiled and hoped to see it more often. Then the princess asked why Russell spoke as if he were younger than her. The knight guessed it was because of his obsession with magic and possibly other psychological reasons. The girl found it strange that Mike knew almost nothing about children, but now she couldn't wait to see Russell. The knight also told the princess that the eldest and second sons were both skilled in swordsmanship, with the second son preferring to stay in the castle with the knights. The eldest son always led expeditions and was often away from the castle. In any case, both were fine. Only the youngest son had a talent for magic, so he was being trained to become a mage. The princess then realized that she knew a lot about the fate of the North and her uncle's death, but nothing about her cousins. It was probably because they all died young, but the little girl still felt it wasn't enough and hoped to remember something later. While Monica was eating in her room, Russell came to see her again through the window. The girl told him to use the door, as it was too dangerous to climb through the window. But the boy felt it was nothing for him, and then asked the princess what she was doing. That's when Russell saw a pile of cupcakes. She admitted the knights had given them to her. They were really nice to her. Monica noticed his sword was a toy, while the boy wondered why his knights never brought him anything. Although he thought his own gifts were much cooler, he was still annoyed that they didn't bring him sweets. The princess noticed Russell was getting irritable, but couldn't figure out why. After all, they had everything in the duchy. The boy said nothing more and prepared to leave the way he came, through the window. Monica noticed that both he and the second son seemed like children who had never received unconditional affection. The next day, the knights invited the princess to watch their training, which she found more enjoyable than breakfast. Matthew had been looking at the girl strangely all morning. He barely ate anything, and Uncle Brad ate nothing at all, just sitting there with a stern face. Monica hoped they wouldn't be like this at every meal. Then the girls suddenly felt the place was super familiar and then overheard a conversation from Greg. He was telling Helen that a knight had asked where Eddie was, found out he had gone into the woods in the morning, and then demanded the boy be summoned. Greg wanted to introduce him to the princess, but Helen objected, saying they could only bring him later. They even started arguing about it, which Monica found really strange. But Helen spotted the princess and immediately ran to her, leaving the knights alone. She asked the witch what was wrong. After all, her clothes were a mess. Helen reassured her that everything was fine and then handed Monica a string of fancy balloons. They were magically sealed to last longer, which annoyed Sir Jack again. Hilary suggested tying them to the princess's waist, and the princess loved the idea. But as soon as the balloons were tied, Monica felt herself lift off the ground. The balloons pulled her upward, and the knights barely managed to grab her before the wind carried her away. They decided to cut the balloons loose. It worked, but Hilary was scrambling to apologize to the princess. Meanwhile, Sir Jack yelled at all the mages to go back before they caused any more chaos. Monica thought back on how she had floated off the ground, feeling it was completely unreal. The knights then offered to show her the performance they had prepared. Just then, Din pushed through the crowd, wanting to know why everyone was laughing. The crowd turned at the sound of his voice, and the atmosphere immediately became serious. The knights immediately bowed to the young master, out of respect. Meanwhile, Din approached the princess and greeted her personally. She returned the greeting enthusiastically. Then the kid turned to the knights and announced that he wanted to have team training today. But not everyone agreed. Some pleaded to skip it just this once, but Din wouldn't budge. Even though there was no training scheduled for today, the young master insisted on it. Then the kid felt like everyone was ignoring him, but the princess countered that it wasn't true. Still, Din was annoyed because she had just arrived and everyone already liked her. Moreover, everyone was giving her all sorts of gifts, but no one had ever given him anything. Meanwhile, the princess kept pulling at her older brother, begging him to play and have fun with her. But Din refused, saying he was a knight of the north and couldn't play with a child, even though he really wanted to. He didn't want to displease his father. Then he pushed her away, saying it was training time, not playtime, and told her to back off. She fell to the ground, fighting back tears, not wanting to cry. She had really hurt herself. Din realized he had messed up, but it was too late to turn back now. He didn't know what to do. Sensing something was wrong, Sir Jack rushed over and immediately checked on the princess. He told Din that Monica was still too weak. Her Willow blood had not yet awakened. Then he reminded the boy of the Knight's Code. You don't treat the weak like that. Jack had always been straightforward, which was something Din liked about him. But after what happened today, the boy felt that support was gone. He turned and immediately ran off, leaving the Knight confused about what had just happened. But the Knight was more worried about the princess, so he let the boy run. Monica confirmed once again that all three boys were incredibly strong. Din's footprints were even deeply imprinted on the ground. Jack began to apologize to the princess, saying the guy wasn't really a bad person, just a bit rough sometimes. He was ready to take responsibility for it, but the other knights insisted it was their fault. However, the princess held no grudge, telling the knights that children sometimes make mistakes. She also noticed that everyone was stressed out for Din's sake, even though he didn't see it. But he just didn't get it. Monica decided to go after her cousin at once and told the others to stay put. Jack tried to argue, but she yelled at him that it was an order and they dared not question her. Both the knights and the mages noticed that she moved quite fast for someone her age. Meanwhile, Eddie, who was still in the forest, saw a balloon rise above the woods near the castle. He realized someone had entered the woods, and Monica, with her fox, continued her search for Din. Soon, the girl found him, but she also noticed that despite running so far, her legs weren't tired at all. The princess hadn't realized it yet, but the power of her Willow blood was beginning to awaken. The moment the girl set foot on this land, her powers began to awaken without her knowledge. After catching up with Din, the princess decided to pounce on him, showing off her strength that was far beyond her years. A moment later, the two of them were tumbling in the snow, with Monica trying to grab the boy's hair. When she managed to grab his hair, Din started asking why she had followed him instead of staying to play with the knights. But the princess wanted to play with her cousin, so she had followed him. However, Din noticed that the knights were acting weird because of her, which Monica disagreed with. The princess thought he was just jealous because she had this super cute face. Then she remembered her first life when she was a YouTuber. There was a donor who always took care of her, hiding his concern behind a bad temper. Now, this kid reminded her of that person, the kind who couldn't express their feelings with words. At that moment, Monica stopped fighting, pulled a cookie from her pocket, and offered it to Din. She hoped he would accept her treat, and then they could play together for a while. Din kept refusing, not wanting to take anything from the princess. But she kept pushing it on him, and for the umpteenth time, he pushed Monica away again. She fell into the snow, which cushioned her fall. This time she took it as a challenge and decided to change her strategy. This time she immediately burst into tears, crying that she had dropped her cookie and her balloon had flown away. Poor Din didn't know what to do. He even clenched his small fists, and Monica was sure he was going to hit her again. But Din didn't do that. He just stood before the little girl as a single tear escaped from his eye. Surprised, the princess herself stopped crying and rushed to her little brother's side to comfort him. Din didn't know what to do or say, but he still managed to stammer out an apology. Monica could see that the boy truly regretted what he had done and wanted to find a way to cheer him up. The princess took pity on him, saying she wasn't hurt at all, and told him to stop crying. The kid retorted, "I'm not crying, my eyes are just stinging." Knights don't cry. Din truly felt bad about how he had treated the little girl. She offered to take him back to the knights. She took off her glove and showed him the small wound, which would be fine with a little ointment. Seeing the princess's bruise, Din realized that now everyone would hate him, especially his father. But Monica told him not to worry and promised to stay by his side and give him all the love he needed. They walked back hand in hand, although Din found it a bit embarrassing. Then he realized they were in trouble now. They had entered the forbidden forest. Monica remembered Din running past the magic gate, and she had followed right after him. It was only then that the princess realized why the landscape had changed, which she hadn't noticed during the chase. They didn't know how dangerous it was here, but they were far from the gate and had to get there as soon as possible. Then Din suddenly remembered the princess, crying over her balloon, and was determined to go find it. The girl thought it was too far, but as a knight, he had to take responsibility for his actions. The guy ran off, and Monica had a bad feeling and even wanted to follow him. However, The fox disagreed with the princess's decision, as it also had a very bad feeling. For a while, they wandered through the forest looking for Din, but he was nowhere to be found, and the girl and the fox didn't forget that there were many monsters here. Suddenly, Angela detected some movement and prepared to attack, while the scared princess hid behind it. But it wasn't a monster approaching them. It was Din with a balloon in his hand, surprised why Monica was here. The girl was really worried about him, and he thought she was very brave for being so small. Meanwhile, it was starting to get dark, so the children hurried to leave the forest before they were caught by monsters. But soon they heard a sound, and then a large pile of snow came rushing toward them, which Din barely managed to avoid with the princess. Then he picked up the little girl and ran for his life, knowing that a monster had found them after all. Then the children saw the real monster, with large horns, coming toward them to attack. The boy recognized the monster. It was called an imp. They used to be fairies, but they fell and became monsters. They usually moved in packs, but that didn't stop Din, who bravely charged forward. The fox told its master to climb back on its back, so they could escape from here without slowing Din down. As they dashed down the path, the girls discovered several more monsters lurking in the woods. Glowing red eyes were the least of their worries. The princess tripped and fell into a pile of snow. She barely noticed the scrape and immediately jumped up as if nothing had happened. But a huge, roaring imp already towered before the girl, a furry paw reaching for her. Monica froze, thinking it was all over, but just then, another child appeared out of nowhere and charged at the monster. Din was fighting his own monster, but still managed to see his cousin in trouble in time. A mysterious night boy suddenly appeared and saved the day. The princess didn't recognize him, but Din did, immediately recalling that it was his father's apprentice, Eddie. This invigorated Din, and he refocused on the fight, preparing to finish off the monster. Eddie was battling the beast, kicking up a blizzard of snow. The princess couldn't see his face through the flurry. Meanwhile, the fox sensed the same energy signature from this boy as from her master. This surprised her. The monster fell, crashing onto the young knight's boots like a felled tree. Then Eddie approached the princess, his face full of concern, asking about her injuries and if she was badly hurt. Din appeared at the same time. He checked Monica's scrape, and seeing she was fine, turned to Eddie, realizing the boy had been in the woods all along. The Duke's student remained silent, humbly greeting the young master. Hearing his voice, Monica instantly recognized it from somewhere. Then she remembered her dream, where a child had warned her of danger. At the time, she couldn't make out his face or hair color. Half of his head was in shadow. Now the princess was certain it was him, but his hood still obscured his face. As if reading her mind, the boy pulled down his hood, and she could finally see his face. The face was familiar. She knew exactly what he would look like as an adult, but Monica couldn't figure out why he was here. Then started to worry about her. She remembered the day the leader had ordered her execution. It was this rebel leader, with the face of a child, who had sentenced the empress to death. On that day, the sentence was announced, and the crowd gathered to spit on her or throw stones. Monica clearly remembered him reading the verdict and the expression on his face. The man had glared at her with rage on the day of the execution, so she could never forget him. Now Monica didn't understand why the person who had killed her in another life would now save her. At the time, the princess didn't know his name. Everyone just called him the leader. She never imagined that Eddie was the same person. Ed noticed the girl had turned pale and began to worry about her condition. Meanwhile, Brad, Willow, and a group of knights were already running towards them, searching for the missing princess. The Duke was furious that his son had ignored the order not to enter this forest. But Monica stood up for him, explaining that her balloon had flown away and Din was just helping her get it back. But the Duke still held his ground, convinced that the princess was in danger because of Din. The girl kept defending her younger brother, saying he had actually protected her and even gotten hurt. After that, Brad thought his second son finally had the makings of a knight. He even praised the boy, who was still in shock and couldn't explain. But his father was suddenly not angry, something that had never happened in his entire life. The princess suddenly protested that the Duke wasn't praising him correctly, that he should ruffle his hair first. Brad didn't argue with his niece and followed her instructions, telling Din to continue protecting the princess. The boy couldn't think of anything else to say but to agree and accept the mission. To be honest, the child had always wondered if his father loved him, and now he was sure. All of this happened because of the little princess. Then the Duke also saw his apprentice. Brad thought Ed had also gone to find the balloon, but Ed countered that he had noticed a group of monsters gathering and came to check on the situation. Then the boy noticed Din and Monica were in a tough spot and went to help them. The Duke realized this was their first meeting and ordered his student to formally greet the princess. As he should. Looking at the girl, Eddie thought that if angels existed, they must look like her. But Monica suddenly hid behind Din, only thanking Eddie for saving her from there. The image of him sending her to the guillotine was still seared into her mind, even if he was her savior now. The Duke thought the princess was just frightened by the monsters, although she hadn't been that scared on the way to the temple. But now that the children were all together, that also played a part. Brad just reiterated his warning to stay away from the forest. After that, they all returned to the castle, bringing Eddie along. This child was destined to be the prophet's companion from the moment he was born. He and the princess were a match made in heaven, which was why the Duke had been training him all these years. Back at the castle, Brad spoke with the boy. He understood that when the prophet was in danger, his own heart would ache. Then he remembered seeing a monster's paw approaching the princess's face in his vision, which was a warning. Eddie also felt a strange pain in his chest. Now he knew the princess was his prophet, but he still didn't understand why Monica looked at him with such fear. In the forest, Eddie couldn't figure out why his destined partner would be so afraid of him. The moment the Duke brought the princess out of the forest, the knights begged for her forgiveness. But only Helen had immediately suspected they would mess up when they said they would take care of the princess. The magical girl also accused them of not watching the children because they were busy showing off. Monica felt sorry for them because she saw no remorse in them, so she shouted, "I decided to run off on my own." But the Duke wasn't going to let Jack off the hook and planned to come up with a punishment for him. The princess looked at Eddie standing nearby, and her mood sank again. His presence brought back sad memories. He just stood there silently, still not understanding why Monica was like this, but he hoped it would pass. Meanwhile, the girl saw Din nearby and decided to talk to him without any onlookers. She grabbed his hand at the right moment. He panicked, thinking something was wrong. The look on her face said it all. The next day, Din invited the girl to the central garden, which she loved. Despite it being winter, the garden was full of flowers and plants. Din's mother used to tend to this garden. They had cast a spell to make the flowers bloom year-round. Now Russell maintained the magic dome, while Matthew brought back different seeds from every trip. Din also admitted that it was their father who wanted to cast the spell on the garden. At this, the princess smiled. The boy didn't understand why she was smiling, but the girl just liked listening to him talk. Din found the princess very cute, even making him think they had given her something especially nice. Then Monica started asking about Matthew, because she needed to learn everything about them to save everyone later, one way or another. This was the first lifetime the princess had met the Duke's sons. Din explained that his eldest brother was also a knight, but was completely obsessed with monsters, going on expeditions to fight them every day. Monica had already heard that Matthew had recently gone on another expedition and might be away for several months. Then the second brother decided to reveal a secret to the princess and admitted that his brother was actually very ill. The girl was very scared for Matthew, as she had never heard this before. Din had a sad and thoughtful expression, then said his brother just had a cleanliness obsession. He thought so because Matthew always bathed in ice water before bed during expeditions and carried a magic bag full of clean shirts. The princess found it a bit strange that Din thought of his brother this way, as if he didn't bathe at all himself. Then he mentioned Russell, who was a wizard but always hid in the library and had a strange personality. Then Din mentioned the student Eddie and reminded the princess that he was the one who saved her in the woods. The girl decided to listen anyway. More information was better than less, even if she didn't like him much. Eddie was the Duke's only student and possessed amazing power, so Brad Willow doted on him. People even said the Duke treated the boy like his own son. Din was sad because he knew Willow didn't care about his own children, and no one else realized it. But the princess didn't believe her uncle could hate his own son. He was her best older brother. One night, Angela suddenly woke her master with urgency, feeling that something terrible had happened. The princess opened her eyes and saw Russell standing in her room, holding a stack of books. He explained that they were supposed to meet, but he had been busy studying in the library. He had completely forgotten about it, but Monica was happy to see him. He had expected her to scream at him for visiting in the middle of the night. The boy had remembered his promise and brought his collection of magic books. Then Russell threw the books into the air, and they spun above their heads. After that, he decided to show her something else. The books suddenly opened, and creatures began to pour out, not just ordinary beasts, but monsters too. As soon as they appeared, the princess froze in fear, but the boy quickly reassured her that it was just magic. Then he made the creatures disappear and conjured a small energy ball that lit up the whole room. Monica couldn't believe Russell could perform such powerful magic at such a young age. The boy was gifted, and it wasn't difficult for him. She was even a little jealous of him. She couldn't help but ask her brother if he liked studying. Noticing her interest, Russell offered to teach her one of the simplest spells. Then the princess asked if he was self-taught and learned that the boy had a mentor named Donald. Monica remembered from her past life that this Donald was one of her worst subordinates. On the way to the temple, her uncle had been furious with her because of this man. She couldn't believe this person was her brother's mentor, but she noticed Russell's face darkened when he mentioned him. Donald had to play the loyal servant until her uncle's betrayal. Then Russell revealed his biggest secret to Monica, and the girl was very interested. The boy wanted to introduce his cousin to his very special friend. They needed to go to an abandoned wing of the castle, but it was cold at night, so Monica said they would go tomorrow. Russell admitted he had just discovered a secret place on the estate, wished the princess a good night, and left. The next day at noon, Monica had already snuck to the meeting spot, telling her nanny she was going for a walk. Her younger brother was already waiting there, holding a special flashlight, ready for their adventure. The boy told the princess that his mother used to live in this part of the castle when she was alive. Then he lifted the girl up, and they slipped in through an upstairs window to avoid the guards at the front door. Monica saw a portrait of his mother on the wall and felt a bit strange that her brother said his friend lived here. Russell led the princess to the basement. The place was very gloomy and didn't look like anyone lived there at all. Although the flashlight lit their way, the girl kept telling her fox, Angela, to stay close. Russell walked ahead, talking about how he was the only one studying magic, which frustrated him. His brothers and father were all swordsmen, but his new companions started to encourage him. After a while, they reached one of the rooms where Russell's mysterious partner was waiting. The boy approached a box and pulled out a small, hidden bundle from behind it. When Russell turned it towards the light, Monica saw small eyes and ears sticking out. The little thing didn't look like a normal animal, more like a monster with a silly grin. The princess didn't flinch at all, just walked over and said, "Hey," as if to a new friend. Only the fox remained tense, as if something was wrong, and ordered her to step back. The girl didn't know why the fox was panicking. It was just a baby monster. But Angela wouldn't back down. The fox recognized the furry ball as a red devourer, a type of man-eating monster. These things hide their true form under a cute appearance and then devour human souls. But the worst part was this monster's high-ranking status, which made it deadly. The princess remembered seeing a similar monster in her past life, but this one looked different. Angela said its true form would soon appear. Angela thought the boy was crazy for calling it a friend and warned that they needed to get rid of it before it transformed. The girl saw Russell's joyful expression and felt he had no idea of the danger, so she stayed by his side. Monica tried to explain everything to him and begged him to throw the little monster away, that it was too dangerous. The moment the princess tried to snatch the monster from the boy's hands, it transformed with a roar. Its eyes glowed with red fury, and its cute mouth turned into a terrifying maw. Even Russell was caught off guard by his companion screaming. He thought that kind of monster couldn't make a sound. Monica began to explain to her brother that it was a red devourer, not just a harmless little creature, but a full-blown threat. Meanwhile, the monster transformed, unable to maintain its disguise due to the interference of the divine beast's energy. Angela realized this thing had already devoured too many human souls and now possessed great power. This monster was even more deadly than the one the princess had seen in the woods with Din, with a much higher threat level. The girl was confused how things had gotten out of control so quickly. This place had guards. How could no one have discovered the monster? Then the princess saw her brother trembling like a leaf, not understanding why his companion had turned into a nightmare. The monster was about to grab Russell, and Monica prepared to try and save him. But the fox grabbed the girl's collar and pulled her back. She must not get involved in that chaos. The monster was blocking the exit, so there was no way to escape. So the fox went to create a distraction while Monica had to hurry and find someone. The princess approached Russell and started begging him to go get help, but he was still in shock. Monica reminded him, "That monster is not your friend. It's a full-blown threat." Just then, the boy's heart sank. If that was true, did it mean he had no friends at all? The girl didn't see the pain her younger brother was suffering, so she stepped up and claimed to be his friend. Monica swore she would always be his friend, no matter what, even if it cost her life. This snapped Russell out of it. Immediately, he started using magic to help them escape. Suddenly, Angela screamed at her master to be careful. The monster was right behind her. In that moment, Monica realized the goddess had given her the best, but she was still powerless to protect herself. A magic dome formed above the girl, blocking the monster's hand as it reached for her. Then a message lit up in front of Monica. "It's time to make the choice you postponed before." Last time she didn't make a choice, her uncle's son appeared and ruined everything. Now she knew the wise move was to enhance the divine beast's power. But just then, a new message popped up offering the princess another path. Monica had her doubts, but she trusted the system again and chose the anchor upgrade. She leveled up to level 4, gained the title of Viscountess, and unlocked the Infinite Store. Next, the system offered channel growth items, which could only be obtained by exchanging anchor points. Just then, the girl noticed Russell could barely hold off the monster's attack. But she knew the last window didn't pop up by chance. She picked up one of the small vials. This vial had to be thrown directly into the monster's mouth. Monica was about to test if it really worked. Meanwhile, the monster's claws had almost pierced the magic dome. Russell could be caught at any moment. The boy was trapped. He could barely hold on, but his mind was blank. Monica had already thrown a vial of magic pepper at the monster, the kind that makes you sneeze. The vial passed through the dome's barrier and smashed on the monster's roaring face. The creature began to sneeze uncontrollably, tears even streaming down its face. Seeing that it worked, the princess told the fox it was her turn now. But suddenly, all the souls devoured by the monster began to awaken, and now any attack was useless. Angela asked the princess if she had another vial like the one she threw at the monster. There was one left, and this time the fox would throw it herself. First, she had to get closer. Meanwhile, the children tried to dodge the monster's sharp claws, sneaking towards the exit. The fox was already in motion. She leaped up and once again threw the vial directly at the creature's face. The jar shattered again, and there was a small explosion, but this time it felt different. The princess couldn't see Angela and started calling her name, hoping she would answer from the cloud of dust. Suddenly, the children saw a shadow. The boy immediately started asking what on earth had happened. Matthew appeared, saw the monster, drew his sword, and immediately prepared to fight. The boy was fast and skilled, but it still took a few heavy blows to take down the beast. His shirt was stained with blood, and he groaned loudly. He had just ironed it. Russell looked scared. Monica thought his older brother was angry at his younger brother over this. Then Matthew asked why little princess was wandering around in such a dangerous place. The girl couldn't think of an answer. Then they noticed Russell's face had fallen because he had lost his friend. This made Matthew very angry. He grabbed the boy and told him bluntly that a monster couldn't be your friend. But the boy still didn't think it was a monster. His brother guessed he had brought it here himself. Monica intervened, pleading with Matthew to let the little one go. If he didn't, she would bite him. The girl had already met her uncle's second and third sons and liked them. She hoped the eldest brother would be nice too. Matthew let go of his younger brother. The princess ran to his side, panicking and feeling sorry for him. He was still sad about being lonely, but Monica reminded him that he had her as a friend now. The eldest brother couldn't accept that this little sparrow dared to threaten him. The princess was angry because he called her a sparrow again and glared at him. Soon, the children arrived at the manor entrance. The girl was holding a constantly sneezing fox. She had inhaled some of that powder too. Russell promised to help remove it with a spell. Matthew, who had brought the children home, suddenly recalled how his younger brother had broken down and cried. He found it strange. He had never seen the boy cry before. Besides, the only person who ever stayed by his side was his mentor. Now Matthew began to wonder who this princess was, to have such a great influence on his younger brother. Angela noticed someone approaching and immediately alerted her mistress. It was Donald, the mentor, who immediately greeted the princess. The girl immediately remembered his true nature from her past life, even as he introduced himself. But Monica already knew he was a first-rate knight and mage, and also a rebellious vassal. She responded politely, but reminded herself to be wary of this snake. Russell greeted his mentor, who immediately noticed his master's heavy mood. Monica caught a glimpse of fear on the boy's face, though she hoped she was just overthinking it. Donald said he had sensed danger threatening the child and had acted immediately. He also mentioned a rope-like connection between him and his master that let them know when the other was in danger. The girl didn't know that mages would cast such spells on their students. Now, she was trying to figure out how Matthew got to the basement, since he didn't know where his brother was. Monica was also curious how Russell had encountered the monster down there and started taking care of it. Meanwhile, Matthew explained that he sometimes went there to remember his mom. Today he heard screams and went to fight the monster. Donald was curious what kind of monster the young master had to fight, but Matthew found it strange that the mage asked this first. Shouldn't he first check how the monster got there? The mage admitted he was a bit hasty. Matthew's older brother planned to report the monster to the Duke immediately. The guy felt this matter was too serious to ignore. They had to find who was behind it. Monica noticed Donald was agitated. She knew something else was hidden behind his smile. He was glad the princess and Russell were safe, even if he didn't understand why they went to the basement. Matthew said his younger brother also missed their mom, and at his age, a mother was essential. But Monica didn't believe Russell was thinking of his mom when he chose an abandoned place to care for a monster. But there was no real reason to continue the conversation, so Matthew decided to escort the princess back to her room. Donald, noticing his student was injured, invited him to go for treatment. The princess was furious. She wanted to stop this guy, but wishing alone wouldn't work. Monica had a bad feeling, but Matthew had already told her to follow him. He knew where her room was. The Duke had shown him the location on a map and told him to go there first if things got tricky. Matthew also explained that flying monsters sometimes appear, so people need to evacuate, and the princess was now the top priority. But Matthew also noticed Monica looked fragile, like a little sparrow. In her room, the girl found her nanny in a state of anxiety, completely unaware of how she had slipped out. Rose was worried about the princess's dirty clothes and why she was with Matthew, but the girl just asked for food. The young master couldn't be bothered to explain. The important thing was that the princess was safe and sound. He handed the child to Rose, again calling the princess a sparrow, which confused the knights, who couldn't believe the young master would call her that. Meanwhile, Monica told him not to talk nonsense in front of her nanny. Rose wanted to take the child immediately, but Matthew insisted on carrying her to bed. He was trying to figure out how this child could be lighter than a sack of wheat. He remembered that as a child, he weighed about 8 sacks of wheat, which was the standard for the Willow family. In his opinion, an ordinary child should weigh at least 3 sacks. Matthew felt that the girl wasn't eating enough and decided to pay more attention to her diet. Rose asked again what had happened, only to find out they had been in a battle. This truly frightened the nanny, making her even more worried about the child. But Matthew didn't say another word. By evening, the princess was still not feeling well. She had been forcing herself to stay awake since lunch. But she had to visit Russell, and Monica thought maybe she could try using her ability. She immediately ordered the infinite shop to open so she could pick something good from it. The princess saw that the number of items had increased, and there was a new wand called the Wand of Love. She also found that this item had been automatically purchased with half of her remaining points. The girl didn't understand why this happened, but she picked up the wand as instructed. Just then, the nanny came in and announced that young Master Russell had arrived, looking exhausted. Monica even wondered if that scoundrel Donald had taken good care of him, but she was happy to see him nonetheless. The boy admitted that this time he didn't come in through the window, as usual, because his mentor had forbidden him from doing so. The girl found this suspicious and remembered the rope connecting him and Russell. The princess guessed that the rope wasn't for sensing danger, but for Donald to track the child's whereabouts. Their conversation was interrupted by a knight who suddenly burst into the room, asking Monica why she was still up so late. Mike appeared and quickly apologized for disturbing Russell's rest time. But the knight was on a mission and had to take the child to the Duke's office immediately. The princess immediately connected this to what had happened earlier and again felt that something was wrong with Donald. To make sure everything was all right, Monica decided to go with Russell and Mike, even though the Duke might be furious later. The knight really couldn't refuse the little girl. The princess noticed that her little cousin looked really scared. Feeling it was her responsibility, to find out what was going on, Monica grabbed the child's hand, ready to go to her uncle. Once there, the princess planned to speak first, hoping the Duke would listen to her. Brad shot an inquiring look at Mike, but Mike really couldn't refuse the princess's request. Then, Monica saw that magic tutor, Donald, sitting in another chair. She knew he had already fabricated some stories for her uncle and had likely made things sound worse than they were. Russell greeted his father, who looked quite disturbed. He had obviously heard the whole story from Donald and now wanted to know why his son went to the basement. But Monica remembered that it was Matthew who wanted to explain first, so she didn't understand how Donald had gotten ahead of him. It seemed Donald had simply snatched the child's report and decided to present it as his own version. Matthew was also hesitant, but he just didn't know what kind of person we were dealing with. Both reports were submitted, but Donald's sounded more credible. The princess worried that her uncle would actually believe his story, a story that would definitely discredit Russell. The Duke thought that this child from the Willow family couldn't even handle a single monster because he missed his mother too much. Monica couldn't believe her uncle would say that. She didn't understand what the child missing his mother had to do with family relations. The problem was, it wasn't just an ordinary monster, but a red devourer, a top-tier beast. But more importantly, Russell was just a child, almost the same age as the princess. She was about to argue with her uncle and set things straight, but the mage interrupted her. Donald asked the Duke to let him speak as Russell's mentor. The mage put on a sanctimonious act that disgusted the princess. She knew Donald was just an arrogant bastard who only treated people of lower classes as slaves. He began to ramble on about how mages are different from knights and need more sensitivity to properly handle their power. But the Duke didn't understand what sensitivity had to do with this matter. Donald claimed that Russell's moody personality was precisely why his magic level was so high. But the child also had trouble with emotional control, which was why the mage wanted to take over. The mage kept insisting that Russell's achievements were all thanks to him and demanded the Duke acknowledge his efforts. Brad Willow did owe Donald a lot, and the princess knew the mage was using this to his advantage. More importantly, he was convincingly taking the child's side and rambling on to the Duke, which made her hate him even more. Monica didn't understand her uncle's reaction. After all, he was previously known for never hiding his emotions. The Duke used to kill anyone he deemed to be in the wrong, which was why they called him the Mad Dog of the North. The girl didn't think it was a problem if Russell couldn't control his emotions like her uncle. So what? She thought it was completely unfair to make the child sit here and listen to all this. Meanwhile, Donald insisted it was his fault. After all, this all happened because he didn't train Russell properly. The mage even asked the student to confirm this, and he had no choice but to support his teacher. The child stuttered a bit, and the Duke concluded that his son couldn't even speak clearly. Little Russell bowed to his father, feeling guilty, and prepared to accept his punishment. At that moment, the princess remembered herself kneeling on the ground when no one was there to protect her. And the Duke had already reached out his hand to his son, and in that instant, he seemed to her like the monster from her past. But she was no longer that timid princess. She couldn't let her little brother get hurt. Monica grabbed her uncle's hand and stood in front of the boy, arguing that he had done nothing wrong. The girl insisted that Russell had actually saved her and accused the Duke of shouting without asking what was what. But the Duke didn't understand why his niece would come to that conclusion. After all, he hadn't raised his hand to strike. Brad had no intention of yelling at anyone. He told Monica to let him finish. The Duke had heard everything Donald wanted to say, and now it was his turn to hear his son's side of the story. The child's mouth fell open in surprise. He never expected his father to be like this. But the Duke knew that you couldn't get the whole truth by listening to only one side. This was exactly what his niece had told him earlier, and now he finally understood. Brad glanced at the children, who were still in shock, and told them to tell the truth. The boy guiltily admitted that he hadn't done well enough, but now he would train harder with his mentor. Russell even shed tears. It was the first time his father had truly asked for his opinion. But the princess knew he was just scared of the Duke. However, the child kept glancing at Donald, but Uncle Brad didn't notice. The princess felt that it was the mage who was suppressing Russell, and now he was suffering under his mentor's control, just like she had in her previous life. Donald could not be allowed to stay with the child any longer. Monica was already racking her brain for a way to make that happen. Meanwhile, the Duke realized it wouldn't be easy to get the truth out of his son. He ordered Mike to search every corner of the estate. The search had to be thorough. Something had lured the monster here, and he wanted to know why. We need to pay special attention to the area where the princess resides, and the barrier there needs to be reinforced as well. Mike promised that from this day on, the princess's quarters would be guarded by top-tier knights. Monica realized that this was how it was going to end. She couldn't believe her uncle had given up on finding the truth. In response to the streamer's wish, a window popped up, and the princess saw a wand appear before her. She didn't know why this thing had suddenly appeared, but she decided to go with the flow. To make the wish come true, the princess had to say, "Let a miracle happen," and the spell, abracadabra. But after she said it, nothing moved, nothing changed. Not understanding why it didn't work, Monica began to wave the wand with all her might. Meanwhile, Donald had already dragged Russell away, even though the girl really wanted to stay with the child. The girl realized the system had messed up, and that step-by-step plan had led to nothing. Just then, another window appeared before the princess, saying that a miracle had already happened. But she didn't believe it anymore. Donald and her little brother were already far out of reach. Later in the office, the mage yelled at the boy, saying the Duke was very angry with him. And, despite being his father, he had embarrassed Russell in front of the princess. Then Donald promised to make him the greatest mage of all time, but the child must never forget this humiliation. Afterwards, the mage planned to heal the child's wounds and report everything to the Duke. He kept saying that no one would believe the boy's story because he was insignificant to anyone. Russell imagined his father calling him pathetic, while his brothers wouldn't even look at him anymore. Then he remembered the princess grabbing his hand and vowing to support him. She was on his side, but Monica was far away, so all Russell could do was vow to work twice as hard when this was all over. His usually friendly teacher, with a fake smile today, looked like a devil in disguise. Meanwhile, the Duke went to the princess's room and stayed there for a long time, even though she had intended to go see Russell. Even if the princess tried to sneak in, she couldn't see him because the child needed more time to heal. Russell seemed fine, but the princess thought he might have been injured while fending off the monster. But Monica remembered the Duke had already told her about the treatment her brother received when she arrived. The fox panicked, thinking the Duke was about to melt the princess's brain with his death stare, and begged her to run. But Monica was more worried about her brother and ordered Angela to go check on him. The fox agreed, but her mistress had better be ready to pay for this favor with a large piece of meat. After the fox dashed off, Monica decided to play dumb and asked the Duke why he kept staring at her like that. The Duke just watched his niece's act. He already knew she was the only one worth protecting now. The princess called it stalking, and Brad was surprised that the little girl even knew that word. The Duke thought maybe the princess had heard it from someone in the palace. Then the girls started asking about Russell, and the Duke remembered that not long ago, the child wasn't even as tall as his calf. After a while, the princess finally got tired, and Brad placed her in her crib, thinking she must have suffered a lot in the past. The current Emperor, Theodore, ascended to the throne after the murder of the Duke of Willow's older brother. He did the same to the former Empress Samantha, who was Brad's sister, by sending her to the battlefield. Everyone knew Theo despised Samantha, so the only surviving princess was never treated fairly. Now the Duke regretted that he should have arrived sooner when he was eradicating the northern nobles involved in his sister's death. Brad began to wonder if he was still doing things that would come back to bite him. Things he hadn't thought about for years started to surface in his mind. Now, his youngest son kept appearing in his mind, and he wanted to do something for the child. When the princess opened her eyes the next morning, she saw Russell standing right by her bed. The girl had slept until lunch, and her brother was worried she had slept too long. Monica jumped up. She had something to ask Russell, and he had better answer honestly. She grabbed the boy's hands. The princess needed to know if his mentor, Donald, was hitting him. Russell was very surprised by the question, but Monica took his facial expression and body language as an answer. She had lived with the same mindset, blaming herself for everything, and knew how hard it was to bring it up. Now the princess knew exactly what would help open Russell's heart, so she shared how she was once trapped in a terrible place. Monica decided not to mention what the current emperor had done to her with sticks and whips. The child couldn't believe Monica had suffered the same treatment as him, but she told him that such a thing had never happened to her. The princess pulled herself together and asked to study magic with Russell under his mentor's guidance. At the mere mention of the mentor, the child's leg even twitched, and he decided it would be better for him to teach his sister himself. Monica felt that Russell was about to say something, but he suddenly remembered he had to go back. After promising to return, the child slipped out the window, and just then, Dean came in through the window. The second older brother was surprised, thinking his younger brother had a fight with the princess. But Monica suddenly lunged at Dean, demanding to know where the magician Donald's room was. The child didn't understand why Monica needed that man's room. He knew nothing about his brother's situation. But Dean knew where the magician's room was, and he told the princess it was on the top floor of the East Tower. Still, he wanted to know why that room was so important to Monica, but she remained silent. That tower was on the opposite east side of the princess's quarters. Because of her recent trip to the woods with Dean, it was now difficult for her to sneak in alone. Even if she rode the fox, it would be very conspicuous. Monica considered asking her uncle or nanny for help, but that would give Donald an excuse to feign innocence about what he was doing to Russell. And that guy was very suspicious. If he felt his subordinates sensed something, he wouldn't be able to trust them. So Monica decided to get detailed information about Donald and his room from her brother. Although the mage had his own estate, being given a room by the Duke showed great trust. Donald loved being the center of attention and never hid his dark side. He especially enjoyed watching Russell squirm, teasing him whenever he felt like it. The Duke never knew how to show love, and his sons had learned the same cold demeanor. The greatest irony was that the powerful Willow family, despite its strong exterior, could be dismantled from within. Russell confessed his inexperience to his mentor, who kept telling him that admitting his weakness was half the battle. Donald had no problem injecting his poison into the child's heart, disguising it as love. However, he always framed the punishment as being for Russell's own good. Just then, the boy remembered how Monica had urged him to train with a mentor, and he was glad she wasn't there to see all this. Still, he silently prayed that the princess would somehow find a way to help him. Meanwhile, the princess received a flower from a system and had to meet some conditions to unlock a vision. She didn't fully understand what she would see, but was immediately given a preview mode of a miracle. But this preview had its limits, and Monica could only see Russell trembling. Then the preview closed, and the princess cursed Donald in her mind with every swear word she could think of. Dean just watched Monica's behavior, but couldn't figure out what was wrong with her. She began to think about what was needed to unlock the vision. She learned that she had to register a trustworthy helper who already knew the truth without needing to watch the miracle. Monica realized this helper had to be someone who knew about the bullying Russell was enduring. That person had to be in the castle, but it definitely wasn't Matthew or Dean. Just then, Rose walked into the room, and the princess thought maybe their nanny could be that person. Monica immediately asked Dean if they had a nanny. He confirmed they had one, but then the boy added that it was in the past, and the princess felt this might be Donald's doing. Soon, Monica asked her uncle to take her to the Northern Ducal Academy. This academy, sponsored by the Duke himself, gathered the brightest students. The girl was completely stunned by the sight. She had never been to a place like this before. Mike couldn't believe the princess had the audacity to show up here. The Duke had specially arranged for a top-tier mentor for his niece, but she wasn't here for that. Monica decided to keep Russell by her side so that Donald couldn't mess with him. Besides, Dean had mentioned earlier that their former nanny had attended school here and then disappeared. Then she ran into Count Avram, the headmaster of the academy. He was equally captivated, as if the goddess herself had bestowed a gift upon him, and he saw her as a blessing to this land. The princess was stunned. Why was everyone suddenly bringing up the goddess? Monica was just here to find Russell's nanny, but didn't know where to start. Just then, a lady named Fate approached. She was the former nanny of the three brothers and was now a top educator here, in charge of the early childhood education program. The girl beamed with joy at finally finding her, while her uncle nodded, confirming that Fate was indeed a reliable teacher. Noticing how kindly the Duke was to her, the princess was sure she had been an excellent nanny. Then she saw Russell's gloomy expression and suddenly suspected if the nanny had also bullied him. But if that were true, she wouldn't have left the castle in the first place, because then Donald would have kept her around in case she accused him. Besides, Fate looked very kind, and she didn't get that teaching position for just any reason. But then again, the princess knew from experience that someone who looked kind could be very cruel. Monica knew well not to trust someone based on looks alone. But right then, Monica needed answers, so she grabbed Russell's hand to encourage him. Then she suddenly turned and strode towards Fate, ready to get answers from her. But Mike picked her up halfway, eager to show her everything he had prepared. Monica protested that she wasn't here for a tour. Soon, they brought her to a place crowded with children, all doing their own thing. The night led her to a telescope, and she enjoyed stargazing. But then she remembered her mission, just as students and interns were showering her with gifts. Uncle Brad never stopped keeping an eye on her and had no intention of letting her go outside, where it was still freezing. Children easily catch colds in winter, so you have to keep a close watch. After looking at all the gifts, Princess Monica finally decided to confront Miss Fate again. But just then, Brad said loudly that it was time to go, and Monica started throwing a tantrum again. He noticed the child had a fever and didn't want her to get worse, but she kept resisting him. She never figured out why Russell seemed so anxious when they met. Then her uncle promised to bring her here again in the summer. Monica immediately asked if her brother Russell would come with them, and received an affirmative answer. The child was a bit confused. He didn't understand why he had to come here again. Soon, they headed for the exit, and not far away, Fate stood watching the children. Russell felt her gaze and turned around, thinking the nanny might want to say something. But he didn't stop to find out what the former nanny needed. He continued walking with his father. Fate watched him leave with a sad expression, her heart filled with sympathy. A few days later, it turned out the princess had caught a cold after all. Her body was weaker than she had thought. Rose explained that children often react this way to seasonal changes. This was the third time Monica had experienced this during her days of being sick. She couldn't help Russell, nor could she find a suitable helper. The princess needed to talk to her cousin's former nanny at least once. One day, Monica called for Dean and started asking him about their former nanny, Fate. She found out that the woman was a great cook, and her cakes and cookies were especially divine. Dean, who didn't see his mother often, once thought that Fate might have reminded him of his mom. But in the end, the nanny just left one day, and now the child would never know why. The princess was very curious last time why Fate had left so suddenly. But all Din knew was that the nanny, who was taking care of Russell at the time, left without saying goodbye. Matthew had explained back then that Fate had her own difficulties and the children shouldn't get involved. Even so, Din was very fond of the nanny and would miss her terribly at times. Monica decided to take this as an opportunity to propose visiting the former nanny with her little brother. The boy didn't argue with the princess, because he would get to see his favorite nanny either way. They invited Jack and Helen to go to the academy with them. The magical girl was thrilled about it, although the knight thought they should get the Duke's permission first. Din pointed out that he didn't need his father's permission to leave the manor, especially since Monica had recovered. The princess asked Mike to look after Russell, as she trusted him, so that they could be on their way. The girl couldn't help but notice how excited Helen was about the trip, but it didn't matter to her. Soon they arrived at the academy and found Fate very quickly, who was delighted to see them again. Din had only fond memories of her and was also very excited to see her again. The nanny began to ask how the young master had been all these years, now that he had grown up. Fate also remembered the late Duchess and how happy she would have been if she could see her son now. At this moment, the princess noticed that the nanny's attitude was very calm when speaking with her second brother, nothing like how she spoke to Russell. But then Monica discovered a pile of exquisite desserts that Fate had made especially for her. After tasting the snacks, the girl immediately felt that this lady was a good person, but she quickly reminded herself, if Donald also started feeding her sweets, he might also seem like a good person to the princess. Fate brewed tea for Din without milk, because it would give him a stomachache, and the boy was surprised she still remembered. But the nanny said that she would never dare to forget anything related to the young masters. Monica kept telling herself that Fate seemed like a reliable person, and if this was all a game, this woman could perfectly play the role of a villain. Her inner voice kept saying that the nanny wasn't actually bad, and Monica felt conflicted about it. Just then, a teacher came over and told Din that the head of the academy wanted to see him. He asked the princess to wait for him there and promised to be back soon. She, in turn, continued to nibble on a cupcake. Fate looked at the princess and noticed that her smile was very similar to young Master Russell's. So Monica asked curiously if the nanny had ever seen the youngest brother smile, since she had raised him since he was a baby. Of course, she had seen his cute little smile. Then Monica directly asked the woman if she knew what had really happened to Russell. It seemed that Fate was starting to understand, so the princess couldn't push too hard yet, fearing the woman wouldn't say anything. The girl shared what her little brother was like now and asked if he was like that before Fate left. But the nanny believed Russell was the smartest child she had ever met, and if it weren't for a small problem, she would still be with him today. Fate admitted that it was all because her husband had incurred a huge gambling debt. Then the nanny realized she had said too much and tried to avoid the topic. But the girl wasn't going to let it go. She was just one step away from solving the mystery, so she decided to visit the Almighty store. There, the princess found some magic powder that could reveal anyone's secrets just by sprinkling it on them. She thought this was a complete game changer and immediately snatched up the bag of magic dust. Then Monica sprinkled the dust all over the nanny. She had to know what she was hiding. The princess wanted to know the real reason Fate had abandoned the child and left, and the nanny explained that as a nanny with her own pride, she couldn't let the Duke find out about it. She had no choice but to leave young Master Russell, even though it broke her heart. For a moment, Fate even wanted to hold on regardless of everything. She loved the child too much. But then Mr. Donald appeared and reminded her that she could no longer be a nanny. Without qualifications, it was out of the question. The mage implied that the Duke would be very unhappy if a nanny with a scoundrel husband stayed with the children. To avoid being disgracefully kicked out of the manor, the nanny was given the opportunity to voluntarily transfer to the academy. Monica had just confirmed that Donald always pretended to be kind at first while secretly looking for someone's weakness, then using those weaknesses for his own gain. If Fate hadn't agreed to leave then, she would just be another pawn on his chessboard now. After that, he turned on Russell, making him believe that he was the only one who truly cared about the young master. He portrayed the nanny as a most irresponsible traitor who had abandoned the child. Monica couldn't understand how the mage could treat a child like that, and now thought even worse of him. The girl felt that just kicking him out wasn't enough. Seeing how devastated Fate was now, and how Donald had completely isolated Russell, the princess prepared to ask the nanny for help. The girl told her everything she knew about her brother's situation, and from the nanny's expression, she guessed the woman already knew. The nanny couldn't figure out why she had told the princess, but still believed Donald wasn't a bad person. After all, if it weren't for Donald, Fate wouldn't even have the chance to occasionally glimpse the children. But Monica insisted that the mage was not an honest or kind person, while the nanny still thought it was all her own fault. The princess received a pop-up notification saying she had found a suitable helper, and Fate swore she would do whatever it took. No sooner had she spoken than the Duke appeared in the room, ready to take his niece home. The girl was even a little nervous. She hadn't told the Duke she was here, yet he had found out almost immediately. Besides, the Duke had planned to be on a business trip today, but seemed his plans had just changed. Meanwhile, Brad asked about the little girl's health, and she proudly declared that she felt perfectly fine. But the Duke decided to test her, and to prove his point, he grabbed her wrist with one finger. Although the princess didn't see anything supernatural in it. After all, she was just a child. Meanwhile, the Duke thought his niece was still very petite and needed to eat more. Nanny Fate also decided to confirm that the little girl was very healthy, even if she was a bit smaller than her peers. In any case, the Duke was determined to go home and immediately picked up the princess, then asked his father for permission to stay a little longer with Nanny Fate, as they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Brad agreed, but asked them not to stay too late, which caught the boys somewhat off guard. The nanny noticed that many things had changed during her absence, even without the Duchess's influence. On the way, Monica noticed there were very few flowers, and her uncle explained that without magic, they were really difficult to grow. In the duchy itself, there were all sorts of flowers, but that was because the Duchess had loved them very much. Then Monica suddenly asked her uncle if he loved her brothers, which confused him a little. She explained it was just out of curiosity, although she really wanted to know as soon as possible. The girl just couldn't figure out how he had raised them to be the way they were now. Monica wondered, if her uncle truly loved his children, why had he made such a mess of raising them? Conversely, if the Duke didn't love them, he could at least pretend to. The princess wanted everyone in this castle to be happy, without exception. She knew how desperate that person's wish was after experiencing unimaginable grief. A child who was eaten alive, even back then, by the thought that no one loved him. Now, the princess was certain that the Duke's youngest son was in the exact same situation. Although Monica also knew that Donald hadn't actually hit the child yet, it was only a matter of time. In her experience, when magic users believed an enemy was about to fall, they would resort to fists and whips. That's why the little girl so desperately needed an answer from Uncle Brad, and she kept pleading with him. The Duke had never heard that word before. It felt foreign and uncomfortable, as if it had no place in his world. If anyone else had asked Brad Willow this question, he would have simply ignored it. The Duke's life had been nothing but blood and battle. He still remembered the last favor the Duchess had asked for, her final request. Brad's relationship with her hadn't been warm at all. It was just a political marriage. She wasn't affectionate or gentle with the Duke either. She kept her distance, behaving quietly and nobly. Moreover, Brad's wife knew every detail of the household and never nagged her husband. And this woman fully supported the Duke's need for revenge, which made him want to spend the rest of his life with her. In the end, she pleaded with Brad that if anyone ever asked him about love, he must listen to their entire request. The Duke didn't love his wife, but in that moment, he thought he could keep his promise. He knew that whoever asked about love would be someone who was devoted to him. Although he believed that after all the hell he had been through in his life, such a person would never exist. After he promised his wife he would honor her request, her smile stayed with the Duke for the rest of his days. Not long after, Brad's wife passed away, and during the funeral, the sky itself seemed to weep, pouring rain upon the earth. But she left behind a small child, whom the Duke tried his best to avoid, because the boy's laughter was too much like his wife's face at the end of her life. Seeing his son's smile was unbearable, so he wanted to find a way to get rid of it. He often mentioned this to Mike, and one day, Russell overheard his father's words. The child thought it was because his swordsmanship was poor, so he decided to try harder. Around that time, Donald appeared in his life, offering to be his mentor and teach him everything. Now, when the princess asked the Duke about his love for the children, he was slow to answer her. Brad didn't answer, but instead began to explain that his duty was to protect the people within these walls. The Duke considered everyone within these walls as family, the children, the loyal staff. And now, the princess was family too. Even if he didn't like it at first, it didn't matter now. In fact, the girl seemed so fragile to the Duke that he wanted to find the safest place for her within the castle walls. Monica still longed to hear his answer. She even wondered if her uncle had ever felt that way. Just then, Mike and Din appeared, and the Duke decided to show the princess something. He took the children a little further and showed the girl a small farmhouse peeking out from the trees. The Duke's student, Eddie, lived there. He had recently saved a child in the woods. The girl didn't understand why her uncle decided to bring up the boy who still frightened the princess. But after that, Monica had barely seen him. He began to spend more time training. The Duke believed that the more that boy trained, the better it would be for the princess. She would soon understand why. When they returned to the castle, the girl remembered her uncle had recently called her family, which meant he should trust her word. And she did have Willow blood in her veins, so Monica decided to ask about what happened last time. The princess reminded him that he had been furious that day, demanding she say her name and even pushing her. The Duke was shocked by his niece's claim. He had never done anything like that, but he had been angry then and had truly frightened the little princess, who was afraid of him for a long time after that. Monica saw how flustered the Duke became, feeling incredibly guilty towards the little girl. He was truly sorry and swore he would keep apologizing until she forgave him. Seeing her uncle so worried, the princess decided to forgive him for that mistake. But Monica noticed that the Duke didn't even consider his sons, and the way he expressed his feelings felt strange. The girl still wanted to confirm that no matter what she said, Brad would support her. The Duke confirmed it without hesitation, and they renewed their pinky promise. However, Brad just couldn't understand why his niece valued trust so much. He thought providing comfort for the child was enough, but he never considered that she might not trust him. Then he realized it was because the royal family had never treated her well, playing with her as if she were a doll. If that was the case, why had she never mentioned it? Now that she was safe, Brad had no doubt that Monica was still afraid of the royal family's influence. Otherwise, she would have shared her pain long ago. To put the princess at ease, Brad decided to show her how powerful and magnificent the Northern Territories were. The Duke hoped that after this, Monica could finally share her suffering with a peaceful heart. Brad also wanted the girl to know that the North didn't protest against the Emperor for no reason. Duke Willow wanted more than anything for his niece to be able to breathe easy knowing she was safe. He immediately ordered Mike to get everything ready to show the princess the full power of the northern people. For this, the Duke proposed holding a fighting tournament this weekend and that a special venue needed to be set up for it. But the knight was worried that people might not be able to finish all the preparations, with only 3 days left until the weekend. So Brad compared it to an enemy attack. The enemy wouldn't wait for them to be ready. Besides, the Duke had heard that the army's discipline had become lax recently, and he hinted that it was Mike's fault. The knight didn't want to make a bad impression in the Lord's eyes and promised that everything would be done on time. Mike had no intention of complaining. Doing so would mean he wasn't qualified to be an aide. The next day, people could already read the announcement that there would be a demonstration. Mages, knights, and nobles all had to prepare for it, which was a bit unexpected. Meanwhile, the Duke decided to visit the princess, who was finishing one of her favorite cakes. Brad got straight to the point and told her that this demonstration of northern power was for his niece. He wanted the girl to know that the power protecting her was strong and that she had nothing to worry about. The princess became curious. Would her little brothers also demonstrate their power? After all, they were old enough now. The Duke confirmed they would participate, although he was more focused on showcasing the power of the knights and mages. If the children, especially Russell, showed their skills, it might give their uncle the wrong idea again. Eddie would also participate in the demonstration to prove how much his abilities had grown. The Duke told the princess to rest, but she was upset that this Eddie was always haunting her. A few days later, everything was ready for the tournament, and almost everyone participated. The knight, Jack, was especially excited to show his full strength, firmly believing that knights were the strongest. Meanwhile, Helen insisted that just swinging a sword wasn't enough. Magical power was just as crucial. The nobles were talking about how they had barely escaped the Duke's purge years ago, but the Emperor still pushed their families to the brink. Now, they knew the Duke really cared about the princess, so their primary goal was to attract her attention. Everyone tried to find some talent in themselves, but one person remained unhappy. Donald was furious. He had been so close to turning the youngest son into his puppet, but now, after all his efforts and isolation, he felt the child might slip through his fingers. This was a golden opportunity for Donald to gain a slave with incredible power and a solid background. He couldn't let this chance slip away, but he also knew Duke Willow very well. Brad needed to realize as soon as possible that Russell was a magical genius and shouldn't participate in this tournament, or all the work Donald's mentor had done would be for nothing. Besides, the only reason the sorcerer could deceive the children so easily was because the Duchess had passed away. Things had been going smoothly until that princess showed up and started meddling. Now Donald was prepared to do whatever it took to make sure Russell wouldn't leave him. The boy decided to show the princess how to use magic the day before the tournament. He showed up as the girl was getting ready for bed, and Russell asked if he could come by later. The only time the boy could be with the princess was at night, as he had been swamped with homework recently. Even on the first day, Monica had noticed something about her uncle's youngest son. It was something that had bothered her throughout her second life. The princess back then wasn't as observant, so her self-esteem was completely crushed. Now, when they met in magic class, the little boy lit the candles and guided his sister step by step. But no matter how hard the girl tried, it was no use. She concluded she had no talent for it. On top of that, the princess was exhausted, so she plopped down on the floor, tugged on Russell's sleeve, and suggested he give it a try too. Monica thought, children should play once in a while, even if it's just fooling around. The princess believed things would eventually work out, and Russell wouldn't have to follow anyone's lead. That night, Monica decided to tell her little brother that she actually had a gift. She could know everything. The girl confessed that she knew Donald had been tormenting Russell and offered to help. Monica couldn't bear to watch her little brother suffer anymore. She would make those villains pay for what they did. So the princess had already secured Fate as a witness and was ready to show her Uncle Russell's memories. But that wasn't enough. Once Russell showed his skills, no one would be on Donald's side anymore. Monica wouldn't let him get away with it in this life. He had to pay 100-fold. So she made a deal with Russell. He had to participate in those competitions. The boy was still young and a bit nervous, but the princess swore he was much more amazing than he thought. Russell relented and promised to do his best to show his abilities. She also wanted him to sleep in her room until the event, and she would explain it to her uncle later. The child was overjoyed that he didn't have to go back to his teacher. Monica then laid out her entire plan. After hearing it, Russell added some details to their plan to frame Donald. Monica convinced the Duke to postpone the tournament for another 3 days. Russell needed time to prepare. The princess also noticed that when he wasn't trying to please others, his speech was perfectly normal. She concluded that his speech problems were all related to stress, which was suffocating him. The boy noticed Monica staring at him and, thinking she was having trouble, offered to help. Their conversation was interrupted by Nanny Rose, who came in suddenly and said the princess had a visitor. Just then, a person walked into her room, someone she never expected to see, Donald. The girl was immediately confused and angry, while Russell was somewhat scared out of habit. The mentor, discovering his student had been here for several days, wanted to take him away, but just then, Donald saw Helen and the elite knight, Jack, sitting next to the children, two people he wasn't very close to. He still greeted them, but the knight hinted that the mentor was not welcome and had come in vain. Furthermore, Jack noticed the princess was acting strangely, as if she was ready to pounce on Donald. The mentor spoke to Monica, trying to convince her that Russell couldn't delay his lessons any longer. But the princess retorted, saying loudly that her little brother would be staying with her until the tournament. Then Monica grinned and announced that Duke Willow himself had approved it. Donald had no choice but to leave the room, but he wasn't going to let it go. If it weren't for that night, he would have pressured the little one right then and there. To get his way, Monica already knew the mentor would try to sabotage the tournament, but she was sure he would fail. The next day, Donald spied on the princess's room, but Helen was guarding the children and kept him out. 2 days later, when he showed up, the Duke himself was playing with the children this time, and Donald didn't dare to go in. Later, Donald found Brad, who confirmed that Russell was excused from his lessons until the tournament. The mentor had no choice but to leave the Duke's office empty-handed. Monica, feeling bored just sitting around, suggested a walk with Russell. Helen called for Jack, who was surprised she would invite him to such a place so late. The mage was preparing to discuss something with the knight, and it looked serious. She started by mentioning that the princess had been acting a bit strangely for the past few days. Whenever Donald appeared, the girl always seemed excited. Jack was shocked by this confession. Helen thought he hadn't noticed anything, but the knight had actually seen that the princess sometimes didn't act like a normal child. Helen had started reading a book on child development to better understand children. She read that when children are scared, they tense up all over, and she felt this must have something to do with Donald. She hadn't liked the man from the beginning, but now she was sure something was wrong with him. Now, Helen watched him without blinking, thinking that if her suspicions were true, he might have already harmed the princess. She would personally see to it that this night was turned into a stake. Helen was furious. She adored the little girl with all her heart. The princess offered a sweet smile to everyone, with the exception of one rude, rich boy. From the very beginning, Donald had been a complete jerk to the magical girl, even when he smiled. If he dared to even think of harming Monica, Helen would kill him on the spot. Seeing the girl's anger, Jack suggested they start by digging up information on the mentor before figuring everything out. The knight pleaded with his friend to be careful, but her mind was already made up. After returning from their walk, the children were exhausted and fell asleep in the princess's room. Just then, Russell sensed someone's magic. The boy opened his eyes and realized it was the mentor summoning him back. Russell was terrified, but he knew the consequences of defiance would be worse. Russell thanked the sleeping princess for her kind words and her innocent trust, then prepared to leave. Now, the boy felt it was time to break free from his chains. After leaving the room, he soon spotted a dark figure faintly illuminated by a kerosene lamp. The boy recognized it as the robed mentor, who had important business with Russell. Donald approached and insisted that Russell withdraw from the competition. The mentor said Russell's skills were lacking and that he would bring shame upon his outstanding older brothers. Donald kept reminding him that in the entire castle, he was the only one who truly cared for Russell. The magician claimed that his student was the only one qualified to become the next Duke. When he was abandoned by his nanny years ago, he had fully demonstrated his abilities to her. But Donald believed it wasn't yet time for the child to show his full potential. Then he told Russell to follow him. The child was confused, as he had already made a promise to the princess. Knowing the child might refuse, the mentor tried a new angle, flattering him excessively. As Russell listened, Donald tightly bound him with magical threads nearly crushing him. The magician believed the child had completely forgotten who had elevated him. To be honest, the mentor only saw Russell as a helpless little brat with no future. The child, trapped by the ropes, begged for mercy, but Donald just laughed at him. He repeated to him again how useless Russell was, struggling to even break free from this rope. Then he reminded him how he, as a legendary mentor, had sacrificed everything to raise this child. After finishing his lecture, Donald let him return to the princess, but warned, "The next time you appear before me like this, I won't be so merciful." The ropes loosened, but Russell knew he was still terrified and powerless. Besides, what could a trembling, sobbing child do? Just then, he remembered the magic stone. The princess had given him the stone so he could use it against the mentor. Monica had explained that the device could record sounds, and that recording would be the key evidence. But the child had never thought of using it because he felt no one would believe him. The day before, Monica had asked him to go with her to the mentor, planning to hide while he talked with him. Russell now regretted lying to her and swore it would be the last time he ever lied. After all, they were friends now. When Monica learned that her little brother had gone to the mentor alone, she was furious, but he just didn't want her to get hurt. Then she discovered the bruises on Russell, which made her even more upset. Even as he apologized, the child would never forgive himself if the princess had been hurt because of it. She cried nonstop, and the only way for Russell to make it up to her was to win. Monica believed in him, in his power. She knew he could prove to everyone how amazing he was. 2 days later, the stadium where the selection tournament was held was packed with a huge crowd. The princess was worried about Russell. Normally, the mentor would heal him immediately after hurting him, but this time he forgot and just sent some medicine over, which he refused to take. Russell felt that these bruises could also serve as evidence for the princess, and he was actually happy about it. Meanwhile, the princess just wished her little brother could remain a child forever. "Don't act like a grown-up." Mike's words brought her back to her senses. He pointed out that her uncle had arrived, which meant the selection tournament was about to begin. Whenever there was an event at the Northern Castle, it always kicked off with a welcoming speech from the Duke. Besides, Willow was the kind of person people trusted completely and would follow without hesitation. When the competition was announced to begin, the Duke picked up his niece to give her a better view. Moreover, he had always enjoyed admiring the prettiest child he had ever seen. The girl's charm came from her lovely little face, not her clothes, but her uncle insisted on buying her a pile of new dresses. The princess's second life was heading down a different path, and she was curious how her future would unfold. Now, Monica told her uncle that she loved everything here, but she was sad that the flowers withered so quickly. She even thought it would be better if the flowers were made of gems. The Duke wanted to order gems to replace the flowers, but the princess begged him not to. So, he decided to have the magicians research how to make real flowers last longer. Just as he was discussing the details with Mike, Russell approached the princess. He was up next. Before leaving, he promised Monica that he would prove to everyone that his talent was no less than his brother's. This promise meant a great deal to him, and he was determined to keep it no matter what. Monica promised to watch closely and cheer for him the loudest. They made a pinky promise, sealing it as a vow. Monica could feel that her little brother was still trembling. Monica remembered that in her past life, Donald had been so cruel to her that she didn't even dare to think of defying him. But her brother had overcome that fear, and the princess was very proud of him. Just then, the fox that never left Monica's side noticed the magical beasts in the cages and thought they were being raised there. But they were actually brought here for the knights to fight them to show how strong they were. Next up was Matthew, ready to face a magical beast. The magical beast was much larger than him and terrifying, towering over the young knight. But he had already swung his sword, and in the next moment, the defeated beast was on the ground. Its throat was slit, and at the same time, the Duke covered his niece's eyes with a handkerchief, realizing he had completely forgotten she was too young for this. Meanwhile, the crowd was already murmuring that Matthew's swordsmanship reminded them of the Duke. Next, Dean took down the magical beast slower than his older brother, but it was still very impressive. After his victory, he proudly brandished his sword at the princess, also showing off his strength. Monica thought he was amazing. Her uncle explained that the whole family was like that, and that she was his pride as well. The girl noticed that the Duke talked about it as if it were no big deal, but it didn't look natural on him. Then Monica asked Mike to explain the details of these competitions, and he offered to tell her all about it. The main goal was to take down the magical beast and show off your skills. with the winner being announced at the end. The one who could do that would be the one who displayed the most jaw-dropping fighting techniques. The audience's reaction was important here, but the final decision rested with the Duke and the princess. Meanwhile, people Monica knew kept appearing in the arena, showing off some impressive moves. Not far from the princess, Donald sat with a noticeably restless posture, knowing his entire plan was falling apart. The girl asked the Duke if she could watch the competition with the vassals who weren't participating. Monica had already planned how to trap Donald so he couldn't escape. Then, the princess overheard Matthew, who was standing behind her, call her Sparrow. He said his part was over, and he could finally join them here. He also mentioned that Dean had gone off to train. The princess noticed his shirt was clean again and couldn't figure out when he had cleaned up. She also learned that the second brother had gone to train. He couldn't beat the eldest brother, and it was driving him crazy. Matthew also compared him to a monkey, too impatient and always rushing off somewhere. Monica then asked the eldest brother if he liked her, which caught him completely off guard. But it's hard to hate a little bird, so yes, the princess was totally his type. Then she started asking what Russell and Dean thought of her. According to the eldest brother, Matthew said they liked her too, and Monica couldn't help but feel his answer sounded exactly like her uncle's. She needed to know if this guy would actually help his brothers if they were in real trouble. She also had to figure out why he went after Russell the last time the Crimson Devourer appeared. But Matthew just thought it was dangerous and was worried his younger brother had led the magical beast here. Because if that were the case, Matthew would have to intervene and handle it himself to prevent his little brother from being publicly humiliated. If that happened, Russell might have ended up dead somewhere, as he was still too weak to survive on his own. Monica was still surprised by his reaction that day. She thought the priority should have been to calm the child first, but Matthew had never learned to express his feelings any other way, just like his father. So, the older brother decided to ask Princess Monica directly why she was asking those questions. But then he remembered how fragile she was and that she could die at any moment if left alone. The girl was counting on Matthew to protect her, hoping he wouldn't die this time before she needed him. Monica finally understood how much love this person, whom she had never met in her previous life, held inside. A little later, Russell walked into the arena with his staff, ready to show his power. The announcer declared the end of the night's tournament, and now it was time for the magicians to show their skills. Russell Willow was called to kick off the magicians competition, ready to fight a magical beast. A beast several times his size came out, and Monica was stunned by its immense size. She was nervous about whether her brother would succeed, and Mike noticed she had never given him the same encouragement. Then the princess stared intently at Donald, relieved that Russell hadn't fallen victim to his bullying. Meanwhile, the mentor secretly hoped he had already succeeded and that the child would never make it. And young Willow had already initiated the challenge. The fox broke into a cold sweat for the child, sensing a bad omen was coming. Russell quickly cast a magical shield to block the beast's attack, but a puff of black smoke appeared from nowhere. Thanks to the gift bestowed upon her by the goddess, Monica could see the magical black smoke directly. The princess immediately understood it was dark magic, the complete opposite of divine power, the kind of power that could turn people into slaves. Soulless puppets. The fox didn't know how it happened, but one thing was certain. The child was in big trouble. Just then, Monica understood why Donald had been so calm from the start, but she still couldn't figure out when he had made his move. Then it dawned on her that he had been planning this for a long time, and now he just needed to complete the final step. The fox told Monica that it could take years to create a dark magic spell, and this magic wasn't even fully formed yet. But Donald wasn't going to wait any longer. The mentor ordered Russell to become his slave, but then something went wrong with his magic flow. Meanwhile, the knights were talking about the child, saying he was resisting the attack like it was a tug of war. The black smoke began to dissipate because the spell wasn't complete and the beast attack was awakening something. Inside the child, Monica knew only she could see the black smoke and decided the match had to be stopped. But the fox saw the black smoke returning and immediately warned her of the danger. If that black smoke took control of the child's mind, it would all be over. The princess didn't understand why her sacred beast was powerless, but if she intervened, the risk was too great and the boy could get hurt even more. The magical beast already sensed that Russell was weakening, and it prepared to attack again. Monica was terrified for her little brother and screamed. The child snapped to his senses and raised a shield in front of himself. The princess was relieved that she could help in this way. She was already planning to end the selection tournament, but then she remembered their recent conversation. This was a good opportunity for him to show his skills. But Monica couldn't just stand by. She had to do something herself. She asked Helen to make sure everyone could hear her. Just as her brother started to weaken again, she told him to remember his promise. Then the princess clapped her hands loudly and forcefully, yelling at Russell to focus. The boy immediately remembered how they had made a pinky promise not long ago. In that instant, a huge surge of power flowed into him. He was ready to keep his promise. He raised a much stronger shield in front of himself and began to counterattack the beast. The beast tried to approach the child from all angles, but now it was powerless. Russell leaped into the air, ready to strike his opponent with his staff. After one heavy blow, the beast fell to the ground, and the boy sat on it as if it were a giant rug. The tip of his staff was burning with fire, showing just how powerful that strike had been. A moment later, a huge burst of flame erupted from him, shooting up into the sky. Everyone was shocked by what had just happened, especially the princess and the mentor, Donald. Even Duke Willow was confused. He hadn't expected his son to be so powerful. The crowd jumped to their feet, cheering wildly for the little wizard. The flame on Russell's staff dimmed slightly, and only then did he realize what immense power he possessed. The audience thought he had just performed teleportation magic, one of the most difficult spells. But the young warrior only heard the voice of his little sister, cheering for him. Russell had poured all his strength into that spell, just for the princess. The crowd kept marveling at how he could cast such an advanced spell at such a young age. But in this moment, a genius wizard was born in the northern fortress, and Russell was happy about it. Although he had been a complete genius all along, it was just that no one had noticed until now. The princess was ecstatic about her brother's victory, thinking he was incredibly cool. Seeing him so thrilled as well, Monica hoped that from now on, only good things would happen to them, and nothing bad would ever touch them again. On top of that, the girl hoped her uncle was as impressed as she was. His son had perfectly mastered that technique. People thought the child found it too boring to kill the beast in one hit, so he toyed with it a little for fun. They figured the Willow family was just incapable of losing, and Russell was an absolute genius for his age. Suddenly, the Duke ordered the competition to stop and had Helen bring his youngest son before him. The child was caught off guard by the abrupt end, and even thought his father was angry about something. Russell lined up before the Duke, not knowing what would happen next, but prepared for anything. But he definitely didn't expect his father to tell him to take off his coat and roll up his sleeves. This left him completely bewildered. Then the Duke himself pulled up the child's sleeve, and everyone saw the bruises on his skin, shocking the entire stadium. People thought he'd been injured during training, but these wounds looked nothing like that. The mentor ran to the Duke, begging for an explanation, hoping to save his own life for a second time. Donald said they had been practicing spells recently and that he might have been injured during that time. But Monica screamed that the mentor had hit his student and that she had witnessed the whole thing. Donald tried to explain to the girl that it was a misunderstanding and that he would never dare lay a hand on the Duke's son. The mentor was sure she had no proof, but the girl was ready to present it. The child took out her small pouch and produced a rattle, which made Donald laugh even harder. He thought a toy couldn't possibly serve as evidence, not knowing the secret it held within. Monica took out the magic gem, ready to see the look on the mentor's face when he heard his own voice. The princess was now certain that once the truth was out, he would be too ashamed to be so smug anymore. Brad Willow grabbed his niece and ordered her to stop before she could play the recording. Although she pleaded with him to hear the evidence, the Duke insisted she wait. He wanted to hear it from his son's own mouth. But at the most crucial moment, the child froze again. All the bullying had eroded his self-confidence. He stood between his father and his mentor, stammering and at a loss for words. The child now suffered from severe anxiety, and even though he had come so far, he still seemed afraid his father would abandon him. Just then, a prompt popped up from the princess's system, saying that all conditions for a miracle had been met. Monica smiled, but she still didn't understand why the goddess had given her this exact ability. She remembered her past life, where she had prayed that in her next life, everyone would believe her words. Back then, what she wanted most was for no one to ever have to feel that kind of pain again. Now, Monica was beginning to understand why she was given this exact power. the ability to listen to people's hearts. The child could now stop fights before they started, put a stop to evil deeds, and mend broken relationships. This meant the princess couldn't let the mistakes of the past be repeated. She had been hoping for this miracle to happen. Then the system told her that the line of fate had been changed, and Russell felt something different inside. He felt a heavy burden being lifted, and suddenly, he knew he was no longer afraid to tell his father everything. The Duke admitted to his son that when he met the princess, he had an epiphany. Brad realized there were many things he didn't know and that he needed to figure them out, including getting to know his own son better. He once again asked the child to tell him everything that had happened. The Duke leaned in closer. His face wasn't scary, it looked trustworthy. The child had waited so long for this moment that he couldn't help but shed a few tears, but the words were still stuck in his throat. Brad thought his son would remain silent as usual, so he turned to leave. But then Russell burst out. He couldn't wait any longer. He called out to his father and opened his arms to him. The Duke understood. He couldn't leave his little heir hanging. He turned around, his arms open for a hug. The Duke thought that even if the child remained silent again, he had to give him that hug, had to be there for him in that moment. With courage shining in his eyes, Russell finally let out the words he had suppressed for so long. Standing before his father, the boy said that Mentor Donald had tied him up and beaten him. Afterward, the child begged for his father's forgiveness, saying he had failed to be a good son. Russell also confessed that he had sobbed in pain when Donald tortured him. No one could believe it, as everyone had thought Donald was the best mentor. Donald knelt before the Duke, saying that perhaps he had gone a little too far out of his devotion to the child. He also admitted he had made a huge mistake and was now blaming himself for it. Everyone here knew the Duke had never been a good father and had always left Donald in charge. Donald hoped this would save his life, but Helen had her own words to say. The magical girl said that Duke Willow must investigate Donald Orman at once. She had been talking to Jack, who had run into some dismissed knights. He told her that their faces turned pale the moment she mentioned Donald's name. This made her wonder why they remained silent. To put it bluntly, Donald was threatening them, using their secrets against them. The previous Duke had established strict rules to prevent such things from happening in the ranks. Anyone who violated that rule was to be punished, with no exceptions. Monica could see that Helen and Jack had already investigated this guy. They found out that Donald secretly exploited lower-ranking nobles and inflicted violence on new knights. Years ago, the Duke had made a rule during a bloody purge that forbade the abuse of subordinates. That rule became sacred, and no one even thought of breaking it. But Donald had cut off a junior knight's hand just for fun and poisoned a magician for a magical experiment. After these revelations, no one wanted to defend Mentor Donald anymore. But he started shouting that it was a setup and that he couldn't have committed such terrible crimes. The magician swore he had never violated the Duke's orders and demanded that the witnesses Helen mentioned be brought forward. He even swore he would cut off his own head if what they said was true. Monica couldn't take it anymore and took out a recording stone from the toy, which immediately lit up. People didn't understand what it was at first. They thought it was some kind of magic, but they soon realized what it was. They heard the recent conversation between the Mentor and Russell when he had tied the child up with ropes. Plus, with the video playback of those events, the Duke witnessed everything with his own eyes. As for the other evidence against Donald, it will be brought by Nanny Fate, who is collecting it in his room. The Mentor knew that nothing could save him now and just pleaded with the Duke to listen to his explanation. He kept insisting that it was all a lie, that he was framed, and that after all, he wouldn't dare hit a child. While Donald begged for forgiveness, he was already calculating what else he could do to get away with it. He began to claim that if the Duke punished him, all his efforts would be in vain. For a moment, there was silence, and the Mentor thought his trick had worked until Brad's sword cut through the air. Blood splattered instantly, and Donald clutched his bleeding hand, groaning in pain. He kept arguing that the master shouldn't treat him this way, as it was all part of the training. But despite all his excuses, it was no surprise that no one was on his side. Russell rushed to the princess's side to shield her from the horrific sight, which a child shouldn't see. Meanwhile, Donald was already begging the young master, asking him to think about what would happen if he died. But the boy didn't even spare him a glance, while Monica had one last thing to say. The princess rushed at the Mentor with her magic wand of justice and struck him several times. The Duke even admired his niece's enthusiasm, giving a thumbs up to her attack moves. Then he confirmed that discipline is sometimes part training, but Brad had never allowed Donald to use violence on the children of the Willow family. Now, the mentor could only guess what fate the Duke had in store for him. But even without it being said, Donald knew he had crossed the line and it was time to pay the price. Yet the mentor still refused to admit his crimes, insisting he had never done anything wrong. The Duke was also furious that he had ordered the princess to show evidence. No one had the right to give her orders. Brad wanted the mentor to shut up and stop mentioning everything he had done for the North. He now saw Donald as trash, unworthy of being in his duchy, let alone anywhere in the North. Helen stood by, silently supporting the Duke, while making it clear she disapproved of the mentor's actions. Brad then sent Mike to bring everyone Helen had mentioned. He wanted to interrogate them himself. The Duke had thrown Donald into the dungeon. He would deal with him later. The mentor began to threaten Brad, saying he would regret what happened today and that he couldn't treat him this way. But the Duke was no longer listening. He simply stepped on the mentor's face. He was too loud. The nearby knights were cheering. The mentor got what he deserved and more. Some who had previously supported the mentor were now visibly trembling, afraid they would be punished too. Monica went to her little brother's side to make sure he was all right. The princess thought he was the best in the exhibition match and proudly hugged him. He was glad he kept his promise. The match was then canceled. The Duke leaned down and whispered something to his young son, and the boy looked shocked. Monica immediately started pestering him, asking what his uncle had said that made his ears turn red. The princess even thought Brad had scolded Russell again, but he swore that wasn't the case. He then told his sister that his father had praised him for having the guts to protect Monica. But that wasn't all. His father, the Duke, also said they were a family. The child felt very good hearing that. Monica was happy because it meant her uncle cared about the family, even if some problems still remained. The princess didn't understand why Brad, who supposedly loved his family, was always so cold to his own children. She didn't know why, but decided not to dwell on it for now. Monica just felt that it would be so much better if Uncle Brad could show the children a little more love. Another announcement was made that today's martial arts tournament was coming to an end. They added that despite the chaos, a champion had been declared, and it was Russell Willow. No one could argue with that, and the crowd erupted in cheers for the champion. The princess was especially thrilled. She had always believed her little brother would win and hadn't doubted it for a second. Sir Jack and Helen both knew that this was all thanks to the princess's efforts. Monica, watching on the screen, didn't understand why those two were praising her instead of Russell. Then, a dazzling light flashed across the princess's face, and she saw that attention points were accumulating. This time, the girl had managed to save up a large number of attention points, and now she could perform something akin to magic. Moreover, the princess could use these experience points to exchange for any item in the shop, and now a new item with magical properties would appear. In any case, the girl knew she could take a breather and enjoy the taste of victory. A little later, Uncle Brad tucked the princess into bed, letting her rest for a bit. After everything that had happened, the girl didn't object, but she wanted to ask her uncle one more thing that was important to her. Monica really wanted to know if the Duke believed her, which he did, confirming it by tucking her in with a blanket. But that didn't make sense now. Why? If that was the case, why didn't he look at her evidence right away? Brad smirked and then declared that no evidence was needed to support the princess's claims. Besides, the Duke kept mulling over her words about traitors in the North. He hadn't doubted it for a second, and if she had presented the evidence from the start, she might have gotten into trouble herself. He couldn't risk putting his niece in danger until every single traitor was found. Brad didn't want to go through the pain of losing family again, but getting the truth from Russell was his main goal. Furthermore, the Duke started to feel a bit awkward, realizing he hadn't been a good elder to the princess and his younger son. But the girl still hoped her uncle could become better, so she told him to hurry to Russell's room and make things right. Brad noted again that the princess handled life much better than he did and didn't waste her time. The Duke soon entered his son's room, who was still awake, thinking back on the day's events. The child's eyes lit up, and he leaped out of bed, running towards him. The Duke pulled him into a warm embrace, enjoying the wonderful feeling of holding his child in his arms for no reason at all. As Brad said goodnight to the little one, he found his older son loitering in the hallway outside the room. Matthew declared he would stand guard all night because he still thought his younger brother was a coward. He saw the tired look in his father's eyes. The events of the night had clearly left him unable to sleep. The Duke now understood that he still had much to learn in his life. Later, Mike appeared, and after enduring brutal torture, Donald was thrown into prison. The Duke then asked the knight if he thought he had been too cruel to the teacher. For a mage, having the tendons in his hands and feet severed was more than just cruel, considering all his contributions to the North's development. Mike argued that the Duke had done nothing wrong and fully supported his actions. Regardless, Donald's contributions to the North did not justify his crimes. The North was a place where people fought for a life of happiness, peace, and freedom from oppression. The Duke affirmed that the North was their home, and the Willow family was the shield that protected them. If we don't cut out the rot, the northern lands will be nothing but an empty shell, just like the royal family is now. Then Brad remembered the day Monica talked about the traitor she saw in the roster. At first, the Duke thought the child was just following the Emperor's orders, but today he was convinced of the opposite. Brad Willow also planned to start quietly purging all the rot, starting today. Mike accepted the order and then asked about the princess's abilities they had seen that day. No one had brought it up at the time because of other issues, but everyone was still just as curious. The Duke had thought about it too, and now he couldn't deny that it felt like nothing other than the magic of a prophet. But he wasn't going to question the child, even if the knight didn't understand why his master had decided so. Brad explained that he wouldn't interfere unless the princess wanted to talk about everything herself. He saw it as a way to atone for his guilt as her guardian, or more accurately, as her parent. The girl had become a new star in the northern sky, and her arrival had changed many things. Now Mike was really curious about what the princess would change as she grew up and what kind of future awaited her. 3 days passed, and Monica woke up in the morning and, as usual, dropped by the shop. She noticed the black pepper was gone, replaced by 4 new items. The points had increased since the recent events, but the princess still wanted to know what the new items were. There was a potion that could instantly turn one into a mage, a shaker that could make flower petals fall, bullets that could scare enemies, and a ghost mask, but its effect wasn't specified. The girl decided to skip the last item, as she had no desire to see ghosts at all. She didn't have enough points to buy everything at once, but she was curious about what they had done to Donald. Monica went to see her uncle, who had just finished a meeting and let his niece in. Mike was a little surprised since they had just started, but the Duke asked Monica what she wanted. She said bluntly that she wanted to see Donald, but Brad refused her. He thought the underground prison was too damp and disgusting for the princess and that she shouldn't go there. But Monica needed to confirm something, especially since she remembered being in worse places in her past life. The princess reminded the Duke again that he had trusted her about the traitors in the duchy. Brad noticed how stubborn she was, just like his sister, and suddenly missed her a little. So the Duke agreed, but made his niece promise not to go near Donald. The prison stank horribly, and Brad even suggested she go back, but she pinched her nose and said no. Then Brad ordered Mike to gather all the knights to clean up the place. Soon, Monica saw her former mentor in a cell, now looking more like a ragged tramp. Monica asked her uncle to let her pass, but he reminded her of the promise she had made. The princess confirmed she keeps her promises and told him not to worry too much. Meanwhile, Donald started ranting again, saying he was innocent and had always been loyal to the North. The princess was satisfied with the show, but she still felt it wasn't enough. She concluded that Donald had never felt true remorse for the atrocities he inflicted on Russell. This man had spent his life enjoying his superiority, manipulating and exploiting others. Monica felt it was time to make him feel the same fear he had inflicted on others, to punish her mentor more severely. The princess had prepared a special item for him. She fired several fear-inducing bullets at him, and Donald immediately saw a giant, angry tiger appear before him. The prisoner instantly felt extreme terror, screaming in panic and begging for it to stop. The Duke and the knights saw their former mentor struggling in fear, but they did nothing. Monica continued to watch as the tiger monster pounced on and mauled Donald without mercy. Brad found it strange that his niece had come here. just to witness this. He told her to leave, and she didn't understand why her uncle didn't question it. Still, she felt good knowing she had made Donald feel worse than terrible. Shortly after, the Duke reconvened the council and passed judgment on the prisoner, declaring him worthy of death. But he also knew they couldn't ignore Donald's contributions to the North's development, so he decided to exile him to the Chimera Peaks. Mike was still curious why the Duke didn't just send the criminal to the guillotine. More importantly, most people at the meeting were pushing for his execution, but the Duke was sure Donald couldn't have done all this alone. If we kill him and his accomplices, it's like cutting off a lizard's tail. Brad decided to use him as bait. He didn't care if the traitors were from the North or pawns of the Empire. He was doing all this to protect his sons and the princess. Then he signed the order on the spot. The next day, news of Donald's exile spread throughout the castle. The servants gossiped that a villain like him should have been executed long ago. Even the mages and knights were pushing for execution, but the Duke stood by his decision to send him to the Chimera Peaks. That mountain was located in the northernmost part of the country, completely covered in ice and snow, and 99% of the creatures living there were the most vicious monsters. The princess knew he was being thrown there as bait, even though it looked like he was being thrown to the monsters for food. Walking back to her room with the nurse, Monica heard someone call her Sparrow from behind. Turning around, she saw it was Matthew, who asked where she was going now. After she answered, her brother offered to help clean up, which she found strange as a sudden offer. Then Matthew suggested they go on a raid together, so he could prove how good he was. But the princess knew her uncle would be furious, so she guessed her brother had a reason for approaching her. He tried to explain that he just wanted to spend time with his little sister, and that nothing bad would happen. Monica didn't expect this, but she decided to use the opportunity to ask him for something. When Matthew agreed, she asked him to take her to see the Duchess's portrait. The princess had long wanted to see what she looked like, but the Duke's son knew they would have to go to his mother's estate. But monsters often appeared there, which could be very dangerous for a little girl. However, she didn't feel it was dangerous, trusting that her brother would surely protect her. They soon headed there, wandered the corridors for a while, and then stopped in front of the Duchess's room. Matthew still didn't want anyone else to come in, so he left the knight and rose outside and went in alone with Monica. The girl noticed the room smelled lovely, and the boy explained it was the scent of the Duchess's favorite flower, a special spell that preserved the fragrance even after his mother's death. Then, she saw the portrait on the wall and marveled at the Duchess's beauty. The princess noticed that the youngest, Russell, looked exactly like his mother, like two peas in a pod. Monica also wondered how things would have turned out if the Duchess were still alive. In any case, no matter what, this woman would never have allowed violence to happen, especially not at children. The princess took a step closer and greeted the Duchess in her heart, hoping she was watching from heaven, especially how well the little mage Russell had performed in the tournament. She also promised to protect her brothers and Uncle Brad for sure. Without a doubt, Monica knew how the future would unfold, so the Duchess didn't have to worry. Staring at the portrait, the princess saw its mouth move, and she knew it wasn't just her imagination. The girl was terrified, thinking it was a ghost, and ran screaming to her brother. She yelled that the portrait was moving, but Matthew saw nothing. Everything was just as it was. Monica kept saying the Duchess was smiling, and then he remembered that his mother always did in that portrait. The girl took her brother's word for it, thinking her eyes were playing tricks on her, and calmed down. Matthew noticed how scared the child was of ghosts and decided to tell her something else. As soon as she asked, a chat window popped up, saying she had unlocked another ability. But she decided to check the new thing later and asked her brother what he wanted to tell her. Matthew admitted he wasn't into monster hunting from the start, and the girl was curious what made him fall in love with it. The boy just didn't want to be cooped up in that castle, so he would do anything to get outside. Monster hunting was the only way to forget the gloomy castle atmosphere and his always irritable middle brother. Plus, his younger brother Russell was always crying and locking himself in his room. And their father, still lost in memories of his late wife, thirsted for bloody revenge. The castle was never a fun place, not even when their mother was alive, but it got worse after she died. Matthew started disappearing on monster raids more often, and the princess guessed he felt lonely. The boy found it strange that this little kid knew what loneliness was, but he told her not to act like a grown-up. Then Matthew confessed that he actually preferred staying in the castle since the princess showed up. The girl told him to stop running off to dangerous places and just play with her. Monica climbed onto his lap, and he noticed how soft and warm she was. It completely calmed him down. Matthew had to leave, and the princess asked if she could stay a little longer. He said yes. The place was protected by magic, so it was safe. The next second, Matthew said his goodbyes, and the princess was happy to look around. Now, it was just Monica and the Duchess's portrait in the cozy atmosphere. The girl stared at the portrait again and suddenly heard a click near the door. She jumped in surprise, but then thought maybe Matthew had just come back. But when the door opened, Mike was standing there. He had seen the knights at the door as he was passing by and decided to check, and he confirmed that everything was fine. The girl explained that her little brother had been with her, but had just left. Suddenly, the girl heard a rustling sound, and when she turned her head, she saw an egg on a beautiful stand. She immediately asked Mike what it was. He took a look and couldn't remember seeing anything like it there before. The egg was unique in the vast northern region. It was called the Prophet's Stone. Its power was simple. The stone heralded the arrival of the most powerful prophet in the north. According to the Duke's grandfather, he saw the stone begin to glow the moment a prophet touched it. The egg was extremely important and priceless, so Brad ordered it to be kept in this room. After hearing the story, the princess asked the knight for permission to touch the beautiful thing. But in the north, no one could refuse the princess anything. Besides, it was a good opportunity to confirm. When the girl touched the egg, she felt it was soft and warm. She couldn't believe a stone could be so warm. Mike was stunned. After all, the Duke had clearly said that the stone should glow when a prophet touches it. And before that, he had seen the princess display a unique power. He was sure she was the prophet. The knight decided to report this to the Duke at once, but missed a crucial detail. If an ordinary person touched the stone, they would think it was just a rock, but the princess noticed its warmth. Mike had overlooked this in the confusion and was now trying to explain it to his master, but the Duke still couldn't understand after hearing it. The Duke guessed it wasn't the real stone, but the knight was sure of its authenticity. Mike confirmed he was the only one who saw the event, and no one else there knew of the stone's existence. And it was impossible for anyone else to know, as all the stones, except this one, were controlled by the main temple and the capital's temple. The Duke ordered everything to be kept secret, as he wanted to test the princess's prophetic abilities in another way. There was another child in his castle who could help determine if Monica was the prophet. 2 days later, the little princess couldn't sleep because she was scared, hearing strange noises every time she dozed off. The fox remembered the mistress mentioning ghosts, and Monica had pleaded with her not to think about them, as they were already scaring her enough. Still, she heard something every time, and suddenly she felt someone touching her. The startled girl jumped up, then realized it must have been the fox touching her, trying to scare her. But the fox hadn't touched her, and then they both saw a shadow approaching them. The princess looked up and saw the silhouette of a woman above her with long, flowing hair, which scared her even more. The first thought that crossed Monica's mind was that a ghost had come for her in the middle of the night. A moment later, the figure came close enough for the girl's face to be clearly visible, and the princess found the face strangely familiar. But the girl was terrified and buried herself completely under the blanket, as ghosts were what she feared most in her life. The princess suddenly realized this might just be a surreal dream, like the one she had with Eddie before. Still, she pleaded with the ghost not to punish her, and heard it say she had no reason to apologize at all. Monica cautiously peeked out and saw that the woman looked rather friendly, even with a warm smile. The ghost also explained that she wasn't going to take the girl away, because who would look after her children then? The princess squinted and realized this woman looked almost exactly like the person in the portrait, but the Duchess was dead. To confirm, Monica asked if she was Penelope, Russell's mother, which she confirmed. The Duchess then praised the princess for being as lovely as she had imagined. Meanwhile, the girl found her fox had fallen asleep again, and to build up her courage, she nudged it to try and wake it up. But the fox comforted its master, saying that not all ghosts were evil and that she should try talking to the ghost. The girl was still very scared, clinging tightly to the fox's tail and begging it to warn her if danger approached. The Duchess was very surprised that the princess could understand the divine beast. It was like a miracle. Penelope admitted that she couldn't understand the divine beast herself, but she could tell they were obviously conversing. She also said that she had no intention of scaring the girl, but rather came to thank and greet her. The Duchess was grateful that her sons and the Duke were finally smiling again, which made her very happy. Brad was not naturally an affectionate person, but he had his romantic moments. He would give her flowers, or take her for walks in the garden, or do little things to make her feel special. But after his sister's death, Brad lost his smile and became convinced that the royal family was behind Samantha's death. The Duchess gasped, realizing she had just been talking about the princess's mother. She quickly apologized to Monica, desperately trying to make up for the mistake of upsetting the little girl. But the princess no longer considered herself a child, and to be honest, her mother was just a vague memory. They had hardly seen each other since the princess was born, as her mother was always away at war. The Duchess also said that the Duke was very angry with himself for not being as capable as his sister, and during his rule over the North, traitors began to emerge, which, combined with the grief of his sister's death, left him devastated. The princess asked her if her uncle had at least found all the traitors, but if he had, someone like Donald could not have done such a despicable thing. The girl was shocked that the Duchess, as a ghost, could see everything Donald had done. Penelope thanked Monica for catching the villain. The girl knew little about the North from her past life, so she asked the Duchess how many traitors were left. She said that some had survived the purge and split into two rival factions. One faction had Donald and some nobles who had begun to doubt the Duke. The Duchess could have tracked them, but she didn't have time when she died, so she was only guessing. Penelope noticed that the princess was not like other children and decided to ask a favor of her. Monica had experience, and she thought she was smart enough to listen to the Duchess's words. Her aunt told her about the traitors she had identified, but as a ghost, she could not leave the castle walls. Listening to the Duchess, the princess realized how much anger she had accumulated towards those traitors. Towards the end, Penelope even started to cry, wishing she had talked more about love when she was alive. So the girl offered to pass on any message she wanted her family. The Duchess also admitted that she only realized the Duke's love after she died. Then she somewhat awkwardly asked the princess to continue teaching Brad and the children about love. Penelope hoped they could avoid having regrets after death like she did, and she believed Monica could do it. The girl briefly wondered if the Duke understood love at all, if he had ever felt it. Now the princess understood that her uncle, even while loving her, was not aware that he loved her at all. She assured the Duchess she would do her best and asked her not to cry, since she couldn't wipe away her tears, and besides, they were family. Penelope realized how much she missed the word family and apologized to Monica again. The Duchess thanked the girl again for helping Russell, and now she owed her a favor. For Penelope, it was truly painful to watch her family whom she could no longer talk to or touch. Afterward, Penelope had to leave, and the princess needed to sleep too. Monica invited her to visit again. When she was alone, the girl couldn't understand why. If her aunt knew all about Donald's atrocities, she had only seen her ghost now. Penelope could have come to her on the princess's first day in her room. Then the girl remembered a new ability mentioned in the chat window. After thinking carefully, the princess suddenly realized this ability allowed her to see ghosts. Monica didn't like this ability, but then she had a second thought. Perhaps it was something else entirely. At first, she thought it might be a paid chat feature with a special badge. That was all she could think of for now. So Monica decided to sleep on it and think about it in the morning. The next day, the girl slept in late and had a drowsy lunch with her uncle, and the weather was also gloomy. The Duke didn't pay much attention to the food because of her sickly complexion, which Monica found a bit worrying. But she assured him she was fine and wanted to talk to her uncle. It was going to be a serious conversation. Monica began by saying that when she arrived in the Northern Territory, she realized there were many scoundrels like Donald here. The princess was seeing strange things, like the dragon named Spike, and the Duke realized she was referring to the power of a prophet. The girl found that he truly believed she was a prophet, so she decided to play along. Then she noticed a strange expression on her uncle's face and wondered if she had been too direct. She read his mind and found that he did think she was a prophet, and that the result was a pure stroke of luck. Monica didn't know what result they were talking about, but she could see that he trusted her completely. The Duke supported his niece's claim about the traitors and asked if she had already identified them. When she confirmed, Brad was incredibly curious about the traitors' identities, but his thoughts were interrupted. Mike burst in with an urgent message and whispered something in his ear so the princess couldn't hear. A flash of alarm crossed the Duke's face, and he said he had to leave immediately, promising to finish their conversation later. Monica agreed to wait and went for a walk, even though she thought their conversation was very important. She walked with her nanny to a garden where it never snowed and the weather was always perfect. After a while, she suddenly noticed Eddie also entering the garden. He greeted the princess and formally reintroduced himself according to etiquette, but she was still startled. Rose was confused, and the girl blamed her fear on the sword in his hand. Eddie quickly apologized, explaining that he was just blowing off steam after hard training and had come here to clear his head. The boy had completely forgotten about the sword, but Monica's throat still burned as she remembered how her second life had ended. The nanny hurried to soothe the princess, saying that a sword was just a tool and there was no need to be afraid of it. Monica realized she had overreacted. Eddie was a knight of the North. It was normal for him to carry a sword. He wasn't a scoundrel like Donald. He just did what he thought was right. Monica wondered if things got worse and she became a puppet again, would he come back to kill her? She realized this ordinary person was her last line of defense, the one who would end it all. Monica walked towards Eddie. "I'm sorry, we didn't do anything to scare me." But Eddie felt guilty and left in a hurry. Monica realized she had unintentionally hurt the boy's feelings. When they met, Eddie took a step back, a switch was flipped, and he knew she was truly his prophet. Monica decided to take a break and found a bench for herself and her nanny. Russell came running over. He had heard Monica was here and rushed to see her. Monica was happy to see him, and she needed to ask if he knew where Eddie lived. Russell knew the Duke had placed him in the outermost castle, where magical beasts sometimes appeared. The Duke's son had also heard there was another reason they had stationed Eddie there. Russell pulled his sister's arm. He wanted to show her something that adults weren't allowed to see. As the princess drew near, he cast a magical barrier to hide their presence. The boy made a few quick gestures, and a nearly transparent mist formed around them. He handed Monica a small, warm stone, which she thought was a hand warmer. Then she remembered seeing this color before. Russell told her it was the prophet's stone. He explained that the stone glows when a prophet touches it, which is why it was kept in the temple. The princess asked Russell where he got the stone, and he admitted to stealing it from Donald's mentor's room. He had found it while looking through the documents that Fate's nanny had brought on the day of the tournament, the ones that proved his crimes. That brave act had gotten her nanny reinstated, and Russell was very happy about it. Meanwhile, the princess remembered seeing a similar stone before. It was egg-shaped, but when she touched it last time, it didn't glow. Now the same thing happened. The stone did not glow in her hand. She concluded that she was not a prophet. Then she remembered the result her uncle had mentioned, and now she understood what he meant. Monica realized the power of this stone could be used against her. She rushed to see her uncle to clear her name. She knew her words, even if unintentional, would sound like a lie. She decided to confess everything. The princess interjected, asking her younger brother to lend her the stone, saying there was an important reason. Russell was a little scared because he had taken the stone without asking Nurse Fate, and it was his secret. Monica agreed, knowing the real problem wasn't the stone, but that Mike might have already told her uncle about it. People might think she was impersonating a prophet, but if she had known about the stone, she wouldn't have said it. But the most terrifying thing was that her uncle's trust in her would now vanish in an instant. Therefore, he would be furious with the princess and send her back to the imperial palace. The girl knew how quickly people's hearts could change, so she was worried. She had seen it all in her second life. So, calling her a prophet wasn't that far from the truth. Besides, she needed to tell her uncle about the traitors her aunt had discovered. Now, the princess was sure that if she showed her knowledge of the future, she would have a reason to be called a prophet. Several days passed, and Monica desperately wanted to see her uncle, but he was too busy. One day, her two younger brothers invited the princess for a walk to show her a rabbit. Din told the girl to follow him closely so she could see the cute little animal. He also told her to trust him completely and just follow him. After a while, their path led to a small cabin in the snowy woods. Eddie lived there, and the princess didn't understand why he would live here if he was her uncle's only student. She was worried that the forest was nearby and magical beasts might appear, but Matthew had recently cleared them all out. However, sometimes the beasts would start to reappear quickly. Suddenly, Din spotted a rabbit, and the princess immediately turned to see the creature they had been looking for. The rabbit was quite large, more the size of a dog than a rabbit. Din still thought thought the creature was a bit small, but Monica now understood why her uncle always said she was smaller than a rabbit. The princess wanted to pet it, while her younger brother and second brother started arguing over who would catch the creature. Just as they were arguing, the rabbit suddenly leaped up and started running, and the two brothers immediately gave chase. Monica tried to keep up, but they disappeared too quickly for her to follow. Din was the first to catch up to the rabbit, needing only to grab the fur of the fluffy ball. Just as he was about to succeed, something suddenly flew towards the creature, making it jump aside. It was Russell, trying to use magic to catch the rabbit for his sister first. Din chuckled when he saw his younger brother miss, but told him not to complain. He also admitted he hadn't really tried hard to catch it, afraid his younger brother might get hurt. But just as Din got the rabbit in his hands, their eldest brother suddenly appeared. He came out of nowhere, curious about what the two of them were doing here by themselves. He had no idea what the children had planned and practically interrogated them. Din and Russell were stunned to see him. Their eldest brother was supposed to be on a cleanup mission. He hadn't finished clearing the area yet and had just received a new magical beast alert. Then he discovered they had brought their little sister along too. This really made him angry. The boys tried to explain, saying they hadn't left the child alone and that a few knights were with her. But Matthew knew all the elite knights were in the east, and their father was in enemy territory, which was crawling with magical beasts. That's why the eldest brother had spent time clearing this area. There weren't many strong warriors left. Fortunately, he was almost done. He ordered the children to go back immediately, to avoid trouble. Meanwhile, Monica had been waiting for her brothers for a while. She hoped they hadn't gotten into a fight in the woods. The knights reassured her that the young masters just wanted to show off in front of the princess. Din was more mature than his age, and most knights had a high opinion of him when they returned. When they came back and gave the rabbit to their sister, the fox chased after it. Angela just wanted to teach it to run, but the princess suspected the creature didn't see it that way. Suddenly, the fox screamed at its master, telling her to leave with the nanny or someone else. Leave immediately. The girl didn't know what had scared the fox and was worried about it, but the fox promised it would follow. Then, a ferocious roar came from the woods, and a moment later, a horde of huge magical beasts appeared. The knights were momentarily overwhelmed and begged the nanny to run with Monica while they bought her time. Rose grabbed the child and ran, telling the princess to hold on tight. Monica didn't know where these magical beasts had come from, since Matthew had already cleared the area, but she decided to trust the fox's advice. In any case, a magical beast blocked their path, so the girl grabbed something from the shop to use. Just as she opened the window, the beast approached at great speed, about to attack the people. At that moment, Eddie appeared before the nanny and the princess, ready to fight the magical beast. His power had grown a lot after his recent training, and his sword looked like it was glowing. Monica was happy to see her rescuer, but still didn't understand why it was him again, although she had long known that this boy was very powerful. After Eddie struck down one magical beast, more appeared from behind it, blocking their path. The Duke's student told the princess to wait a moment while he cleared an escape route for them. Meanwhile, the rest of the brothers rushed towards Monica, very worried about her condition and safety. Each of them told the girl not to panic, as they were all ready to take down the magical beasts. But Eddie couldn't fight at full strength now, because the princess was right next to him. Matthew began to cover Eddie's back, feeling it was time to get his little sister out of there. Besides, every time Eddie gained power, he would lose control and start to forget his friends, and that power would tear apart everyone around him. But he could only use that power without losing control if there was a knight nearby to restrain him. Right now, that knight was Matthew, but he had to get the princess out of there. Eddie promised he could handle all the magical beasts and that the eldest brother would be right back. The boy was also worried that Monica would think he was too weak, since she had already started to distance herself from him. But a thought lingered. If he let her go now, they might never see each other again. As he pondered this, the princess spotted another magical beast behind him and immediately shouted. Eddie was really surprised that the girl knew his name. Monica yelled at him not to die and to come with them. He was ready to obey her command, but the Duke's student could feel his berserk power finally stabilizing. Then he suddenly wondered, was it really stabilizing? Because a light began to emanate from him. Meanwhile, the brothers were talking, and Eddie was holding back to look cool. Then Matthew told his brothers to go find their father immediately and bring him here. Din was a little nervous, The Duke would be furious if he found out they had brought the princess here. But the eldest brother pointed to the light coming from Eddie and ordered them to get Monica out of there as soon as possible. He repeated again for them to bring their father, who was about to return. The second brother froze for a moment, thinking that Ed was going through some kind of system reset, and the situation looked terrible. Matthew explained that the boy was in his worst state right now, and everything depended on his mentality. In this state, a child could give his life to the magical beast without distinguishing between friend and foe. Now that the Duke wasn't here, Matthew was the only one who could stop Ed. The princess, hearing all this, couldn't understand what this system reset was. The fox questioned her, where did this boy suddenly get that terrifying power from? Monica knew they couldn't just leave. If she left, someone would surely die. She knew it was her intuition, and she couldn't ignore it. Deep down, she wished she had never in her life wanted to see anyone die. Just then, the princess was enveloped in a glow, and her body lifted slightly off the ground. Russell thought Din had pushed her, but he swore he didn't. Then they both realized it was divine power. Din thought the light was burning the princess and begged Russell to do something, but he was powerless. It wasn't magic. Only the fox was ecstatic. Her master had finally awakened the power of the goddess, and it felt incredibly powerful to her. As the princess's light grew brighter, Angela began to think about Monica's future. At that moment, Ed, who was trying to restrain him, dropped his sword and fell into Matthew's arms. The eldest brother realized the boy's light was fading on its own. Then the Duke's student was pulled towards the princess, as if she was going to envelop him in her light. Din was worried that Eddie would attack their little sister, but Matthew told him to take the others away. As the student absorbed the princess's light, all the magical beasts rushed over to see what was happening. Soon, the little knight opened his eyes again, looking more determined and powerful. When he swung his sword, a shockwave of pure power erupted, knocking down all the magical beasts. Russell remembered seeing something similar in a history book. The book said that a prophet always had a partner, a knight with whom their fate was intertwined. If this pair met, the prophet would gain a powerful strength that no one could match. But Matthew interrupted, saying there was no time for that now. They had to protect the sparrow. Meanwhile, Eddie continued to float in the air and soon landed very close to the princess. Monica opened her eyes, not knowing where she was, her body feeling very light. She found Eddie not far away, sitting with his back to her. The boy softly asked for her forgiveness. He never wanted the princess to experience something like this. Then Monica remembered that her uncle had wanted to appoint Eddie as her knight. A short while ago, she still felt fear, but she decided it was time to forget about that creepy guy, because all that was left was little Eddie, the boy who had saved her life. She told herself that was all she needed to remember. Then she held out her hand and invited him to come back. The boy was ecstatic at this turn of events, took her hand, and agreed to the princess's proposal. Soon, the Duke's sons and the others saw Monica and Eddie return and land on the ground. He held her in his arms, feeling for the first time that he could control his power. Now he was sure he could do anything to protect the princess. Meanwhile, Monica noticed her uncle and the knights approaching, but she was glad it was all over. Then decided to be the first to tell his father what had happened here and how Monica had glowed. But the Duke had seen it all himself. The prophet's light had descended from the sky as foretold in the legends, and it was visible even from the castle, miles away. The knights were convinced that the princess was the true prophet and saw her as a blessing for the North. When Brad walked up to Eddie, who was still holding the princess, she was already asleep. The Duke noticed they both looked peaceful and finally understood that their bond was that of the prophet and the legendary duo. Brad asked his student if he could control his power now, which Eddie promptly confirmed. The master congratulated Eddie on meeting his prophet, and he, in turn, vowed to dedicate his life to protecting her. News of what had happened, and that the princess was a prophet, spread quickly throughout the Northern Territory. Every single resident, without exception, joyfully welcomed the little girl. The Duke even told Mike to declare this day Princess Monica's Commemoration Day. Brad, Willow also decided to hold a grand banquet the next day to celebrate. Everyone began to prepare for the festivities. People chose gifts for the princess, and everyone wanted to give her the best one. Thanks to all the events that had previously occurred in the North, Monica's Commemoration Day was born. Monica didn't understand why such a grand celebration was necessary, but she soon learned that the prophet was highly revered here. That night, the girl couldn't fall asleep, even though she had to be on her best behavior at the party the next day. Not wanting to just lie there, she asked the fox to take her to the Duchess's room. Angela was not happy with her master's decision. After all, she was not a carriage. But the girl needed to get there. When they arrived, Monica noticed someone was already there, and then she realized it was her uncle. Monica's first reaction was panic, thinking she had been caught sneaking out, but Brad was calm, and the princess knew he wouldn't blame her for running away. Monica began to look around, hoping to find her aunt, but she was nowhere to be found. At that moment, the Duke asked the little girl to forgive him for ever doubting that she was not the true prophet. But at the same time, even so, it didn't matter to him. Brad was determined to raise this child as someone more precious than anyone else. The girl also understood her uncle's thoughts. He trusted her completely, even if the results were off. Monica hugged her uncle to reassure him that everything was fine, that he was on her side, and that she trusted him too. Then, the princess felt it was the perfect time to relay her aunt's words and tell him about the traitors. She told him all the details the Duchess had recently told her, and Brad didn't even ask how she knew. The girl admitted that the information did not come from a prophecy and asked if he believed in ghosts. The Duke had never thought about it, but if his niece said so, he would believe her without a doubt. The next question was whether her uncle wanted to see someone who had passed away. She offered to help him make contact and was curious about who he wanted to see. Monica knew the Duke loved his wife deeply, so much so that he wanted to personally avenge her death. The girl was ready to hear her own mother's name, but Brad mentioned his wife instead. He wanted to apologize to her and tell her everything he never got the chance to say. He remembered once giving her a gift inside a small box. She had smiled and joked that he should bring flowers next time. Brad found it troublesome, but Penelope wanted him to think of her every time he saw flowers. The princess noticed her uncle was lost in thought and realized he missed her terribly. Looking at him, the girl admitted she could make them meet. The Duke couldn't believe it was really possible, although he had never really thought about it before. But he knew how powerful a prophet was and admitted he really wanted it to happen. It turned out Brad had many regrets, and he realized he needed to apologize to many people. The girl saw sincerity in his eyes, thought he was the best person, and immediately opened the magic shop. For items appeared before her. As she was about to pick the most suitable item, Monica found the ghost mask and thought it was exactly what they needed. She was about to buy the mask for her uncle, wondering how it would work. The princess hoped her uncle could see ghosts just like her, so she pressed the button, but an error message popped up. The message said the request did not align with the streamer's will, and the item would be adjusted according to system rules. Another mask appeared before Monica, and she thought, this will let you see only a specific being, so he can see only his wife. She reached out to put it on him, but Brad hesitated, and the child even thought her uncle was doubting her. The Duke had full confidence in his niece, but deep down, he was afraid it wouldn't work. That would hurt him a lot. Brad put on the mask and began to scan his surroundings, but nothing happened for now. Monica looked around and saw nothing either, so she decided they needed to go somewhere else. The Duke agreed, although a glimmer of hope still burned within him that maybe, just maybe, he could see his wife again. But then he noticed it was getting late and told the little one it was time to go back to her room, especially with the celebration tomorrow. He picked up his niece, and the fox followed behind. Monica also apologized to her uncle for sneaking out. Brad wasn't angry, just telling her to be more careful next time. After all, she and the fox weren't alone. Eddie had been watching them in secret. The girl was shocked. She hadn't noticed anyone watching her at all, and the fox hadn't said a word. The Duke explained that his student had been moving covertly, staying hidden, but Eddie would always be by the princess's side. Monica thought this meant she could never go out to play again, but the Duke suggested she could play with Eddie. Then he realized his niece didn't just mean playing. She wanted to sneak off somewhere. But the girl denied it. Back in her room, Monica wondered if Eddie was still lurking nearby. She was curious how to call him over. She whispered his name, and the boy's shadow immediately appeared outside the window, ready to await the princess's command. She had guessed he might appear, but was still startled. He appeared so suddenly that it gave her a little fright. She didn't understand why he was staying outside and invited him in, then asked if he ever slept at all. Eddie's job was to protect the princess, and he stood guard by the window. But the girl insisted he needed to sleep. She didn't understand how someone could sacrifice sleep for guard duty. But to Eddie, her safety was far more important than anything. His duty became even more urgent after discovering she was truly the prophet. The girl agreed to the guard arrangement, but first, she decided to do something important. Eddie was ready to follow any of her commands. Monica told him to lie down on the sofa and sleep, and she would take a nap herself. He tried to argue with the princess, but she called him a liar, as he had promised to listen to her every command. He had no choice. He had made a promise, so he collapsed onto the soft seat and closed his eyes. The next day, the celebration began. Almost all the knights and mages in the kingdom, along with everyone else, had gathered at the palace. Eddie was also present, wearing his new uniform. He felt very uncomfortable in the unfamiliar gear. Earlier, the Duke had ordered him to move back to the castle, as he was now the princess's guardian. His power was no longer dangerous, and Brad was glad his niece had brought spring to this cold place. A long time ago, when Eddie was matched with the prophet, the Duke gave him a sword passed down through generations. When handing it to him, the Duke told him that partners often couldn't find their prophets and were eventually consumed by their power. Only Eddie himself could decide if he could handle that power. Now, the sword felt incredibly light to him, because now he had Princess Monica, a girl he was willing to live for. Now the children had no choice but to become stronger. Forming a partnership was not an option. You see, the princess, perched on her uncle's arm, was observing the whole scene. She was having a great time, completely immersed. She also loved that today was officially Monica Day, which the Duke had told her and congratulated her for. But the princess wasn't just here for the party atmosphere. She was ready to carve her name in history. Now she was no longer the emperor's puppet. Yes, sir, no need to fear anyone or wait for the inevitable end. She knew her destiny had taken a 180-degree turn. The whole world now saw her as a prophet, not just a princess. Then Mike kicked off the celebration by announcing the opening ceremony, the ancient White Mountain Range Oath. The knight then turned to Eddie and asked him to kneel. The boy solemnly recited the oath before the princess. He swore never to betray the prophet and that he would sacrifice his own soul if it could save her life. No matter what, she was his master now, and he would protect her with his last breath, no questions asked. Monica had decided to live in the north anyway, so she signed the oath without hesitation. Watching this, Jack remembered old stories of how prophets and their partners used to become husband and wife in the past. But Helen, standing nearby, called it all nonsense. She said as long as their Duke was alive, he would never let that happen. The magic girl couldn't believe Brad Willow would let that lovely child get married. After taking his oath, Eddie gave the princess a standard knight's salute, kneeling on one knee and kissing her hand. There was one last announcement left, and the Duke was preparing to give his speech. He walked over to Monica and picked up the little girl again amidst the crowd's continuous applause. Brad didn't just hold his niece. He held her up high, as if she were a precious treasure. Then he announced his full name and declared that he accepted the oath, and the crowd erupted in cheers. After the oath, the guests enjoyed various entertainments, including dancing. Helen took the stage to dance with Sir Jack, who was no slouch himself. Monica loved Jack's dance moves, thinking he was amazing and cheering loudly from the sidelines. Jack felt it was time to test someone else's dancing skills, someone younger. The little princess was soon picked up and placed right in the middle of the dance floor. Then she saw the crowd staring at her, all eyes waiting for her to dance, as if creating a miracle. Monica was ready to show off. She remembered a brilliant dance move from her previous life. Cheerful music started, and the girl twirled on the stage in her cute little dress. A group of people joined in to dance with her, and the brothers on the side couldn't help but admire her moves. But Din wasn't feeling the party atmosphere. He handed his plate to Matthew and prepared to slip away. His older brother was worried about him, but his father gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder, telling him to relax. Monica saw Matthew from across the room and immediately started shouting for him to come up on stage with her. He preferred to watch the little sparrow dance from the sidelines and politely declined. Later, after the dance, Rose approached the girl with a plate of snacks, which were for the princess. But she caught a glimpse of Eddie lingering on a nearby path, keeping a low profile while keeping a close eye on Monica. The little princess waved at him, and he guessed she would ask him to dance next. Monica had danced enough. She grabbed her bodyguard and made him join the games. Eddie didn't mind at all, not because he was eager to play, but because the princess had invited him, and he couldn't help but feel proud. She grabbed his hand and pulled him along, coming up with a dozen game ideas on the spot. By evening, after the celebration ended, the princess was exhausted but beaming with happiness. That evening, the princess had a great time teaming up with Eddie and her brother for games and ate all the pastry she could get her hands on. Suddenly, a familiar palpitation made her turn around. Her aunt was walking towards her again. The princess's eyes lit up. She had been eagerly awaiting this meeting too. She quickly grabbed Penelope's sleeve, urging her to keep up. The Duchess nodded, and as they strolled down the hall, the princess quietly wondered if her uncle had already been here today. That day, Monica hadn't forgotten he'd said he missed his wife, so she was sure he would be waiting inside. When they reached Penelope's room, the princess took a deep breath and threw open the door, her heart filled with hope. The Duke was indeed in his late wife's room, wearing a soul mask. The mask had adjusted itself to allow Brad to see only a specific being, and there it was, a familiar silhouette he longed to see appeared. Brad even thought it might be some kind of side effect, and he took off the mask to confirm it wasn't his imagination. But the Duchess was still standing there. He remembered how much she loved receiving flowers from him, which even made him sad because he didn't have a bouquet now. Looking at Penelope's ghost, the Duke realized she didn't care. For a few seconds, they just stood there in silence. The Duchess spoke first, offering a soft, pleasant greeting to her husband. Brad was still hesitant, still unable to believe this was real and not a hallucination. He even wanted to reach out and touch her to make sure it wasn't his imagination. She was really there. The Duke raised his hand and stroked her hair the way she always liked, and now she even had a physical form. He then confessed to his wife that a very wise person had recently given him some valuable advice. Brad Willow realized that he shouldn't keep important words locked in his heart, words that should be said to someone special. Then he gazed into his wife's eyes, said he missed her, and pulled her into an embrace. Penelope hugged him back just as tightly. She had missed him so much that she couldn't help but shed tears. The princess watched the two adults enjoy their long-awaited reunion and decided not to disturb them at that moment. She quietly slipped out of the room, especially since she had a pile of unfinished business to attend to. Monica hadn't forgotten that the traitors who colluded with the Emperor were still living in the north. But today, the princess didn't want any drama. She just wanted her uncle to be happy. As she continued down the hallway, Monica sensed her loyal knight was nearby. Then she spotted him around the corner. Monica also realized that both she and this boy were living different lives than before. Now she hoped things would truly be different after all they had been through. She wanted to talk to Eddie. When she reached him, she asked if he knew what would happen next. 5 years passed. The Duchy of Willow still ruled the northern territories and fought against monsters. Monica had grown quite a bit, but she still lived in her own room, as it was very convenient for her. She was now 8 years old. The baby fat on her face had faded, and she finally no longer spoke like a child. One morning, she woke up and went out to the balcony, finding the weather to be absolutely perfect. Meanwhile, Marty, the chief mage of the magic tower, was reading a magic book as usual, devising new spells. He was also an expert in coffee ground divination. That morning, he found a strange pattern at the bottom of his cup. He had never seen anything like it before, but now he knew it was time to see the prophet. That morning, after Monica got ready, she headed to the Duke's residence under the protection of several knights. Her fox companion refused to be left behind. Angela stared at the hairstyle her mistress had done, very curious as to why she wore such a long ponytail. Over the past 5 years, the number of the princess's guards had increased significantly. At that time, Aunt Penelope had personally told the Duke all the information about the traitors and where to find them. He immediately ordered their arrest and eradication, showing no mercy even to their families. This led to the uncovering of more heinous crimes that those people had committed while carrying out their sneaky plans. These traitors didn't just commit random crimes. They even dared to traffic humans and children. Fortunately, this criminal syndicate was destroyed, but a few family members still managed to escape to the capital. The North then requested the imperial family's assistance in the investigation, but the Emperor claimed he knew nothing about what had happened. Monica was very glad that the children of the North were not sold, although she was sorry they missed the bad guys. To her, these crimes were not shocking. She already knew of this chaos from her second life. Furthermore, ever since she started punishing criminals, rumors about her being some kind of prophet spread everywhere. As soon as the news got out, the imperial court received a flood of letters demanding her return. But the Duke completely ignored all messages, and things got so out of hand that they even tried to kidnap the princess. Now, she was actually happy to have more guards than before, which calmed her down a bit. Her night stalker, Jack, shouted that he couldn't understand how anyone could reduce Monica's security and said he would cut off his own hand for her. Helen, on the other hand, said they didn't care if they broke her staff as long as the princess was safe. Monica had been accumulating points, but one day her infinite shop was closed and the points stopped growing. Monica knew from her past life's memories that this could happen in a normal game, and you had to change classes to fix it. Now, the princess felt the goddess might be preparing another surprise gift. Lost in thought, the girl arrived at the office, where the Duke's sons had already gathered with their father. They didn't expect her, and Brad hadn't mentioned a word about her coming. Then looked the most surprised. He had grown much taller over the years. He was still the same grumpy old bear, but Russell gave Monica a friendly smile, thinking she had come see him. The Duke's eldest son still called the princess Little Sparrow, and had already completed his coming-of-age ceremony. The Duke just straightforwardly told his sons to leave without any explanation, leaving them completely clueless. Monica still wondered why he did that, and was ready to hear his explanation. The princess guessed it was for her special lessons, which had been going on for some time. When members of the royal family turn 8, they begin special training. She also guessed the imperial court was using this as bait to get close to her. The Duke was pleased his niece was so clever, though he expected as much from a descendant of the Willow bloodline. Monica would also have to go to the imperial palace. Her request to return had been denied so far, but that might not work during this special training. The Duke assured her that if she didn't want to go, she didn't have to, especially since she was family and could stay here. Brad was prepared to block every attempt they made to take her until they fully understood the princess wasn't going anywhere with them. Monica was still worried they might try kidnapping again, especially since the Duke's actions could be seen as open rebellion. So she made up her mind to go to the imperial palace, but only to announce her renunciation of the succession. She was the daughter of the former emperor, but no longer the niece of the current one. Her only remaining uncle was Brad Willow. These words made the Duke pause for a moment, but he understood what the girl was trying to say. He then ordered Knight Mike to prepare everything, which Mike found amusing as he watched his lord blush. Mike also had to inform the master of the magic tower that Princess Monica would be visiting soon. Hearing about the magic tower, the girl recalled she had heard it was somewhere in the north. Moreover, the magic tower was usually hidden behind a magical barrier and could only be found with permission from Master Marty. Now, if the princess wanted to enter the imperial palace, she had to get the consent of the master of the magic tower. Also, whenever the prophet left the northern territories, the master of the magic tower had to accompany her. So contacting Marty was key. Even the Duke wasn't sure if he could actually reach him. Brad told the princess that the wizard always did as he pleased. So, yes, he might have to go find Marty himself. Now, the girl couldn't help but wonder what kind of person this master of the magic tower was. A little later, while walking with the knights, the girl focused on figuring out a way to find out. Then she had an idea, asked the fox for help, and then jumped on its back and flew away. The knights were a little unhappy that the princess had slipped away again, but there was nothing they could do. And they knew exactly where Monica was going. She had arrived at a small training ground, looking for the person she needed. The girl looked around, but the little knight was nowhere to be seen, even though he was supposed to be here. Then she heard Eddie's voice. He thought she had lost something, and the surprise even made her jump. Nevertheless, she was glad he appeared, even if she didn't understand when he had gotten there. He simply explained that he had run over because he missed her, but she still didn't understand how he got here. The entrance was on the other side. Eddie also explained that he had sensed her arrival and didn't want to wait to go around, so he just jumped over the wall. Thanks to Eddie, several of the princess's kidnapping attempts had been thwarted. These attempts all happened when Monica was without a knight escort, and the imperial servants dared to take the opportunity. Even now, whenever the princess closed her eyes, she couldn't shake off a particularly unpleasant memory. At the most dangerous moment of her kidnapping, Eddie had appeared and quickly subdued the kidnappers. Even so, Monica still didn't understand how he knew where she was, as if he had always been nearby. His answer was simple. Eddie was like a shadow that never left his lady's side. Now, as they met, the girl was lost in thought, and Eddie guessed from her expression that she was about to give him an order. Monica had an idea in mind and needed to find Russell, so she asked the knight to go with her. The Duke's youngest son was very happy to see the princess, thinking she had come for him, but Dane objected that it wasn't necessarily the case. But the girl confirmed she was here for Russell, and then asked if they knew anything about the great mage of the magic tower. Matthew immediately said that the tower master rarely left, so there wasn't much information about him. Only Russell was much more experienced in this regard than his brothers. He knew a lot about Marty and agreed to share what he knew. Only the Duchy of Willow had a direct connection to the magic tower. Even the imperial court couldn't contact Marty. Then the girl realized that only the Willow family possessed a device that could grant them access to the magic tower. Moreover, the tower master was the same age as Russell, but this great mage's power was incredible. Although Monica thought this was normal for a great mage, the sudden arrival of mages told the children to be quiet in the library. They were there for magic books, but upon seeing the princess, they all turned their attention to her. Then the mages. Roger admitted that he had actually met Marty in person a few times, and Helen recalled that the guy had rare green hair, and she could personally feel the oppressive pressure of his power. Monica was even curious when she heard about the green hair, and she suddenly realized that she might have seen something similar before. Then she remembered that a boy who had helped her in the forest 5 years ago had this hair color. At that moment, Monica was really curious about how that green-haired boy was doing now. But she had no proof that this boy could be the master of the magic tower. Russell came over and suggested that if she wanted, they could go and see for themselves. Although he personally didn't know the Archmage, he had a way to get them into the tower. On the way back, the princess turned to Eddie, feeling that he must be suffering a lot because of her. Monica explained that because he had to stay by her side at all times, he couldn't even sleep properly. She told Eddie to get some rest, as the other knights were just as dedicated to protecting her. The boy thought the princess just found him weak, so he decided he had to get stronger faster. Monica noticed his extraordinary sense of responsibility and felt that the burden of the prophetess was about to crush him. She wanted to get a closer look, but he suddenly backed away as if afraid of hurting her. Monica didn't understand what was wrong with him at first, but he assured her that he was perfectly fine. It turned out that Eddie just hadn't expected her to get so close, which was why he had suddenly backed away. After returning to her room, the princess flopped onto the sofa and started thinking about the master of the magic tower again. She wanted to at least meet the boy to confirm that he was the same person she had met in the forest. Meanwhile, the Duke summoned Mike and began talking about how he might have to personally meet the master of the magic tower. The knight shared Brad's opinion, but something had been bothering him that he just couldn't say. The Duke urged Mike to speak, warning that if Brad got angry again, the master of the magic tower might harm the princess. A few years ago, a conflict had occurred when Willow flew into a rage at a reckless Archmage. At the time, the Duke hadn't started anything, especially since he knew that the Archmage, though young, was the head of the magic tower. He added a warning that if the boy dared to touch his niece, the relationship between the magic tower and the North would be over. Later, Russell came to Monica, ready to show her a trick. Monica couldn't believe she was about to see the device that could move from the castle to the magic tower. Russell admitted that he had stumbled upon it one day while wandering around the castle. Monica worried that her uncle would be furious if he found out they had snuck here. Russell assured her they would only take a peek and sealed the passage with a spell that would instantly teleport them back if anyone approached. Suddenly, Eddie appeared, ready to join them. Monica had no idea how he had tracked her. Russell had set up a barrier, but Eddie had caught the traces of magic the princess left behind as she moved. He didn't know where they were going, but felt he had to follow Monica, and she agreed. The Duke's son noticed that the princess wasn't angry with her knight, and everyone was ready to go. Russell prepared himself, then began to chant a spell, his hands moving through the air like a painter's. The princess felt an energy surround her, and then suddenly she was floating as if in zero gravity. The next moment, Monica saw the outline of what looked like a cave, and then she realized it was indeed a cave. Further ahead, the three children discovered a huge mirror that was serving as a portal portal to the magic tower. Legend had it that only the chosen could see their reflection in the mirror and enter the tower, but for some reason, Monica didn't see hers. The princess decided to touch the mirror, thinking maybe she could just walk through, and then the reflection of her hand appeared. But it wasn't her hand, and then she saw a green-haired boy staring at her from the mirror. A gust of wind then picked up, growing stronger and stronger, and Monica felt herself being sucked into the mirror. Russell and Eddie witnessed everything, panicking for the princess but not knowing how to help her. They rushed over immediately, but all they saw was an ordinary mirror, which did not reflect their images. Meanwhile, Monica felt like she was in complete darkness, but she knew she was falling vertically. But the next moment, the void disappeared, and Monica landed in a whole new world where the mountains and snow sparkled like diamonds. She didn't understand what had happened, but was happy to have company when she saw a fox nearby. Angela realized they were actually falling, and that it must be some kind of magic. Then they saw the magic tower below them. Monica couldn't believe her eyes. She thought you needed a special invitation to get in here. The fox chided them slightly, saying that none of this would have happened if they had just eaten and gone to sleep. As they continued to fall, the princess started to get nervous about the landing. But just then, a giant teddy bear as tall as a person appeared out of nowhere, wearing a monocle over its eye and a tuxedo, and caught her in midair. He set her down, introduced himself as Hugo, and said he was the butler of the magic tower. He guessed that Monica was here to visit the master and asked her to wait inside while he went to get the archmage. At first, the girl even thought she had been kidnapped again, but then realized that wasn't the case. Then she thought that maybe the bear was some kind of magical beast, but the fox assured her it wasn't. She had never heard of such a creature. The princess also wondered if her companions were worried and asked Hugo if she could contact them. He said it was possible, but it would be better to talk to the master of the tower in person about it. He then asked the girl to follow him, but warned her to be careful, as traps were set everywhere to guard against potential enemies. This made Monica a little uneasy, but Hugo ordered her to follow closely and not to touch anything. As they walked, the princess felt that everything here seemed to be designed to cater to a child's fantasies, just like hers. Further in, the girl found a group of toy figures wriggling and walking around as if they were alive. Then she saw the tin soldiers guarding the tower, who tipped their hats to the princess in a silent greeting. Deeper inside, they entered a corridor lined with portraits of all the previous archmages. Hugo also explained that the interior of the magic tower changes with the personality and quirks of each master. The bear liked the current decor the best, feeling it was much warmer and more cheerful now. Monica began to wonder what kind of mage would design the tower this way, and she hadn't seen any other mages here. Hugo couldn't answer that question, but he pointed the princess to the carriage that could take her to the master. He promised it would take her there directly. The girl felt as if she were in a fairy tale. The inside of the carriage was just as beautiful, soft, and comfortable. As they left, a polite attendant wished them a pleasant journey. Then the carriage took off. Monica was shocked, but the fox didn't think it was anything special since she could fly herself. Then Angela added that if you really took good care of her, you could learn to fly too. Monica remembered what Helen and Roger had said, that the archmage hated humans. She still didn't understand why he would agree to see her. After a short ride, the carriage stopped. The princess stepped out and came to a huge door. It wasn't easy to open. She had to push with all her might to squeeze through a gap just big enough to pass. Then they saw a lush green forest, the likes of which the girl had never seen, not even in paintings. Angela sniffed the air, which smelled familiar to her, and the forest felt familiar to the princess as well. After walking a bit further and scanning her surroundings, Monica soon heard a rustling sound not far away. She turned and saw a huge tree that seemed to be glowing. A man in a robe stood silently under it. The man with magical abilities immediately raised his staff. The princess felt weightless again and panicked, thinking she was about to be transported somewhere else. But she was brought before the cloaked figure, who then removed his hood, allowing her to see his face. Monica immediately recognized who was standing before her. It was the same boy she had met 5 years ago. She had been a bit distracted back then and hadn't noticed how strikingly handsome he was. It felt strange to see someone so different from her always frosty brothers and Eddie. She began to wonder if the green-haired boy remembered her, that they had met before. Then she remembered it had been 5 years since they last met, and thought he had had likely forgotten their brief encounter. But the boy remembered that night clearly, and when he spoke, the princess noticed his voice was just as pleasant. She realized he also knew her full name and began to thank him for saving her 5 years ago. He suddenly took a sharp step back, and Monica, thinking she had scared him, apologized and asked why he was here. He answered without hesitation that he just really liked this forest. The princess then asked where the master of the magic tower was, not yet knowing that he himself was the Archmage. When Marty confessed, she recalled the descriptions from the mages and her uncle's son, but the person before her was completely different. She decided to formally reintroduce herself this time, saying she was truly happy to meet him. Marty greeted Monica as well, bowing respectfully. In gratitude, as a gesture of hospitality, the boy invited his guest for some refreshments. The princess agreed, and with a wave of the Archmage's hand, a table laden with all sorts of treats appeared before her. With her cheeks stuffed with pastries, Monica realized the master of the magic tower was pretty cool when he played with magic. He told her not to be formal, so she asked him to be casual as well. Watching the princess relax, Marty wondered if she was afraid of him, as the rumors suggested. She wasn't scared at all. In fact, she was grateful to him for saving her in the forest. Suddenly, Monica remembered her brother Russell and her knight Eddie, who were still trapped in the cave after she disappeared. Monica knew they must be worried, but she hoped they were okay. She needed to contact them as soon as possible to explain and calm their fears. Marty conjured another plate of irresistible pastries into his hands, and he wondered if she knew how hard it was to be the master of a divine beast, especially a fox. Angela didn't even bat an eye, just kept gobbling up cookies. Marty added that if she could do it, then she was truly special. The princess wasn't paying attention. She was too eager to contact Eddie and Russell. So she asked Marty to take her to the royal palace, hoping he would accompany her. The boy wondered why she had to go there, and she explained that it was time for her princess training. Marty already knew that Monica was not only a princess, but also a prophetess. He then offered to stay and play with her instead of going there, and that the magic tower could protect her if she was afraid of the emperor. But Monica still needed to sort things out with the imperial family. She didn't want the people of the north to be harmed. Besides, she didn't want her friends to get hurt, and Marty guessed she considered him a friend too. The princess wasn't against being friends, but she wanted to know why he had run off immediately after saving her 5 years ago. The Archmage was a bit flustered. For a moment, he didn't know what to say to his guest. But just as he was about to speak, the butler Hugo burst in with urgent news. Mishka reported that the Duke had appeared at the tower's entrance and was causing a commotion. Monica realized her uncle had found out she was missing and was now looking for her everywhere. This news displeased Marty, who had previously told the Duke not to disturb him. He then told the princess to stay put while he went to see Willow, despite Monica's protests. The girl knew this conversation could get serious and didn't want anyone to get hurt. She then pressed Hugo about where the master of the magic tower had gone and learned that he was likely in the tower's courtyard. The princess immediately summoned her divine beast. She needed help now. Without hesitation, Monica jumped on the fox and rode off, hoping to get there in time. The Archmage teleported, appearing above the Duke's knights, and immediately turned to Brad. Marty reminded him that he had warned him not to disturb him. The Duke believed the Archmage was trying to destroy the ancient pact passed down through generations in the north. The mage retorted that Brad himself, by bringing so many soldiers, was the one destroying the pact. Eddie shouted, claiming that Marty had kidnapped the princess and was now trying to frame them. The Archmage didn't understand. He hadn't taken anyone, nor had he even thought about it. Moreover, only those who were permitted could enter the magic tower, and he had known Monica for a long time. Sir Eddie still thought the green-haired boy was lying and swore to deal with him if the princess was harmed. The mage found the threat laughable. He doubted Eddie could even control his own madness, let alone defeat him. The Duke interjected, reminding him that they had tried to contact him before, but Marty didn't believe it. He told them to remember how his mentor had died. The previous Archmage, Peter, had died on an impossible mission ordered by Brad's father. They were supposed to capture a ferocious dragon, but the magic had drained years from his life. Brad retorted that Marty's mentor had chosen that dangerous path himself, and Brad's father had spent his life atoning. The Duke thought the boy's behavior was tarnishing his mentor's honor. Marty insisted he hadn't kidnapped the princess. She had come to play with him. As they talked, Eddie, disbelieving the Archmage, prepared to draw his sword for a duel. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he charged into battle, trying to land a fatal blow right from the start. As he attacked his enemy, Eddie shouted that he would defeat him quickly and rescue the princess immediately. But Marty was confident he wouldn't lose to an opponent who couldn't even properly control his own power. Meanwhile, Monica was riding the fox, who was confused as to why the building had so many stairs. Then, Angela sensed a strange energy outside, decided to speed up, and told her master to hold on tight. After a moment, they arrived at a door, but the princess felt it wasn't the one they had entered through. Opening the door, the girl and the fox found themselves on a street, and Monica immediately saw a bright green light not far away. She knew exactly where that light was coming from and realized the Archmage was fighting her knight. Understanding this could end very badly. The girl rushed towards them, trying to stop it all. But just as she was about to reach them, her forehead suddenly hit something transparent. She realized it was a magical barrier wall and pleaded with her uncle to stop the two boys. She yelled at the Duke several times, but he didn't react, and she realized her voice couldn't penetrate the barrier. The fox sensed that her master's friend, Eddie, was in grave danger at that moment. He was struggling to fend off the Archmage's attacks and try to land a hit of his own. The Archmage's power was much stronger, and Eddie knew he would likely lose. Then, Marty prepared his signature strike, raising his staff high. A blast of energy shot from the tip of the staff, its light reaching for the clouds. The Archmage swung his weapon, and Eddie barely managed to parry it with his sword. Monica kept shouting for them to stop, hoping they would eventually hear her. She felt it was all a misunderstanding and that they should stop and talk. Not knowing what else to do, the princess began to pray to the goddess. She silently pleaded with her to end this pointless fight in any way she could. Then she saw her knight being pierced by a beam of energy, and he couldn't even cry out. The princess panicked for her friend's life, now praying only that he would at least survive. She tried to send her thoughts to the Archmage, begging him to stop and spare Eddie. For a moment, the two boys froze in their fight, and Monica thought the green-haired boy had actually heard her plea. But then Eddie lunged again, swinging his sword for a final blow. At that moment, he cared only for the princess's safety and was ready to give it his all. He could still feel her presence through the magic barrier and decided to look at her one last time. Then Eddie dropped his sword and collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Marty stood over him. The magic barrier disappeared, and the Duke found his niece, asking how she was as his gaze caught her tears. Sir Jack placed Eddie on his lap, and the princess hoped he wasn't too badly hurt. Her knight was much stronger than she had thought. Then Marty approached with a guilty look on his face. The girl stared at him, finding it hard to understand how someone so ruthless could be the Archmage. In a trembling voice, Marty tried to explain something to the princess, but the words got stuck in his throat. Although she knew her green-haired friend was also just a child, he looked timid and scared, just like Monica had been in her past life. The Archmage finally managed to squeeze out a few words, trying to apologize to the princess, but Monica only asked how he could do that and pressed him on who had started the fight. Then she realized the chaos was because of Eddie and her uncle. They had initiated the attack. Suddenly, the Duke stood in front of her, shielding her with his arm and warning the Archmage not to touch her. The girl begged her uncle to stop, explaining that the green-haired boy was her friend too. Marty was so shocked he started to stutter, even though he was the one who had asked to be her friend in the first place. Moreover, that boy had once saved the princess, and she could never forget it. Marty was ecstatic with this outcome, as his dream had always been for Monica to become his friend. The princess noticed his awkwardness, which actually made her want to laugh a little. She wished he would stop being so clumsy. They returned to the castle together, with the Duke even inviting the Archmage along, and then he brought the children into his office. The princess tried to tell Marty that they were all friends now, and that he had a promise not to start any more fights. The boy, happy that everything had worked out and that Monica wasn't mad at him, agreed immediately. Eddie, who had mostly recovered by now, but was still tense, demanded that the mage not lay a single finger on the princess. She also told the little knight to stop fighting, reminding him that she herself had befriended the master of the magic tower. The girl then suggested going for cookies with Marty and leaving Eddie behind, but he suddenly wanted to be friend with Marty too. Monica noticed the Archmage's age and realized he was probably about the same age as Eddie. Then she asked Marty again if he could go with her to the royal palace. He agreed. Monica found it a bit strange that he agreed so quickly, but hey, they were friends now. If the princess had a request, he was ready to comply at any time. He then asked when they planned to leave. Soon, the children left the Duke's office. Mike, who was left behind with the master, still couldn't believe what had just happened. He also wondered why Marty didn't just dismantle the magic barrier on the tower and send the princess out, as that would have been easier. The Duke explained that it couldn't be done because of the risk of being captured, and that the tower prohibited entry to all mages associated with the temple. He told Mike not to worry, reminding him how shy the little troublemaker was in front of the princess. Marty had even sworn never to betray her, which the knight found even stranger. It was simple, really. The girl had a gift for bringing out the good in people. The Duke even admitted that meeting his niece had changed him, and drastically so. Thanks to Monica, the duchy had avoided a pointless confrontation with the magic tower. Now, they just had to deal with the imperial family, and that meant being fully prepared. The next day, Monica went to the Archmage's place again. She had promised to come have cookies with him, but the Duke felt that Eddie alone wasn't enough, so he sent another wizard bodyguard with her. Eddie was convinced that it was his weakness that had put the princess through all this. Looking at the little knight, Helen realized he was fully capable of handling his power. She knew that partners were extremely loyal to their prophetess, but she wasn't sure if past partners had been this intense. Eddie's actions were on a whole other level, which gave him more options. They arrived at the magic tower, and the Archmage was delighted to welcome the princess as a guest again. She, in turn, thanked him for the invitation, while Eddie and Helen bowed respectfully to Marty, the master of the magic tower. Marty asked the girl to wait a moment. He wanted to do something else for her. Then a magical thread extended from his fingertip and wrapped around the princess. Monica was immediately confused. She remembered Donald and Russell being tied up by such a thread before. Looking at the princess, Marty confirmed that he was now indeed connected to her. The girl wanted to ask him why he did that. She no longer felt any threat from him. She was about to confront the Archmage about it, but she noticed that Eddie and Helen couldn't see the thread. Just then, the butler Hugo came over and offered the princess the cookies his master had made for her. The girl was a little surprised to notice berries on the cookies, as they were out of season. Soon, they were all sitting at the table eating the delicious cookies, especially the fox, who just couldn't resist. Seeing this, the princess told it to eat slowly or it might get a stomachache. Marty asked the guests if anyone besides her could hear the voice of the divine beast, knowing that only those blessed by the goddess could hear the cry of the holy fox. In the north, no one even suspected that Angela could speak like a human. Another child had received the same blessing, and Marty wondered if they could also hear the voice of the sacred beast. Marty revealed the secret to the princess, and then realized from her reaction that she knew nothing about it. Monica was shocked that someone other than her possessed this gift, but the great Archmage did not have all the details. He had heard from a wizard in the far west of the Empire that a blessed miracle child supposedly lived there. When the princess heard about this child, her first thought was that it was a reincarnated child, just like her. Moreover, the goddess had mentioned something similar, saying that Monica carried more hope than anyone else. She also thought that one of the children was in the same world as her, but she did not want an innocent baby to be harmed. Then Marty admitted that when he was near Monica, his headaches would ease and he would sleep better. The princess was happy to hear this, although she did not understand how it connected to everything else. The great Archmage also sensed an energy emanating from Monica that was neither magical nor divine. She immediately thought the guy was talking about the chat window. Then he added that something was blocking that energy. Marty explained that he saw her aura in waves, and that something was preventing it from flowing at full strength. Now Monica was sure this was related to her favorability level maxing out and no longer increasing, but her power had not disappeared. Now she knew the reason and planned to solve this problem as soon as possible. Only Eddie remained almost silent throughout the whole process, just watching the princess as if jealous that she had made a new friend. A few more days passed, and it was time for Monica to head to the royal palace. This morning, the girl woke up very early and at first felt a bit groggy. She did not even know what had woken her up so early, as they were not leaving until lunchtime, and she could have slept a little longer. Then Monica decided to take a peek out the window. As soon as she pulled back the curtains, she was startled to see Russell. The air outside was a bit cold, and the princess, worried he might catch a cold, quickly signaled for him to come inside. Because she was going to the royal palace, Russell had not been able to sleep all night, but Monica kept reassuring him that she would be back soon. Monica watched her little brother, shivering from the cold and afraid of losing her, as he begged her not to leave him behind. Now that she was with the great Archmage, he was afraid that a little magician like him would become useless to her. Monica decided to reassure him. After all, he stayed by her side not just because she was useful to him. She remembered how Russell had accepted her as family back when she was completely useless. At that time, the boy felt he was particularly a crybaby, but Monica found him cute. Then, she suggested a pinky promise to solidify their friendship, vowing that they would always be family. She hoped he would be more sensible now, but realized he was still just a child after all. Soon it was lunchtime. After a hasty lunch, the carriage was ready, and the princess was about to head to the royal palace. But just then, Din threw a tantrum, demanding to go along. Matthew approached the Duke and promised to handle everything so he could go to the royal palace without any worries. Brad looked at his son and finally made up his mind that he could not take him along. He also told his son that he would be more at ease if the child managed the fortress in his absence. Din relented and agreed. He even apologized to his father for his earlier tantrum. Mike, standing next to the princess, noticed that the father and son's relationship had gotten better. Monica agreed. Matthew told his sister to be safe and promised a surprise for her when she returned. The princess loved surprises, even small ones. She vowed to return as soon as possible. The girl climbed into the carriage and then waved to her brothers from the window. They, in turn, wished her a safe journey. The Duke did not take many people on this trip, only the top knights accompanied him. The great Archmage used warming magic, making the carriage much more comfortable. Despite her confidence, the princess felt a little nervous. It had been a long time since she had left the Northern Territory. Besides, her uncle had not forgotten the mission to eliminate the dragon spike, during which he was supposed to have been fatally wounded. But because of the princess, he had to postpone the mission. Now, he was ready to talk to the Emperor about it after bringing Monica back. After all, if they defeated the dragon, all the immense wealth it had hoarded would belong to the conqueror. The Duke did not hesitate to cancel the long-prepared mission. He chose his little niece. The palace's expedition fell apart. Everyone in the squad died, and Spike disappeared into the deep mountains. Now the girl realized the future had changed, and her uncle would not die as he did in her previous life. And now, because of her, a brand new future awaited them, and she believed they would live happily ever after. Monica also hoped their business in the capital would end smoothly. The girl was determined that she would never be trapped in the royal family she hated. After all, she clearly remembered how the current emperor destroyed her entire family and many others. That corrupt man would stop at nothing, killing anyone necessary to get what he wanted. Now sitting in the carriage, the princess prayed that this meeting with the emperor would be the last. The girl was lost in thought, gazing out the window, when Marty suddenly hung upside down from the roof of the carriage, scaring her half to death. The Duke saw this and yelled at the kid, reminding him that his job was to protect the princess, not to scare her. Their journey to the royal palace dragged on for several days. Although they traveled without rest, they eventually had to stop when Sir Jack asked the Duke to check on something. Not far away, they found a carriage stuck on the road. The carriage looked abandoned, and Brad found it strange that the knight would show him this. But he guessed it belonged to the temple. There were people inside, priests from the temple, looking disheveled, and the fox guessed it was the work of demonic beasts. The Duke ordered them to check the carriage and the people inside, and if they asked for help, to tie them up and bring them back. The priests were already tied up, and Jack explained to the princess that these men wanted to greet you. Brad remained wary, but Monica still asked for his permission to approach them. One of them immediately introduced himself as a priest named Richard and offered his sincere greetings to the princess. He also understood why they were tied up. It was a safety precaution, considering what the temple might do. Then Richard admitted that the temple was now split into two factions. One faction revered the existence of the oracle who had finally appeared, while the other wanted to claim the oracle as the temple's private property. Hearing this, the Duke told Mike to get rid of them before they revealed any more details about the princess. The girl knew her uncle must be vigilant. These people appeared out of nowhere and had all the details. She worried that if the situation did not change, her stay at the temple might be a repeat of last time. Marquis Thomas would be there, along with lackeys like Donald. So the temple was now full of scum, but the girl saw an opportunity in this. She wondered why the priest would leak this information, which could embarrass them in the church. But this temple was isolated from the world, punishing heretics to keep its secrets. Yet these priests surrounded the princess, desperate to see the oracle. They also wanted to avoid any misunderstanding with the Duke and clarify that not all priests wanted to take Monica away. Brad still did not believe their story, but the girl told him to calm down as she distrusted them just as much. They decided to take the priests and send them to the nearest village at sunrise. The princess felt that Richard was a decent person and his words did not sound like lies. But overall, things felt too suspicious, and Monica hoped the temple would not come looking for trouble with her. She suggested keeping a close eye on the situation once they reached the village. The scene was a mess. The village was deathly silent and in ruins, with everyone dead. No one knew exactly what happened, but it definitely looked like the work of demonic beasts. Jack thought they should not leave the priests here, and that they themselves might encounter a horde of demonic beasts. The children, peeking out from the carriage, wondered what the Duke would decide. They tied the priest to a tree, and Monica decided to talk to them again. The others followed behind. Richard looked very shocked. He did not expect to see the princess at all. She moved a little closer, hoping he could reveal something about the goddess, but he knew little about the goddess or the gods. Monica realized they were not ordered to kidnap the oracle. His faction considered it unforgivable, and the princess's intuition told her he was not lying. It seemed this temple had not yet been tainted by Marquis Thomas. Monica knew that only the high priest could answer her questions about the gods, so she planned to meet him. The next morning, they were back on the road, and the priests were ordered back into their carriage. The princess looked out the window and realized they had not taken this road yesterday. It turned out demonic beasts really did attack the village. Helen burned everything, and those rotting corpses left traces of demonic beast blood everywhere. The fox listened and then told her mistress that the nearby villages, every single one, had been destroyed by demonic beasts. After hearing Angela, the princess finally understood why they had changed their route. She also found it strange that the demonic beasts would attack on such a large scale, although they did occasionally raid villages. They decided to camp under the stars that night, as it was impossible to enter any village. Helen and Jack made sure that dinner was not only plentiful, but also very delicious. That night, the Duke ordered the priest to be locked in a separate tent and tied up tightly. The princess, Eddie, and Marty decided to take a walk to check on the situation and visit the priests on the way. When they arrived, Monica found it too quiet and asked the great archmage to enhance their hearing. He did not hesitate and, with a few taps of his staff, granted her request. Then he leaned in close and told the girl he could grant her any wish. Monica found this hard to believe, but still liked having such a capable friend. Eddie suddenly appeared behind the great archmage and, in a stern voice, demanded that he stay away from the oracle. The guy turned around, smiled slightly, and then asked what would happen if he refused. The princess noticed the tension between the two boys escalating again. It frightened her, just as Eddie was explaining to the mage that only a few people were allowed near Monica. She tried to de-escalate the situation when a priest suddenly screamed at Richard, accusing him of ruining everything he touched. Marty placed a finger on his lips, silently telling the princess to stay quiet and trust him. The great archmage reached for his staff, ready to use it again. Marty aimed his weapon at the tent from which the shouting came, and the voices became clearer. The princess praised the great archmage's skill, even calling him the best at it. Eddie heard all this and blushed, as he also wanted to be the best in the princess's heart. Richard kept denying it was his fault, claiming that it was only because of his presence that their heads were still attached. Another priest, Quentin, declared that their mission was to track the princess's route and report it. But Richard retorted that Monica was chosen by the gods, and he would never support harming the oracle. The girl now knew the story about the two priest factions was not just a rumor. Quentin, struggling against his ropes, decided to go back and report everything. But Richard believed that would be an insult to the gods themselves. He did not even dare to hope to cause a commotion or call for help, because Quentin had the tool given to him by that person. The cunning priest also admitted that they had cut off the source and made sure their voices would not carry. Meanwhile, the great archmage was pleased that he had dealt with that divine magic so quickly. The princess noticed that Eddie was completely dejected, although she could see no reason for it. Monica also suspected that that person might be Marquis Thomas, which meant he had already started to move. If so, The children needed to find a clue to prove the marquee was connected to the temple. Quentin kept insisting he was right, saying the princess was nothing special. Monica, tired of their bickering and knowing they would not say anything more important, suggested they go back. The next morning, the princess decided her first step was to talk to her uncle. The Duke, having just freshened up, noticed his niece nearby and realized she had something important to say. Monica immediately proposed a plan to catch the tail and follow it to the body. She told the Duke all the intelligence she had gathered that night. Brad admitted they had a communication channel set up through Helen, so they had heard everything too. That was why he deliberately did not post guards at the tent. Now the princess understood why she and her friends had seen no one at the tent that night. She confirmed the Duke's suspicion that this story might be related to the future. Monica then shared some plans with her uncle, which he approved. Shortly after, they brought the prisoners before him. The princess also noticed Quentin tying more ropes on himself. The Duke began to question them about their midnight conversation, while the others remained silent on their knees. Richard admitted he had something to say to the master, but the Duke was no longer interested in hearing their flattery. He did not trust them. Just then, Monica intervened. She explained that Richard was genuinely on her side. She remembered more people in the royal palace who had taken care of her without asking for anything in return. In her memory, there were not many such people left. That was why she did not want to leave this priest behind. She pleaded with her uncle to show mercy to this man and find a way to help him. The Duke did not rush to a final decision. He asked the prisoners if they knew why they were standing before him. Then he explained that Monica did not want to see bloodshed. He decided to give them one last chance to escape. He added that if he saw them again, he would show no mercy. The priests immediately bowed to the Duke, grateful that they would not lose their heads today. But a spell was cast on them to prevent them from gathering again. Then the knights took them far away. However, Richard was brought back by Sir Jack as ordered, completely unaware of what was happening. The magic cast on these priests was secretly cast by the master of the magic tower himself. Now they just had to wait for that tale to lead the remaining priests to their master. The princess saw that Richard was unwell and asked Marty to heal him. He agreed immediately. The priest instantly felt a surge of energy enter his body, and his condition improved in a moment. He then confessed to the Duke that it was all a trap and their goal was to kidnap the princess, or at least harm her. Monica confessed to Richard that she knew everything. She just did not understand why he was cooperating with them. He said he was kidnapped by the other faction, and they threatened to reveal his family secrets. After that, they planned to make him the scapegoat for kidnapping or harming the princess. As Richard confessed all this, he knew his family might die, but he hoped the gods would soothe their souls. Furthermore, the person he followed and admired was High Priest Connor. The princess knew Connor. The fox sensed that Richard possessed very powerful divine power. Angela thought that if they made him a subordinate, he would be very useful in many ways. The priest began to apologize to Monica for everything that had happened. He wanted to ask her for one thing. Richard asked the princess for permission to pray for her. She did not mind, so the priest shot a ball of divine energy at her. Richard tried to show he only had good intentions, but Eddie and Marty were still watching him. What truly enraged the Duke was that this guy dared to touch his niece. Eddie and Marty were ready to step forward, but Mike thought that with things like this happening, it would not be easy for the princess to get married smoothly. What's more, she had 3 bodyguards, her cousins, who watched her without ever leaving her side. He really did not understand why the Duke was so agitated when he did not even try to harm the princess. The priest fell to his knees at her feet again, asking for her forgiveness if his actions had frightened her. They firmly believed that the oracle was a direct messenger of the gods, and that the oracle should not be controlled by the church. Richard did not mean it that way. He still did not understand why the princess decided to heal him. Even though he was with those who threatened her safety, Richard was determined to swear his allegiance to her. Helen chimed in, thinking the priest was talking nonsense. Just kneeling there like that. She immediately cast a spell, and magical chains began to wrap around Richard. This was her way of subduing him. But Monica intervened, telling Helen to stop fooling around, that she trusted him. The girl asked the priest why he suddenly wanted to swear allegiance to her. The Duke interjected, saying they could no longer trust the temple, and this was just a ploy to win the princess's favor. So Richard prepared to swear an oath in the name of the gods. He explained that if the terms of this oath were not kept, he would die. While the others pondered, Monica again told her uncle that he could trust this priest. Moreover, they had already decided to save him to find out who was behind it all. But the Duke reminded them that he had only promised to consider it. Brad Willow also knew that his niece had never been intimidated by the forces allied against him. He was not sure if her calmness was because she was the Oracle or simply because the betrayal at the royal palace had made her grow up quickly. So he adopted a plan: get information from Richard, but place a spell on him just in case. The Duke also wanted to know if they could dig up any dirt on Marquis Thomas. Even at dinner, Brad could not stop thinking about his niece cutting the huge steak. Furthermore, the Duke did not understand why she sympathized with certain people. Still, Brad had no intention of handing her over to some bastard he could not trust for a second. The Duke even considered whipping him, and Monica caught this thought, her face contorting in fear, especially since she was only 8 years old and did not understand why her uncle would imagine her future husband with a spanked bottom. Monica did not know if anyone on Earth could defeat her uncle, unless Eddie or Marty grew up first, or the impossible happened, and the princess's mother, the so-called hero, miraculously came back from the dead. They arrived at the town where Richard was left, and, as he departed, he warned Monica to be careful. The priests had appeared in the forest deliberately, planning to create an explosion to distract the Duke's party. Everyone would focus their attention on Richard, who was the target, while the priests attacked from both sides. The priest mentioned that there were only a few servants in the faction, so the princess decided to tell the high priest to cancel the kidnapping attempt. In this whole affair, he had remained a silent observer. But if we want to control Marquis Thomas, we cannot kill him. If we do not intervene, Marquis Thomas is the one who will hunt him down, and their power struggle will continue to drag on. Then the girl decided to show Richard she was not playing any tricks and gave him permission to act. 5 days later, the Duke's party arrived at the gates of the capital, which were so high they surprised the princess. Her heart beat faster as the gates of the royal palace finally came into view, but she forced herself to remain calm. Just then, a ghostly hand touched her shoulder. It was the spirit of her mother, trying to give her some courage. She turned around but only saw Helen. Maybe she was just hearing things. Helen did not say a word, but Monica was sure she had heard someone whisper. Then her screen lit up with a system alert. The administrator is clearing the streamer's old chat logs. She took this as a sign of her next big power-up, and it came at just the right time. Everyone started to gather to discuss who would ride in which carriage to the palace. The Duke had his niece ride with the master of the magic tower, and Monica did not mind. Mike suddenly spotted another carriage heading towards them, directly blocking their path. Monica and the boys immediately leaned out the window to figure out what was happening. The knight immediately explained to the person who appeared that they were escorting the princess and asked them to make way. Sir Mike's action seemed very brave and impressive to the magician, who even gave him a thumbs up. He suddenly asked the princess if she liked guys like Mike. The question caught Monica off guard, but she admitted she liked men who were good-looking, friendly, and had a bright smile. The great archmage turned around and started rubbing his own face, trying to see if his smile was cute enough. At that very moment, Andrew blocked their path. He was the captain of the Central Temple's Order of Holy Knights. He said the princess must first go to the Central Temple before entering the palace. The Duke then intervened and began to threaten Andrew, but Andrew swore they were not enemies, just delivering the Emperor's command. Brad didn't understand why an ordinary messenger would show up with a sword ready to be drawn. The Duke also warned that if the temple didn't want to get involved in the Emperor's all-out war against the North, it had better be sensible. Suddenly, Andrew bent down, and several energy balls could be seen coming at him from his surroundings. The messenger realized that, for now at least, it was a bad idea to argue too much with the Duke. Helen, standing by the Duke's side, used her magic, ready to act immediately if Andrew made the slightest move. Andrew didn't understand why the Duke would defy the temple's orders, but the Duke believed that no temple status could be higher than his niece's. Brad also said that no one in the Empire had the right to block the princess's path, not even the Emperor himself. Then he reiterated more fiercely that the princess was not the kind of person who should obey the temple. The Duke drew his sword. Andrew, realizing the argument was futile, quickly apologized. Watching from the carriage, Monica couldn't help but admire how cool her uncle was. She was even happier that she had prevented this guy's death. Suddenly, the princess once again felt a presence behind her, as if someone was speaking to her. She turned around, but only the boys were there. When she asked, they said they hadn't heard anything. Monica couldn't understand it. She was sure it wasn't her imagination, as this wasn't the first time. Meanwhile, the Duke was considering how to deal with those who dared to block his niece's path. Just then, Richard appeared. He had seen what happened and requested to speak. Although they had just parted ways, their roots were the same, and this priest had traveled with them for a while. Richard warned that if the Duke simply sent the paladins away, the temple might use it as an excuse to harm the princess. So the priest suggested getting rid of them, a result that would benefit everyone. Richard was now loyal to the princess and felt it was right to punish those who could become a major threat. Monica agreed. Even if the temple had plans for her, it would be difficult to start a war on the capital's turf. Suddenly, Angela approached, noticing that the priest had become, well, a bit unhinged. The princess was also shocked at how quickly he had changed. He wasn't like this before. However, the Duke listened to Richard's opinion and decided that the princess would not be harmed. He then had Mike capture one of the paladins. Monica didn't understand his plan until later. The entire process of the paladins blocking their path and personally apprehending a member of the royal family was recorded using magic. The girl was glad it was Marty's idea and that the Duke supported it. A little while later, they arrived at the imperial palace, while Richard headed to the main temple. The girl looked at the familiar walls and surroundings, knowing she didn't want to be back here at all. Then, before heading to the audience hall, they offered her a new set of clothes. They were received by an ordinary court attendant, a clear sign of the emperor's indifference. Despite the princess's arrival, Theodore didn't even give them much attention. Then, the girl overheard someone whispering that northerners only wear animal skins and drink the blood of live deer. Another person grumbled that their fingertips were black, which was supposedly why northerners never smiled. Someone else suggested checking the appearance of the northerners when they enter the capital. The girl knew these people were gossiping, but holding back, afraid of hurting her, but she still felt uncomfortable. Then, as she approached the emperor, she greeted him loudly and majestically, calling him the great golden lion of the empire. Those around were somewhat shocked to hear the princess's frank and bold words. But Theodorus just sneered, thinking she had been locked in a dungeon, which was why she hadn't appeared. Monica knew the emperor was trying to put on a superior air in front of his subordinates, but it didn't bother her. She just apologized for being away for so long and recalled her previous life, where she wouldn't have even dared to say a word back to him. For a moment, the girl even blushed a little, but quickly composed herself. After all, she wasn't alone now. Theodorus noticed the Duke and the rare tower mage by her side, thinking they were here to intimidate him into submission. Brad retorted that they were definitely not here to intimidate the royal family, to which Marty just rolled his eyes. Monica saw her uncle's mood and knew he was furious. The Duke said they came to the palace because they were ordered to be in charge of the princess's lessons. Theodorus thought the ministers had already handled it, but let the newcomers catch their breath first. Then he added sarcastically that they shouldn't drink the blood of live deer. After all, only civilized people could enter the capital. The Duke was very annoyed by these words, but held back for the time being. Later, while Monica and Marty were walking through the palace, they stumbled upon a reinforced door that looked like a giant vault. The princess immediately realized it was the treasury where all the royal jewels were kept. She also guessed that the roster, a book that only the emperor could touch, must also be inside. This book was the emperor's treasure, which he valued more than his own life. Then the princess wondered what would happen if Marty tried to open that vault and get the book in her hands. Because if that happened, Monica would have no reason to obey the emperor's orders anymore. But for now, she returned to her room first. The place was not just gorgeous. It was like something out of a fairy tale. Helen, who was with her, didn't hide her amazement at the sight. Monica thought to herself that it had been a long time since she was here, but nothing had changed. Even her toys were still in their original places. She also remembered the people from her second life, those who had supported her even when she eventually died alone. A craftsman had made a small statue for the neglected princess, and a blacksmith had insisted she needed a crown. They all died trying to help the princess, and they were also her mother's friends. Now, After being in the north for so long and knowing nothing about them, the girl decided to investigate their stories. Meanwhile, Marty asked Eddie how he felt after the reboot. The young knight didn't understand why Marty was asking, but he wasn't angry. The Archmage just wanted to make sure Eddie could protect Monica while he was away. The knight had another question for Marty, but after a flash of light, he was gone. Then the princess asked her uncle for permission to explore the palace with Eddie. Not a single corner had changed. One building still stood as empty as before, except for when the emperor needed to scold her. Then Monica had a strange feeling, as if she had completely forgotten something very important. Eddie interrupted her thoughts, saying he could feel someone else in the building. A lavishly dressed child appeared, shocked that the princess was not dead. Monica heard his voice from behind her, and it felt familiar, as if she had heard it before. When she turned around, she recognized him immediately, although his face had changed a bit over the years. More importantly, he still called her toy, which angered her, but she held her tongue. Standing before the princess now was the emperor's only son, a prince named William. He was born with blonde hair and a chiseled face, which had earned him countless praises. From the beginning, Monica had completely put him out of her mind because the emperor's torment was not led by him, and he had never really targeted her. It was strange that the princess felt no hostility towards him now. He noticed she had grown noticeably taller, and then William wondered why she hadn't come to greet him. Instead, he had to come find her. Monica came to her senses and realized this guy hadn't changed at all. Then Angela popped out of nowhere, startling Monica, and asked what they were talking about. Monica had never seen this fox wandering around here before, and now she wondered how it got here. William, annoyed that the princess wasn't paying attention to him, decided to teach Monica a lesson in etiquette. He warned sharply that if she couldn't do it herself, he would force her to look at him. The prince even tried to grab the girl, but Eddie caught his wrist before he could. Eddie demanded that the prince not touch the princess without her permission, in a tone that brooked no argument. Just as William was trying to figure out who this hot-tempered kid was, Eddie asked Monica for permission to handle it. The girl had never seen anyone speak to royalty like that. William yelled at the guards to drag her knight away, but then he changed his mind and decided to kill the princess in front of this kid. This reminded Monica of a tyrant she knew all too well. Then she noticed that Eddie, still holding the prince's arm, was emitting that black aura again. She knew that if Eddie lost control and killed the heir in a fit of rage, it would be chaos. Meanwhile, the guards, following William's orders, lunged at Monica and her knight. Suddenly, Angela called out to her mistress. Pointing behind the boys, Monica caught a glimpse of a woman's shadow she swore she had seen before. At the same time, Monica gathered her energy and sharply ordered Eddie to get behind her. The knight didn't dare to argue, even though his body began to flicker due to the reset cycle. William just sneered, watching this little puppy obey her every command without resistance. The prince hated that this attendant had interrupted while he was scolding his sister. The girl just apologized in response, but this only made the prince angrier because she was defending a knight, not him. William reminded the princess that her family was not the type to hide behind her. They were him, the heir to the throne. The fox noticed that the prince wasn't even angry, just jealous of the knight Eddie. Monica had the same thought, but when the creature suggested she protect William with her back, she flatly refused. Nevertheless, the princess tried to figure out why the prince was saying these things he had never said before. She didn't know what to do in this mess when Marty suddenly appeared before her again. He wasn't sure what was happening yet, but seeing Monica's confused face, he thought she had missed him. Then he realized the atmosphere was off and decided to feel out the situation. He saw the newcomer and, judging by his clothes, figured he was from the royal family, maybe even the heir to the throne. A guard named Bobby, who was also an adjutant, approached Marty and told him to mind his manners. But the mage noticed they weren't following the rules themselves and didn't see why he should. So he decided to use magic to teach these arrogant guys a lesson in etiquette. Bobby was hung upside down by magical threads, and Marty explained it was punishment for not greeting him. Moreover, the Archmage was furious that this guard dared to speak loudly in front of the princess. William realized he shouldn't mess with that mage and let them go, but promised they would pay for what happened. But Marty offered to settle the score now, if he was so eager, or perhaps he would be turned into a frog. The prince didn't understand what the mage meant, but was still furious. He even wanted to lunge at him. But he restrained himself. William warned the princess that this wouldn't be their last meeting and that the next conversation wouldn't be so polite. Then he and his guards hurried away to avoid anyone getting hurt. Monica was at least relieved that they had averted a disaster. Otherwise, the emperor might have wiped out the entire north. The heir to the throne meant a great deal to him, and if anything happened to him, war would break out. The princess turned to her friends and thanked them both for their help. She also learned that Marty had to go see the mages associated with the magic tower. Now he was glad he had come back early to show Monica his cool side. Besides, the master of the magic tower didn't need to be polite to anyone except the emperor. Monica suddenly tugged on Eddie's sleeve and whispered that she was especially grateful to him today. The young knight had been worried he would embarrass the princess, so she wanted to cheer him up. Despite this, Eddie knew, even if he wasn't a mage or a noble, that the girl needed him. He gave her a warm smile and reassured her that she didn't need to thank him. It was his duty. In that moment, Monica noticed his smile was brighter than ever, so strong that she was at a loss for words. The next morning, Mike decided to check on the princess and asked how she slept. Monica didn't expect to see the knight so early and thought something was wrong. He smiled and told her that a large group of frogs had suddenly appeared in the city, so he came to inform her. The princess found it strange, then remembered the archmage mentioning frogs the night before. The girl rushed out of the room, leaving the knight completely clueless about what was happening. On the way, she met another knight and asked if he had seen the tower master. When she learned he was near the garden fountain, she dashed off, hoping this wasn't his doing. Meanwhile, Marty was showing Helen how he could fly using magical energy. Just then, the princess appeared and sternly told the mage they had something urgent to discuss. Marty tried to brush it off, saying he had an important meeting with Helen, but Monica insisted on talking. When she explained her concerns, the mage admitted he had decided to briefly punish those misbehaving rascals. The princess still thought he was wrong and demanded he lift the spell immediately. Marty obeyed her command, and with a snap of his fingers, the ground was no longer filled with frogs, but with people falling to the ground, still croaking out of habit. But then they realized they were human again. The only thing they were thankful for was that they were still alive. The princess immediately spoke up, trying to explain the ridiculous misunderstanding that had just occurred. The crowd immediately treated the girl as some kind of saint, kneeling on the ground and apologizing for not recognizing her right away. Monica just asked them to keep the whole incident a secret. Marty growled that if they started gossiping, he would turn them back into frogs and throw them to the snakes. The princess angrily pinched the archmage's arm, but he said nothing, just realizing he had gone too far. After the crowd dispersed, Marty actually apologized to Monica, but it was she who was thanking him. She knew he did it to help her, but didn't want him to get into trouble for it. Monica told him not to use that method again, and that if he decided to teach anyone a lesson, he should consult her first. That day, the master of the magic tower followed her everywhere, which confused everyone else. The mages nearby whispered, guessing he had some ulterior motive. Nevertheless, they also knew that these two were just kids fooling around, even if that marriage contract annoyed them. Monica was actually glad the whole frog incident didn't blow up. She was wondering why the prince hadn't sought her out again when Eddie appeared, having just returned from a meeting with the Duke. But returning to the empty palace was impossible. Her uncle would be sad, and rumors would start again. So, the master of the magic tower winked at the princess and dropped a bombshell. There was a sneaky way to slip out without anyone noticing. Monica immediately started scanning her surroundings, checking if anyone had heard. Then she thought it was better to ask for permission first, but the Duke was busy today, so Marty offered to help her with the plan. The girl wasn't against the outing and asked what plan the mage had in mind. He wasn't planning anything fancy. He knew the simplest way and immediately pointed his staff at the fox. Angela immediately began to transform, taking on a human form, and soon looked almost identical to Monica. The princess couldn't believe her eyes. It was like looking in a mirror, except for the fox ears that gave her away. Marty added that if this divine beast hid under a blanket, no one would notice anything unusual. Monica felt everything would go smoothly and left with her friends, leaving the fox who hid her ears under her fur. As she was leaving, Angela reminded her mistress that she still owed her at least 100 pieces of meat. Soon, the three children left the princess's bedroom, while the fox just watched them go. The girl pointed out that if they got into any trouble, the four of them would bear it together. But the plan was already in motion, and soon they were crossing the park, the princess still in disbelief that they had actually succeeded. Now that they were out, Monica thought it best to meet the architect and the blacksmith. According to her memory, they should be nearby, and she pointed the way for the children. But at some point on the way, Marty and Eddie suddenly became tense, as if they sensed something strange. The Archmage told the princess he felt something familiar here, but wasn't sure yet. The young knight had a similar feeling and admitted it was the first time he had experienced this sense of familiarity. Then Monica remembered hiding here in her past life when she was in a very difficult situation. But she explained to the boys that this palace just looked like the northern castle, which was why it felt familiar. The girl noticed some bushes where the architect's house might be. Suddenly, Eddie realized they were not alone. Someone was nearby. The princess was even a little surprised because this place wasn't that pleasant, so no one would be taking a walk here. Then all three clearly heard a human scream and briefly thought a monster had appeared. A little further on, the children only saw a few kids behind the bushes. A boy was sitting on the grass, and several older children stood by, shamelessly teasing him. The princess was immediately angry because she hated seeing anyone bully a small child. Marty noticed her mood and suggested turning the bastards into frogs, but Monica decided to handle it herself. However, the princess did ask the tower mage to immobilize the boys. The mage waved his staff, and the troublemakers were immediately bound and suspended in the air. They didn't understand what was happening, and upon seeing the girl, they wanted to curse at her, but then they noticed her hair color. The guys saw her face and that furious expression, and only then did they realize that the princess herself was standing there. Monica also recognized their faces. She thought she had seen them near the throne room before. One of them began to explain that they were just teaching the kid a lesson because he was a total jerk. The poor child just sat there with a hurt and innocent expression, too scared to say a word. But Monica wasn't going to back down. She decided to give these bullies a taste of what happens when they disrespect her. The leader, Stan, was terrified. He knew it was her prophetic ability that made her so intimidating. Meanwhile, Eddie watched closely from the side, curious about what she intended to do. He was ready to step in and help at any moment. He noticed how confident she was now, a bit like her uncle. The guys figured it was best not to cause any more trouble for themselves and immediately bowed to her. But Monica wasn't satisfied yet. Monica believed that if you want to teach someone a lesson, you must first be better yourself. She felt these guys had serious character problems, so she decided to tell their parents. As soon as they heard this, they panicked and begged for forgiveness on the spot. The boys admitted they were wrong and did everything they could to plead with Monica not to tell their parents. Seeing this, the Archmage couldn't hold back and again suggested the princess turn them into toads or spiders. The idea of spiders actually appealed to her, and she began to consider it, glancing at the guilty children. Then she had an idea. Why not try the Crown Prince's usual strategy here? She gave them a terrifying look and warned that if they ever dared to bother that child again, she would make every member of their families pay. She also reminded them that their families were in no position to be pulling such stunts right now. The boys were scared out of their wits and swore they would never dare to teach anyone a lesson again. And as soon as Monica agreed, they fled for their lives. Meanwhile, Eddie noticed that the princess had ended the whole affair before anyone had a chance to argue. Monica then walked over to the child they were trying to teach a lesson and asked if he was badly hurt. Zach could finally speak and immediately thanked the princess. She praised him for his courage, as he was clearly in a lot of pain, yet he didn't cry. The child explained that his dad always taught him not to bow to bullies and to stay strong in difficult times. She was immediately reminded of Monroe, the architect from her past life, who had instilled the same principles in her. Violence never solves anything. He hadn't been around for a long time, having been executed for being too righteous, and the princess wondered how his family was doing now. Monica praised Zach's father and assured the child that the gang would never touch him again. The child sincerely thanked the princess for saving him and for her kind words. As he left, Monica noticed he was heading in the same direction as them. But soon, Zach was gone, and the princess and her friends arrived at the entrance to the old palace. She led them to sneak in through another entrance to avoid being seen. As soon as they went inside, the companions immediately noticed a small floor map hanging on the wall. Monica took a look and decided to check out the room where she had hidden during her escape. Monroe had taken her to that room so she could rest in a comfortable place. Suddenly, a man appeared before the princess. She recognized him immediately, but could hardly believe her eyes. When she came to her senses, he introduced himself as Monroe, the court architect, and greeted Monica. Monica was very excited to see him, but couldn't figure out how he had recognized her. The last time he saw her, she was just a child. Monroe explained that the princess looked exactly like the late empress and emperor, and it was impossible for him not to recognize her. He had worked for a family back in the day, but being in a place like this now made him feel a bit embarrassed. A faint thud was heard nearby, and the princess saw Zack walking towards them. Zack immediately stood in front of his dad, pleading with Monica not to be angry with his father. The father had no idea what was happening, but Zack was convinced the princess was still angry because he hadn't bowed to her properly. Monica explained that she wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, she was there to praise a legendary architect like Monroe. Then she turned to the master of the magic tower and had him conjure up some delicious cookies. After getting the gingerbread cookies, Monica handed them to Zack, telling him not to eat them too quickly. She also remembered that in her past life, Monroe had always given her cookies baked by his wife. Monroe was curious as to how Monica knew about him. She said she had heard some stories from her father. The architect was surprised she remembered, as she was just a small child back then. But she brought up something else entirely. In her past life, he had given her a map of the secret tunnels so she could use it to escape in case things went wrong. No one knew about those maps and tunnels except for him and his mentor. Monroe believed everything would be fine, but just a few days after the architect handed over the map, he was executed. Now, the princess only hoped that he could continue to be the wonderful father that he was. Monroe promised he would grant her request and said she had nothing to worry about. He added that Monica's parents had said the same thing to him, and it was his honor to do so. The princess was happy that she had helped Zack and hoped they would have a good outcome in this life. She wished she still had that map, which would help her find the roster more quickly. But she couldn't ask Monroe about it now. Only he and his mentor knew. Monica was worried he would misunderstand, and besides, she wasn't seeking him out just for that. She still had time here and could ensure the architect was transferred to the north. Afterward, she wanted to find the blacksmith, but fate had other plans. When she returned to her room, Monica found the fox very upset because it had been delayed on its journey. However, when the princess brought the promised meat to the little one at dinner, the little beast completely forgot it was still angry. After dinner, they both climbed into bed, exhausted from the busy day. In her sleep, the girl heard someone calling her, telling her to wake up. At first, she thought it was just a dream, but then the princess felt a gentle tug on her sleeve and realized it wasn't a dream at all. Monica half opened her eyes and noticed a small knight leaning over her bedside. She didn't expect to see him and even flinched. But the knight himself wasn't prepared for her to jump up so suddenly. The princess still wondered what brought him over at such a late hour and what made him wake her. Eddie explained that the architect she had met today was looking for her because he had something important. The boy said that Monroe had quietly found Marty, who was patrolling the garden, and conveyed his wish to see the princess. Monica realized he wouldn't do this for no reason, so she asked the knight to bring him over. When Monroe arrived in her room, she noticed he was tied up, which made her furious. But the mage explained that he thought Monroe looked suspicious. The girl ordered the architect to be untied, and he immediately apologized for disturbing her sleep. The princess wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, she was very curious about what brought him to her. Monroe looked a bit embarrassed, then admitted he had brought her something very important. Immediately after, he handed the girl a real map of the secret passages running through the palace's interior. Monica could hardly believe her eyes. She thought she was still dreaming, but she stared intently at the map. The girl was curious why the architect had decided to give her this highly confidential item. Monroe confessed that he had just received a revelation from the goddess herself and had to do this now. She found it strange since he wasn't a priest, but he himself was also confused. The architect then recounted how the goddess had appeared to him in the middle of the night and ordered him to give the map of the secret passages to the princess. The dazzling light prevented him from opening his eyes, so he couldn't see her face clearly, but her voice was full of command and authority. Monica remembered every meeting with the goddess, but she had never heard her voice so loud or imperious. The master of the magic tower still found this visit suspicious. He even suspected Monroe was a puppet of the temple. Meanwhile, Eddie suggested they should report all of this to the Duke. The princess looked at the map in her hand again and determined it was definitely not a fake. Then she asked her friends to keep this a secret for now and not tell anyone. The boys couldn't disobey the princess's command and agreed to do as she said. The girl then told the architect that she believed him and that his words about her parents sounded sincere. The architect was very grateful and admitted that he missed the former emperor dearly. Furthermore, he was so fond of the little princess that he couldn't bring himself to leave the palace. Monica noticed that these were words she had never heard from the architect in her past life. She was filled with gratitude and decided she must repay his kindness. Then, a dim, portal-like aura appeared behind the architect. As the great mage took the architect back through the portal, Monica was a little surprised at how easily she had obtained the map. Eddie left the princess's room, and she and the fox curled up on the bed again to examine the map. This time, the girl had no doubt that she could fight in the emperor's palace. The next day, the princess had already drafted a small plan for her next move, but then realized that not everything would go as expected. Shortly after waking up, she noticed some commotion and decided to check it out immediately. Then she saw her uncle in a bad mood, with several knights and Helen standing before him. Monica asked what was wrong, and as Mike hesitated, the Duke gestured that he could explain everything. The knight then told the princess that the imperial city was planning to hold a reception, and it was in Monica's honor that very evening. The banquet had already begun. The princess didn't understand how they could hold a reception for her without her being present. The knights and mages were also angry that not a single person from the northern delegation had been invited. As Helen roared about tearing everyone to shreds, the girl felt guilty, but her uncle assured her she was not at fault. He admitted he hadn't expected to receive any invitations anyway, and that they could handle it themselves. Then the Duke extended his hand to his niece, as if inviting her somewhere, and she realized he already had a plan. The moment Monica touched his hand, her pajamas instantly transformed into a gorgeous ball gown. He picked up the little girl and decided to take her to the party himself. She saw a crowd of guests and a table laden with snacks. Brad told her it was a welcome party for her, and she guessed that the great mage had magically upgraded her attire. Helen and Jack were already there, in high spirits. They cheered for her, knowing that this palace was now her home, and hoped she would remember her first day here with fondness. The Duke gently set her down, and the crowd erupted in applause. Only the Northerners came to this pleasant party before heading home. Seeing his niece having so much fun, Brad invited her to dance. The rest of the guests didn't wait. They began to dance to the music. Monica grabbed some cookies that the great mage had just conjured for her. The Duke came over and asked if she was enjoying the party they had prepared. Meanwhile, servants were reporting to the Emperor that the Duke was holding a party. But Theodore wasn't interested in the party, as his mind was entirely elsewhere. Meanwhile, the princess was thrilled that they had thrown such a celebration for her and temporarily forgot all her worries. While the little girl was having fun, the ghost of her mother watched her from a nearby tree. Samantha was content to see her daughter so happy and carefree at this moment. After the banquet, the Duke decided to walk the girl around, introducing her to other guests and showing her how they had decorated the garden. They didn't notice two young men hiding in the bushes, trying not to be seen. The two began to whisper to each other, discussing their next move. The princess also received a lovely gift, a balloon twisted into the shape of an animal. The two observers returned to the Emperor and reported that the banquet was indeed being held in the garden. One of them, an imperial chamberlain, explained that the Northerners had decided to hold a party without permission. This somehow enraged the Emperor, and he threw a porcelain cup at his subordinate. Theodore was furious that the Northerners had held a party without his approval. The Emperor was also angry that his servants had done nothing to stop the celebration. Meanwhile, after enjoying the festivities, the princess returned to her room. Escorted by her uncle, the girl sincerely thanked him for taking the trouble to organize everything. The Duke doted on the little one and was willing to do anything for her, even defy the Emperor. Brad was thrilled that his little darling had behaved so well and hoped she would continue to do so. He remembered his sister saying the same thing when he cried as a child. The princess realized her uncle was talking about her mom and wondered why he was bringing her up now. But the Duke admitted that he hadn't looked for the child sooner because he felt guilty, and now he knew that was just a weak excuse. He was glad his niece had behaved so well today and wished her a good night. After the Duke left, the girl tried to sleep, but just couldn't. The girl began to recall her mother's face from memories, stories, and photos she had seen. In that moment, the princess realized she truly wanted to see her mother, even if only for a minute. So Monica decided to call for Marty and Eddie. She had another plan. The two appeared in her room instantly, as if they had been waiting behind the curtains all along. The princess stated her plan to search for records about her mother and asked for their help. The boys didn't fully understand what needed to be done at first, but they didn't argue and agreed. Soon, the three friends were all dressed in tattered clothes, embarking on a secret mission. Monica held a map of the secret passages. Eddie and Marty were still worried about the princess leaving her room at night, which could be dangerous for her. But the boys were confident they could protect Monica no matter what. However, the map itself gave them the creeps. They worried the map itself might be dangerous. But the girl assured them the map was fine and opened it. The moment she opened the map, the book began to glow, and then a blank sheet of paper appeared before the princess, on which magical lines began to form. The boys realized those lines marked the exact location of the secret passage to where they needed to go. The lights stopped, and the princess smiled, telling her friends to follow her. The map led them to a blank wall with no door, but the girl knew they were on the right path. She guessed they had to push one of the bricks to reveal the hidden entrance. Soon, the three friends found themselves in a small room with another door on the opposite side. Marty knew that without high-level magic, it would be difficult to find such a passage. As they continued on, the princess realized they had reached the location of the royal archives. The boys began to scan their surroundings, and the great mage noticed something else. On the walls hung portraits of all the past emperors. He remembered their mentor showing them before. In one of the portraits, the princess saw her father's face and stopped to look at it closely. Just then, Eddie came over with something he had found and asked Monica to take a look. The little knight handed several envelopes to the princess. The envelopes bore the royal seal. Monica immediately opened one and found it was a letter from her father to her mother. He wrote that he felt a great emptiness inside and missed her terribly while she was away. He wrote that he saw her face in the starry sky, so he decided to write her a letter. He also kept thinking about naming a star after his beloved wife. Samantha wrote back that despite her busy schedule, she also missed him and their daughter very much. She promised to return after the campaign was over, though she didn't know which star he was talking about. Monica felt this exchange was like a conversation between a great romantic and a realist, but she also knew that these were her parents' letters telling their entire love story. She realized that if she had written something similar and the letters were intercepted by someone else, she would be very embarrassed. Suddenly, a system window popped up next to the princess, announcing a new ability. Now she could acquire Ghost Eye and Ghost Ear, which meant she could see and hear deceased beings. In addition, the princess could now borrow specific abilities from the dead, but certain conditions still needed to be met. Suddenly, Monica saw a face she knew all too well, which even surprised her a little. Standing before her now was none other than her own mother, who was equally happy to finally be able to speak with her daughter. While the girl was still caught off guard, Samantha kept looking at how much Monica had grown. Her mother also noted that her daughter now looked exactly like her father. But the princess still couldn't believe what she was seeing, despite the joy she felt in her heart. She remembered seeing that face in a portrait where Samantha was a hero. Now, for some reason, she was afraid to say the word that had been on the tip of her tongue hundreds of times. Monica also didn't know how to explain all this to Eddie and Marty, but just then, the little knight handed her something else. He held out his open palm, on which rested a tiny pearl. Marty explained that it was a recording stone and told the princess to squeeze it tightly. The great mage also clarified that when she did so, she would be able to see the stored memories. Monica complied and immediately felt a surge of energy flow through her body while the stone itself lit up. Her mother, who was beside her, also felt the stone's power and saw the memories. It was a time the late Empress longed for, happy and wonderful moments from the past. She and Dorian, the princess's father, were training together in a small forest clearing. The emperor wanted to show off his strength and his skillful sword wielding. Samantha didn't back down. She knew he had to push his limits. The princess's father didn't hold back either. He was full of confidence, but also didn't want to hurt his beloved. The moment he hesitated, the red-haired girl landed a heavy blow. The next second, he was already lying on his back in the grass, his sword stuck in the dirt. Game over. The handmaidens tried to keep a straight face, but they were secretly happy that the Empress had won again. But challenging Samantha was like trying to flirt with the god of war himself. She was much stronger than the Emperor, and he knew it. He was no match for her. Each time, he would politely hand his wife a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from her face, and she would be pleased to know it. The Emperor could be proud of his favorite knight. Dorian was not only proud of his wife's fighting skills, he truly loved her. Together, they were an invincible combination, and nothing and no one could come between them. Even the servants were engrossed in their love story, as if reading a popular romance novel. Samantha loved her husband so much that she was afraid of losing him, as even war could be unpredictable. The princess froze for a moment, just taking in the image of her parents looking so happy. It was just a memory, and it made her heart ache that her parents were gone. But her mother was glad the little one saw how they once enjoyed their own happiness. Monica realized her friends were starting to worry about her because they noticed she was acting a bit strange. The girl realized the two couldn't see her mom, and she didn't know how to tell them the truth. So she turned to them and frankly admitted that she could see ghosts and that her mom was right there. As the boys listened silently to the princess, she explained her abilities in more detail. Now the great mage understood what the strange energy he had recently felt around Monica was. Monica found it strange that they believed her so easily. Even if she said she could tame dragons, they would still believe her. Besides, the princess herself was curious about what a real prophet was like. So she decided to introduce her mother to her knight companion and the master of the magic tower. Samantha suddenly realized that now that she was reunited with her daughter, she had to entrust her to someone. She also noticed that Eddie was exceptionally talented and would grow up to be even better than her. Looking at the great mage, Samantha saw immense magical power in him, and if she were still alive, she would have gladly dueled him. Then Samantha turned to her daughter, realizing how important her future husband's appearance was to her. She also told Monica that she married her father because his looks swept her off her feet. Monica tried to argue that they were just friends, but her mother cut her off and apologized. She was already dead by then. Samantha was heartbroken that she couldn't even hug her long-lost daughter. The next day, the boys and the fox waited for the princess to get ready, while her mother sat beside them. The girl's mind kept replaying yesterday's events. It all felt like a dream, having ghost eye and ghost ear. Then she went to her friends and admitted that she had tried to find information about her mom the day before, but it had also turned into a workout. The princess then explained to her friends that this time she planned to steal the roster from the secret storage. Marty realized that if Monica could get that book, she would no longer have to obey the Emperor's orders. She had an opportunity, as her uncle had been very busy lately and was away on business today. But this wasn't all the princess wanted. She also dreamed of getting revenge for her parents. Hearing this, Samantha's eyes dimmed. She didn't want her daughter to go through hell for this. Monica retorted that her mother knew Theodore and his men were utter scum, and she wanted to see them pay. Samantha couldn't argue with that. She even saw a fiery glint in her daughter's eyes, the same one Dorian had. The princess had inherited her parents' personalities, their fearlessness, and that burning sense of justice. The late Empress knew she couldn't talk her little girl out of it, no matter what. So Monica suggested they get started right away. But just as she made up her mind, a message popped up. Another streamer ability was unlocked, merging with the ghost eye and ghost ear traits. Now the girl had a brand new chat window where she could meet hero and myth level subscribers. If the princess could bless these subscribers, she could borrow their powers. Monica loved this idea, as now she could finally protect those around her. The first hero she saw enter the chat was her mom. Samantha was in the chat. The Empress wanted to protect her Monica and believed nothing could stop her. Soon, the system began to accumulate points, which chimed like coins falling from the sky. The girl still didn't fully understand what was happening, but she didn't have time to figure out yet. She had other things to deal with, so she turned to her mom, ready to tell her something important. When night fell, they all headed to the place where the holy book was hidden. The Duke had not yet returned, and the princess knew he had too much to handle. Just in case, Monica considered having Angel take her place again, but this time the fox refused. The fox had a strange intuition that if its master was going to get the book, it had to follow for a bit. The princess tried to move on, but the fox stood its ground, refusing to budge. Seeing how Angela was, the girl thought it best to try again another day. But she also knew that her uncle rarely went out, so this was the perfect time to act, and the current emperor could summon her at any moment, which would disrupt her plans. Samantha also mentioned that there there wouldn't be too many patrols on the streets that day. The princess agreed, and they set off together to begin implementing her plan. On the way, Monica recalled that she had planned to tell Samantha's mother about the scheme. After listening carefully, Samantha's mother thought the plan was quite good, but it was a bit risky. The Empress believed that if the master of the magic tower could help crack the safe, everything would go smoothly. Soon, they arrived at a wall where the secret passage to the Emperor's chambers was hidden. After the secret passage opened, they found an empty room lit only by a few torches. It was the Emperor's informal office, and Monica immediately pointed to a wall of bookshelves. The princess knew the roster was stored there at night. Then, the group discovered a huge chest completely covered in heavy iron chains. The chains were secured by a huge lock. The princess didn't have the key and didn't know how to get it. At this point, it was the Archmage's turn. He reached his hand toward the lock. Marty whispered a spell intended to break the ancient chest. Shards of the protective barrier immediately flew off the chest. Now they could focus on the lock itself. But Marty didn't know what to do next. The princess decided to handle it herself. The lock had a numerical combination that Monica didn't know, but she wanted to try her luck, as she had seen the Emperor open this safe before. She cracked the combination and opened it, but several more locks instantly popped out. The girl didn't remember there being so many locks before, which made the task much more difficult. The princess began to doubt if she could crack it, but refused to give up. The Archmage came to her side to offer help, thinking that magic could solve this mess. Marty waved his hand over the lock and cast a spell, and the lock immediately sprang open. The group breathed a sigh of relief. The mission was progressing, and the princess would soon get her hands on the precious book. Only the last lock remained for her to solve personally. She had never thought she would be opening this safe, not even dreaming of such a thing when she was covered in wounds and bruises. Monica blurted it out, and everyone was enraged that someone had dared to harm her. Her mother, in particular, erupted like a volcano, but the princess promised to reveal the details later. For now, the girl had to finish picking the lock and get the roster as quickly as possible. But no matter how she tried, none of the combinations worked, and the safe was now a dead end. Monica felt like giving up. She was so close to her dream, yet it was so far away. The princess knew the code was passed down from emperor to emperor, and she couldn't figure out how it could have changed. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from the front door, followed by the jingle of keys. It seemed someone was about to walk in. The friends immediately turned to the door, knowing that if they weren't quick, they would be caught. They overheard the emperor's servants heading to the study to get a document, while they were still fumbling with the lock. The princess, meanwhile, continued to try the combination. She prayed that her guess was correct. The servants had already inserted the key into the lock. A fox jumped in front of Monica, asking to try opening the chest. Angela thought it was a type of lost metal and decided to try using her power. There was no time to explain. She urged her mistress to act quickly. The next second, the lock in the princess's hand clicked open. As Monica pried open the chest door, hoping to get the roster, the fox explained that this metal had once been offered to a divine beast. Only such a creature could see what was inside. The princess finally got her hands on the sacred item. Then, the master of the magic tower came over and decided to cast another spell. The next moment, a perfect replica appeared in its place, and no one would notice the real one was gone. The princess decided it was time to slip away before they were discovered, and soon they were heading for the exit. But another obstacle appeared. The secret passage they had used to enter was now sealed. The princess couldn't understand why the mechanism had failed, while her companions knew they might be trapped here. Monica didn't give up. She kept slapping the same book with her hand, the one that was supposed to open the passage. She had always thought this was completely impossible. She was sure everything should have worked perfectly. She also knew the Emperor knew nothing about the map of secret passages. Meanwhile, the friends heard the front door about to be pushed open. Someone was coming in. Marty realized there were also magical barriers on the windows, and he didn't have time to break them. The princess began to think. She had used this office all the time in her past life. Then she had a flash of inspiration and pointed to another wall where there was surely a second passage. The next second, the wall in front of them creaked open, revealing their escape route. As the passage closed behind them, the servants entered the room, chatting about how many locks they had to pick to get in. One of them thought she heard something, but when they looked around, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Meanwhile, the princess and her friends were already outside, celebrating their narrow escape. The girl was thrilled because she remembered the secret door she had discovered in her past life. But staying put was just as dangerous. so she urged them to leave quickly. At first, the path looked safe, but they all knew a patrol could pop out from any corner. Soon after, they spotted two people pacing back and forth, scanning the area. The kids hid behind a pillar, but at the next corner, 3 more guards were patrolling, as if they knew someone was hiding there. Samantha realized the princess was in danger and quickly started thinking of a way to help her. She told the princess that these knights were highly trained, so they needed to avoid a direct confrontation with them. She had also heard that every knight guarding the chambers was a member of an elite squad. Monica then turned to the archmage. He could do something, but it would surely risk them getting caught. Although Marty suggested turning them into frogs, Monica knew that if the knights disappeared, everyone would start searching for them. Just then, a fox approached its master. It already had a plan to help with their predicament. Just as the princess was trying to figure out what Angela was thinking, the fox was already using its power and heading in another direction. The fox was not swayed by its master's pleas to stop. It genuinely wanted to help and was sure it could do it. Before disappearing around the corner, the fox shouted that they would meet in the room and told Monica to go back. Angela decided to lure the knights away. It hid in the shadows, darting near them just enough to make them give chase. The guards thought it was a wild animal and tried to catch it, thinking the mages were conducting some experiment. Meanwhile, Eddie reassured the princess, promising her that the knights couldn't catch a divine beast. In the meantime, they needed to use this opportunity to slip back to their rooms without being caught on the way. The archmage assured Monica that the divine beast's speed was top-notch and they wouldn't be caught. When they reached the princess's room, the kids were truly exhausted, gasping for air. They had been running at full speed. Monica was still on edge, hoping the fox was really okay. The next morning, the princess saw a familiar paw open her bedroom window, and then the fox itself burst into the room, completely unharmed and acting very calm. But then Angela noticed the princess's strange expression, and she admitted she hadn't slept a wink that night. Monica threw herself at her little beast. She had been so worried, hugging it so tightly that the fox feared it would be crushed. Now that Angela was in her arms, the princess thought, okay, I can finally rest easy. Then she realized that in all the chaos, she had missed a new chat window that had suddenly popped up. A new item had just been listed in the shop, but before she could check it, Mike came to visit the princess. He immediately brought a message. A gift had arrived from Melanie, the leader of the blacksmith tribe. The princess knew at once that this was the blacksmith she had been looking for. Along with the gift came a letter, which Mike immediately handed to her. Melanie apologized for only being able to greet her by letter. She wrote that she was an old friend of Samantha's and Monica's late mother and had been waiting a long time to finally meet her. But she had to leave in a hurry to safeguard the only treasure she was about to pass on to the princess. Melanie also asked the princess to forgive her for not being able to deliver the gift in person. When the girl opened the box, she saw a pendant, a small staff, and a small sword inside. The princess first began to examine the pendant, which felt strangely familiar to her. Then Monica remembered that in her past life, that villain Marcus Thomas often wore this pendant. All these treasures were supposed to be presented to the late emperor, but it never happened. And this pendant could heal any of its owner's injuries, even if the wounds were life-threatening. And depending on the owner's abilities, such a pendant could also help others. Then the girl realized the staff and sword might be for Marty and Eddie and distributed them as gifts. When the princess gave them the items, the boys couldn't believe their eyes. They looked incredibly valuable. Monica was told that these items were interconnected. She thought they would become stronger when used together. Monica and Eddie immediately felt their power surge, much stronger than before. The master of the magic tower had the same feeling and even liked it a lot. The boys began to thank the princess for the gifts, and she was glad they liked them. Just then, the Duke burst into her room with a serious expression, as if something bad had happened. He didn't waste time explaining, just told his niece to get ready. The Emperor was waiting for her. Monica hadn't expected it to be so soon, although she knew Theodore could summon her at any time. The girl found herself wondering if the Emperor had already noticed the roster was missing. With no other choice, the princess obeyed the order, and soon they were walking down the grand corridors. However, Monica was glad she had checked the study yesterday. She would figure something out when the time came. But when they arrived, the princess noticed they stopped at the entrance to the dining hall, which caught her off guard. The Duke explained that before going to see the Emperor, she had to meet some people first. That was why he had told her to hurry. She had to arrive here on time. In the room, she saw a group of people who immediately began to greet her with smiles. For these people, it was a great honor to meet the great prophet and the respected princess of the empire. Monica was still confused, not understanding why they had brought her here. Two men came forward and introduced themselves as Lord Logan and Lord Jonathan. They said that everyone here wanted to swear allegiance to her. Monica knew she was the daughter of the deposed emperor, and most of his vassals had died with him. The title of prophet alone was not enough to give the nobles the courage to stand against the current emperor. So the princess didn't know why her uncle had brought these people here, but now she understood what he had been busy with lately. The Duke explained that they had been building her influence, and everyone here would support his plan. He hoped the North could now hold a significant position in the capital, and these people would be his sworn allies. He said that in exchange for letting them trade byproducts of northern magical beasts, they would support the princess. The Duke knew he couldn't do everything alone, and he didn't want to feel the same regret he felt when he lost his sister. That was why Brad went to great lengths to build a solid wall. Here, the girl saw her mother again. She never wanted her brother to feel guilty for her. Monica was drinking tea when her mother suddenly appeared, nearly making her choke. She also overheard her mother call her brother old bro and blurted it out, which startled the Duke. But Brad continued to explain the Emperor's politics, while she was already thinking about telling him about her mother. The Duke also made it clear that these people would support her in the meeting and follow her on any path she chose. However, the girl only wanted one path, her favorite one. She hadn't forgotten her cousins and was eager to go back. The North. The Duke agreed with her decision, as did he, although there was still much unfinished business to attend to. After meeting with their new allies, Brad and his niece went straight to the Emperor. So they entered a huge hall with a massive round table, where almost everyone was already seated. Everyone on the Emperor's side looked displeased. They showed disdain for the Northerners, but it seemed they hadn't noticed the roster was missing yet. Theodorus had turned everyone on the roster into slaves and given them to the nobles. To get slaves, the nobles competed to show their loyalty to the Emperor, which only made his power grow. Furthermore, the roster had the power to restrain members of the Emperor's family. So the princess had no choice but to take the book from the tyrannical Emperor. Chuck announced that the meeting was about to begin and asked everyone to get ready. Duke Brad had something to say to the Emperor, so he was the first to step forward. Theodore glared at Brad, but thought that if it wasn't urgent, he could listen to it later. But Brad insisted that his statement was very important and could not be postponed. The Emperor still frowned, but relented, hoping it wouldn't take too long. Then Brad announced that from that point on, the North would be responsible for the princess's protection. Theodorus didn't expect this. He was furious, as he had not approved it. Brad explained that it was the princess's personal request, but Theodorus's lackeys just started to roar about it. He said that interrupting in the middle of the Emperor's speech was an unforgivable act of disrespect, as it was Marquis Thomas who had interjected while Theodorus was speaking. The Emperor himself reminded the Duke that there were laws, which his statement had just violated. The Duke then handed him a document listing the noble families that supported the North and asked him to consider it carefully. Theodorus glanced at the list of people willing to be the princess's guardians and found it to be very long. Some of them were even sitting at this very table now, waiting for the Emperor's next move. But Theodorus saw this as a blatant provocation and decided the Duke was trying to intimidate him. However, he continued to argue that it was the princess's own request and that she was not a direct blood heir to the current emperor, which meant she was not obligated to stay in the palace or inherit the throne. Prince William was also sitting here, and when he heard this, he actually paused, thinking this might work in his favor. But Theodorus decided he needed to hear it from the princess herself, and asked her directly. The girl tensed up when she heard the Emperor speak to her again. He always terrified her. But this time, she refused to back down and boldly declared that from this day on, she would be a person of the North. Theodorus had hoped his past threats and taunts would work, but now realized his plan had backfired and lost his cool. The The princess added that if she could discard the royal family name, she would do so without hesitation. The girl didn't see the point, as she was still just her father's daughter. Besides, no emperor could just dismiss her as a prophet, so she continued to insist on returning to the north. However, she had to remember who she was, a princess, but she still boldly called Theodorus her uncle. Soon, everyone else left, leaving only the Marquis and Cardinal Vincent to offer the emperor some advice. Theodorus remembered the princess, saying she wanted to go to the north and wouldn't change her mind. The advisors all gathered around the emperor, saying he couldn't just let her go. Vincent argued that with her title, Monica would be a threat to them. He even speculated that she might join forces with the North to try to seize the throne. Theodorus knew all this, but he also realized they couldn't just go to war with the northern nobles. However, he didn't understand how the Duke had persuaded so many nobles to change their stance. Then the emperor turned to the cardinal and asked what the temple's position was on the matter. Vincent said that starting a war was unwise, but he saw no other way out. Just then, Marquis Thomas intervened with his own idea, telling the emperor to pretend he wanted to keep the princess. The emperor didn't understand. Why pretend? The Marquis continued to explain. In Thomas's opinion, if Monica was of no use to them, it was better to get rid of her. The cardinal tried to argue. After all, he was talking about a child, even if he himself was no saint. The Marquis cut Vincent off. He knew the temple had already prepared a replacement for the prophet. Thomas also mentioned that he had recently discovered a highly dangerous substance on his territory. He had ordered his trusted mages to investigate, and it turned out the substance had immense explosive power. The Marquis also admitted he had already shared the information with the cardinal, so the cardinal was already aware. Vincent understood, and this piqued the emperor's interest. He promised to get his men ready immediately. The Marquis went on to suggest applying the substance to the face of a servant, someone who could get close to the Duke and the princess. This way they could kill two birds with one stone. If something went wrong, the servant would only come into contact with the girl, a large explosion would occur, and the person carrying the substance could use it to eliminate the princess. The plan certainly caught the emperor's attention. Still, he hesitated, worried that something might go wrong. The Marquis then swore that if anything went wrong, he would make sure no clues led back to Theodorus. The emperor had always trusted Thomas. The guy had never let him down before, so he decided to go with the plan. Soon after, the day to leave for the north arrived, and the princess was ecstatically packing her things. She also decided to visit the architect and his son and make them an offer. For this, Monica officially got her uncle's permission and promised to stick close to Eddie and Marty. Monroe thought the girl had come to say goodbye, but instead, she proposed they go together. She knew he was a talented master and offered him a job working for the benefit of the North. The architect was thrilled, but asked for permission to bring his family and apprentices, to which Monica agreed. Monroe then swore his allegiance to the princess again and promised to devote himself to the land of the North. The princess was thrilled. She was glad that someone like him would not remain with the evil emperor. On the last night before leaving, the princess wanted to get a good night's sleep, but she sensed Eddie nearby and got out of bed. The girl asked him why he wasn't sleeping, now that everything was calm, but he just couldn't fall asleep. The boy had been unable to muster the courage to ask the princess a question that had been bothering him. But finally, he worked up the courage and confessed that he wanted to stay by her side for the rest of his life. What he meant was that he wanted to be with her, not just as a knight, but as a loyal, close friend. Just then, the master of the magic tower joined their conversation, saying he also wanted to be the princess's friend forever. The girl looked between the two of them. For a moment, it felt like they were competing for her loyalty. Meanwhile, Marty looked somewhat smug, while Eddie seemed annoyed by the Archmage's sudden appearance. Monica knew another argument was imminent and tried to use her power, but this time it didn't work. Then she noticed two magical threads on her hands that she had never seen before. She held out her hands and realized one thread connected her to the Archmage, and the other was now connected to Eddie. The princess remembered she had seen the red thread connecting her to the night before. Then the girl looked at Marty again and realized that this thread didn't just connect them randomly. The princess also realized that Marty was her match, and he admitted that he had only recently found out himself. He remembered wanting to help her since they first met and how much he had dreamed of meeting her. Now, the master of the magic tower understood why he had those feelings. it was all for a reason. Monica was hesitant because, like the mage, she knew that a prophet was supposed to have only one partner. But that was fine with him, as he wanted to be by her side forever and was willing to obey her. For a moment, the princess was flustered and didn't even know what to say or do. The archmage continued his speech, saying he was happier than ever because he had the good fortune to meet her. His feelings were completely different from the princess's, but he didn't want to explain further. Especially since Marty once again felt the jealous and angry gaze from the knight, Eddie, and a fight was not on his agenda for the day. The princess moved closer to them both to ensure neither would lose control and start a fight. So, she suggested not thinking about anything bad and relaxing the next morning with tea and cookies. This made Monica incredibly happy because she could finally go home. Her mother was also going with her, so the girl asked if she would be sad to leave the palace. But Samantha had no regrets, saying that as long as she could be with her daughter, she would be happy anywhere. Just then, the princess saw the prince ahead and thought he must have come to mock her one last time. The girl even prepared to fight back, having already gone through all the sharp retorts in her mind. But he wanted to know why Monica was leaving the palace, saying it was her home. The princess disagreed. Her real home was in the north, not this gilded cage. Besides, she believed William didn't care where she went at all. Hearing this, the prince felt his temper rising again, but he forced himself to hold it back. The boy simply said that since she had made up her mind, he had come to say goodbye. He turned and walked away in the other direction without another word. Monica couldn't understand him. He was like a different person now, as if a complete stranger had approached her. She also noticed that the prince looked like he was about to cry. At that moment, the archmage came over, and he also felt that the prince had somehow changed. Monica couldn't explain it either, but it no longer mattered to the princess. She suggested they get into the carriage. Sir Jack, who had gotten to know the lovely girl in the palace, also came to bid her farewell. She couldn't ride with him, and the Duke saw this from the window, but he trusted his knight and knew the man wouldn't do anything reckless. Shortly after, their carriage traveled through a forest path, heading towards the northern territories. As usual, Monica let the fox curl up on her lap, and the little creature dozed off on the way. Meanwhile, the princess remembered that a dangerous substance would soon be discovered in the lands of Marquis Thomas. People would later call this powder blue apple, because once crushed, it would explode like gunpowder. But the powder's effect was far more devastating, worse than any terrible magic spell. The girl also knew that she had to act before they discovered this substance. Monica also knew she needed to tell her uncle, which meant playing the role of a prophetess again. As they traveled, some people were secretly watching them, planning to stop the carriage. Soon, those people stepped onto the main road, blocking their path and stopping them from moving forward. The sudden stop caused the princess's carriage to jolt, waking the fox and startling the girl. The Duke immediately jumped out of the carriage to assess the situation and handle the problem. Mike quickly reported that some priests had come to pay their respects to the princess. Willow couldn't understand why the priest would stop them in the middle of the forest. Marty and Eddie exchanged a look. They also found the situation suspicious and quickly moved closer to the Duke, ready to join the fight and help at any moment. Monica noticed from the window that none of these priests were wearing paladin armor. The Duke saw it too, but he didn't understand why so many clergymen were present. One of them, the leader, stepped forward and explained that they had come to greet the princess. They had just heard that she had left the palace, but the Duke still didn't understand why they would show up for that. The priest added that there were many of them because there was no limit to the number of people who wanted to greet the prophetess. Angela, who was peeking with the princess, also felt the same uneasy atmosphere from the crowd. Just then, the archmage suddenly stuck his head in through their window, preparing to set up a defense. The boy admitted he felt some strange magical energy around them. Something was wrong. Marty knew this meant trouble and set off for a quick reconnaissance, planning to return soon. He also placed a protective rune on Monica's hand, which could block one attack, no matter how strong. The archmage could have cast a dragon-proof shield, but time was short and this talisman would hold. As the boy left, Monica's fox reassured her, indicating it would protect the princess and that it had its own power. Meanwhile, the Duke told the priest that if they wanted to pay their respects, they had better line up and wait. But the priest leader was not happy about this. Brad Willow's command to them had annoyed him. He had thought he could finish this quickly and without trouble, and then he accused the Duke of having craved bloodshed from the start. The leader leader shouted to the priests, who drew sword from under their robes and charged at the Duke and his knights. The princess, seeing the chaos outside, panicked, wondering if these priests had gone completely mad. Brad yelled to his knights to protect the carriage as if it were the only thing that mattered right now. Just then, a group of priests was already rushing towards him, ready to break through any obstacle. The young knight, Eddie, went into an all-out battle mode, holding nothing back, even if it meant dying to save the princess. His attacks were fierce, felling several priests with each swing of his sword. But the young man knew this battle would be chaotic, filled with too many unknowns. He barely had time to shout to the princess to stay in the carriage no matter what.